Sharpe's Gold by Bernard Cornwell. Read by William Gaminara. Chapter 1. The war was lost. Not finished, but lost. Everyone knew it, from generals of division to the whores of Lisbon, that the British were trapped, trussed, ready for cooking, and all Europe waited for the master chef himself, Bonaparte, to cross the mountains and put his finishing touch to the roast. Then, to add insult to imminent defeat, it seemed that the small British army was not worthy of the great Bonaparte's attention. The war was lost. Spain had fallen. The last Spanish armies had gone, butchered into the history books, and all that was left was the fortress harbour of Cadiz and the peasants who fought their guerrilla, the Little War. They fought with Spanish knives and British guns, with ambush and terror, till the French troops loathed and feared the Spanish people. But the Little War was not the war, and that, everyone said, was lost. Captain Richard Sharpe, once of His Majesty's 95th Rifles, now captain of the Light Company of the South Essex Regiment, did not think that the war was lost, although, despite that, he was in a foul mood, morose and irritable. Rain had fallen since dawn, and had turned the dust of the road's surface into slick, slippery mud, and made his rifleman's uniform clammy and uncomfortable. He marched in solitary silence, listening to his men chatter, and Lieutenant Robert Knowles and Sergeant Patrick Harper, who both would normally have sought his company, let him alone. Lieutenant Knowles had commented on Sharpe's mood, but the huge Irish sergeant had shaken his head.
"There's no chance of cheering him up, sir. He likes being miserable, so he does, and a bastard'll get over it."
Knowles shrugged. He rather disapproved of a sergeant calling a captain a bastard, but there was no point in protesting. The sergeant would look innocent and assure Knowles that the captain's parents had never married, which was true. And anyway, Patrick Harper had fought beside Sharpe for years, and had a friendship with the captain that Knowles rather envied. It had taken Knowles months to understand the friendship, which was not, as many officers thought, based on the fact that Sharpe had once been a private soldier, marching and fighting in the ranks, and now, elevated to the glories of the officers' mess, still sought out the company of the lower ranks. "Once a peasant, always a peasant," an officer had sneered. And Sharpe had heard, looked at the man, and Knowles had seen the fear come under the impact of those chilling, mocking eyes. Besides, Sharpe and Harper did not spend off-duty time together. The difference in rank made that impossible. But still, behind the formal relationship, Knowles saw the friendship. Both were big men, the Irishman hugely strong, and both confident in their abilities. Knowles could never imagine either out of uniform. It was as if they had been born to the job, and it was on the battlefield, where most men thought nervously of their own survival, that Sharpe and Harper came together in an uncanny understanding. It was almost, Knowles thought, as if they were at home on a battlefield, and he envied them. He looked up at the sky, at the low clouds touching the hilltops either side of the road. Bloody weather!
"Back home, sir, we'd call this a fine day."
Harper grinned at Knowles, the rain dripping off his shako, and then turned to look at the company, who followed the fast-marching figure of Sharpe. They were straggling a little, slipping on the road, and Harper raised his voice.
"Come on, you Protestant scum! The war's not waiting for you!"
He grinned at them as he shouted, proud they had outmarched the rest of the regiment, and happy that at last the South Essex was marching north to where the summer's battles would be fought. Patrick Harper had heard the rumours, everyone had, of the French armies and their new commander. But Patrick Harper did not intend to lose any sleep over the future, even though the South Essex was pitifully under strength. Replacements had sailed from Portsmouth in March, but the convoy had been hit by a storm, and, weeks later, rumours came of hundreds of bodies washed ashore on the southern Biscay beaches. And now the regiment must fight with less than half its proper number. Harper didn't mind. At Talavera the army had been outnumbered 2-1, and tonight, in the town of Catolico, where the army was gathering, there would be women in the streets and wine in the shops. Life could be a lot worse for a lad from Donegal, and Patrick Harper began whistling. Sharpe heard the whistling, and checked his impulse to snap at the sergeant, recognizing it as pure irritation, but he was annoyed by Harper's customary equanimity. Sharpe did not believe the rumours of defeat, because, to a soldier, defeat was unthinkable. It was something that happened to the enemy. Yet Sharpe despised himself, because, like a walking nightmare, the remorseless logic of numbers was haunting him. Defeat was in the air, whether he believed it or not, and as the thought came to him again, he marched even faster, as if the aching pace could obliterate the pessimism. But at least, at long last, they were doing something. Since Talavera, the regiment had patrolled the bleak southern border between Spain and Portugal, and it had been a long, boring winter. The sun had risen and set, the regiment had trained, they had watched the empty hills, and there had been too much leisure, too much softness. The officers had found a discarded French cavalryman's breastplate and used it as a shaving bowl, and to his disgust, Sharpe had found himself taking the luxury of hot water in a bowl as a normal daily occurrence. And weddings, 20 alone in the last 3 months, so that miles behind, the other 9 companies of the South Essex were leading a motley procession of women and children, wives and whores like a travelling fairground. But now, at last, in an unseasonably wet summer, they were marching north, to where the French attack would come, and where the doubts and fears would be banished in action. The road reached a crest, revealing a shallow valley with a small village at its centre. There were cavalry in the village, presumably summoned north, like the South Essex, and as Sharpe saw the mass of horses, he let his irritation escape by spitting on the road. Bloody cavalry, with their airs and graces, their undisguised condescension to the infantry. But then he saw the uniforms of the dismounted riders, and felt ashamed of his reaction. The men wore the blue of the King's German Legion, and Sharpe respected the Germans. They were fellow professionals, and Sharpe, above everything else, was a professional soldier. He had to be. He had no money to buy promotion, and his future lay only in his skill and experience. There was plenty of experience. He had been a soldier for 17 of his 33 years, first as a private, then a sergeant, then the dizzy jump to officer's rank, and all the promotions had been earned on battlefields. He had fought in Flanders, in India, and now in the Peninsula, and he knew that should peace arrive, the army would drop him like a red-hot bullet. It was only in war that they needed professionals like himself, like Harper, like the tough Germans who fought France in Britain's army. He halted the company in the village street under the curious gaze of the cavalrymen. One of them, an officer, hitched his curved sabre off the ground and walked over to Sharpe. "Captain?" The cavalryman made it a question because Sharpe's only signs of rank were the faded scarlet sash and the sword. Sharpe nodded. "Captain Sharpe, South Essex." The German officer's eyebrows went up. His face split into a smile. "Captain Sharpe! Talavera!" He pumped Sharpe's hand, clapped him on the shoulder, then turned to shout at his men. The blue-coated cavalry grinned at Sharpe, nodded at him. They had all heard of him. The man who had captured the French eagle at Talavera. Sharpe jerked his head towards Patrick Harper and the company. "Don't forget Sergeant Harper and the company. We were all there." The German beamed at the light company. "It was well done." He clicked his heels to Sharpe and gave the slightest nod. "Lossow, Captain Lossow at your service. You going to Celorico?" The German's English was accented but good. His men, Sharpe knew, would probably speak no English. Sharpe nodded again. "And you?" Lossow shook his head. "The Corps, patrolling. The enemy are getting close, so they'll be fighting." He sounded pleased, and Sharpe envied the cavalry. What fighting there was to be had was all taking place along the steep banks of the River Coa, and not at Celorico. Lossow laughed. "This time we get an eagle, yes?" Sharpe wished him luck. If any cavalry regiment were likely to break apart a French battalion, it would be the Germans. The English cavalry were brave enough, well mounted, but with no discipline. English horsemen grew bored with patrols, with picket duty, and dreamed only of the blood-curdling charge, swords high, that left their horses blown and the men scattered and vulnerable. Sharpe, like all infantry in the army, preferred the Germans because they knew their job and did it well. Lossow grinned at the compliment. He was a square-faced man with a pleasant and ready smile, and eyes that looked out shrewdly from the web of lines traced on his face by staring too long at the enemy-held horizons. "Oh, one more thing, Captain. "The bloody provost's in the village." The phrase came awkwardly from Lossov's lips, as if he didn't usually use English swear words except to describe the provosts, for whom any other language's curse would be inadequate. Sharpe thanked him and turned to the company. "You heard Captain Lossov. There are provosts here, so keep your thieving hands to yourselves, understand?" They understood. No one wanted to be hung on the spot for being caught looting. "We stop for 10 minutes. Dismiss them, Sergeant." The Germans left, cloaked against the rain, and Sharpe walked up the only street towards the church. It was a miserable village, poor and deserted, and the cottage doors swung emptily. The inhabitants had gone south and west, as the Portuguese government had ordered. When the French advanced, they would find no crops, no animals, wells filled with stones, or poisoned with dead sheep, a land of hunger and thirst. Patrick Harper, sensing that Sharpe's mood had lightened after the meeting with Lossov, fell into step beside his captain.
"Nothing here to loot, sir."
Sharpe glanced at the men stooping into the cottages. "They'll find something." The provosts were beside the church, 3 of them, mounted on black horses and standing like highwaymen waiting for a plump coach. Their equipment was new, their faces burned red, and Sharpe guessed they were fresh out from England, though why the horse guards sent provosts instead of fighting soldiers was a mystery. He nodded civilly to them. "Good morning." One of the 3, with an officer's sword jutting from beneath his cloak, nodded back. He seemed, like all of his kind, to be suspicious of any friendly gesture. He looked at their green riflemen's jackets. "There aren't supposed to be any riflemen in this area." Sharpe let the accusation go unanswered. If the provost thought they were deserters, then the provost was a fool. Deserters did not travel the open road in daylight, or wear uniforms, or stroll casually up to provosts. Sharpe and Harper, like the other 18 riflemen in the company, had kept their old uniforms out of pride, preferring the dark green to the red of the line battalions. The provost's eyes flicked between the 2 men. "You have orders?"
"The General wants to see us, sir."
Harper spoke cheerfully. A tiny smile came and went on the provost's face. "You mean Lord Wellington wants to see you?" "As a matter of fact, yes." Sharpe's voice had a warning in it, but the provost seemed oblivious. He was looking Sharpe up and down, letting his suspicions show. Sharpe's appearance was extraordinary. The green jacket, faded and torn, was worn over French cavalry overalls. On his feet were tall leather boots that had originally been bought in Paris by a colonel of Napoleon's Imperial Guard. On his back, like most of his men, he carried a French pack made of oxhide, and on his shoulder, though he was an officer, he slung a rifle. The officer's epaulettes had gone, leaving broken stitches, and the scarlet sash was stained and faded. Even Sharpe's sword, his other badge of rank, was irregular. As an officer of a light company, he should have carried the curved sabre of the British Light Cavalry, but Richard Sharpe preferred the sword of the heavy cavalry, straight-bladed and ill-balanced. Cavalrymen hated it. They claimed its weight made it impossible to parry swiftly. But Sharpe was 6 feet tall and strong enough to wield the 35 inches of ponderous steel with deceptive ease. The provost officer was unsettled. "What's your regiment?" "We're the Lights of the South Essex." Sharpe made his tone friendly. The provost responded by spurring his horse forward so he could see down the street and watch Sharpe's men. There was no immediately apparent reason to hang anyone, so he looked back at the 2 men, and his eyes stopped with surprise when they reached Harper's shoulder. The Irishman, with 4 inches more height than Sharpe, was a daunting sight at the best of times, but his weapons were even more irregular than Sharpe's big sword. Slung with his rifle was a brute of a gun, a 7-barreled squat menace. The provost pointed. "What's that?"
7-barreled gun, sir."
Harper's voice was full of pride in his new weapon. "Where did you get it?"
"Christmas present, sir."
Sharpe grinned. It had been a present, given at Christmas time, from Sharpe to his sergeant. But it was obvious that the provost, with his 2 silent companions, did not believe it. He was still staring at the gun, one of Henry Knox's less successful inventions, and Sharpe realized that the provost had probably never seen one before. Only a few hundred had ever been made, for the Navy, and at the time it had seemed like a good idea. 7 barrels, each 20 inches long, were all fired by the same flintlock, and it was thought that sailors, perched precariously in the fighting tops, could wreak havoc by firing the 7 barrels down onto the enemy's crowded decks. One thing had been overlooked. 7 half-inch barrels fired together made a fearful discharge, like a small cannon's, that not only wreaked havoc, but also broke the shoulder of any man who pulled a trigger. Only Harper, in Sharpe's acquaintance, had the brute strength to use the gun, and even the Irishman, in trying it out, had been astonished by the crashing recoil as the 7 bullets spread from the flaming muzzles. The provost sniffed. "A Christmas present?" "I gave it to him," Sharpe said. "And you are?" "Captain Richard Sharpe, South Essex. You?" The provost stiffened. "Lieutenant Ayres, sir." The last word was spoken reluctantly. "And where are you going, Lieutenant Ayres?" Sharpe was annoyed by the man's suspicions, by the pointless display of his power, and he edged his questions with a touch of venom. Sharpe carried on his back the scars of a flogging that had been caused by just such an officer as this, Captain Morris, a supercilious bully, with his flattering familiar, Sergeant Hakeswill. Sharpe carried the memory along with the scars, and a promise that one day he would revenge himself on both men. Morris, he knew, was stationed in Dublin. Hakeswill was God knows where, but one day Sharpe promised himself he would find him. But for now it was this young puppy with more power than sense. "Where, Lieutenant?" "Catolico, sir." "Then have a good journey, Lieutenant." Ayres nodded. "I'll look around first, sir, if you don't mind." Sharpe watched the 3 men ride down the street, the rain beading the wide black rumps of the horses. "I hope you're right, Sergeant." "Right, sir?" "That there's nothing to loot." The thought struck both together, a single instinct for trouble, and they began running. Sharpe pulled his whistle from the small holster on his crossbelt and blew the long blasts that were usually reserved for the battlefield when the light company was strung out in a loose skirmish line. The enemy was pressing close, and the officers and sergeants whistled the men back to rally and reform under the shelter of the battalion. The provosts heard the whistle blasts, put spurs to their horses, and swerved between 2 low cottages to search the yards as Sharpe's men tumbled from doorways and grumbled into ranks. Harper pulled up in front of the company. "Packs on!" There was a shout from behind the cottages. Sharpe turned. Lieutenant Knowles was at his elbow. "What's happening, sir?" "Provost trouble. Bastards are throwing their weight around." They were determined, he knew, to find something, and as Sharpe's eyes went down his ranks, he had a sinking feeling that Lieutenant Ayres had succeeded. There should have been 48 men, 3 sergeants, and the 2 officers. But one man was missing. Private Batten. Private bloody Batten, who was dragged by his hair from between the cottages by a triumphant provost. "A looter, sir, caught in the act." Ayres was smiling. Batten, who grumbled incessantly, who moaned if it rained, and made a fuss when it stopped because the sun was in his eyes. Private Batten, a one-man destroyer of flintlocks, who thought the whole world was conspiring to annoy him, and who now stood flinching beneath the grasp of one of Ayres' men. If there were any one member of the company whom Sharpe would gladly have hanged, it would be Batten, but he was damned if any provost was going to do it for him. Sharpe looked up at Ayres. "What was he looting, Lieutenant?" "This." Ayres held up a scrawny chicken, as if it were the crown of England. Its neck had been well wrung, but the legs still jerked and scrabbled at the air. Sharpe felt the anger come inside him, not at the provosts, but at Batten. "I'll deal with him, Lieutenant." Batten cringed away from his captain. Ayres shook his head. "You misunderstand, sir." He was talking with silky condescension. "Looters are hung, sir. On the spot, sir. As an example to others." There was a muttering from the company, broken by Harper's bellowed order for silence. Batten's eyes flicked left and right, as if looking for an escape from this latest example of the world's injustice. Sharpe snapped at him. "Batten!" "Sir?" "Where did you find the chicken?" "It was in the field, sir, honest." He winced as his hair was pulled. It was a wild chicken, sir." There was a rustle of laughter from the ranks that Harper let go. Ayres snorted, A wild chicken? Dangerous beast, eh, sir? He's lying. I found him in the cottage. Sharpe believed him, but he was not going to give up. Who lives in the cottage, Lieutenant? Ayres raised an eyebrow. Really, sir, I haven't exchanged cards with every slum in Portugal. He turned to his men. String him up. Lieutenant Ayres! The tone of Sharpe's voice stopped any movement in the street. How do you know the cottage is inhabited? Look for yourself. Sir. Ayres swallowed. Sir. Sharpe raised his voice. Are there people there, Lieutenant? No, sir, but it's lived in. How do you know? The village is deserted. You can't steal a chicken from nobody. Ayres thought about his reply. The village was deserted. The inhabitants gone away from the French attack, but absence was not a relinquishing of ownership. He shook his head. The chicken is Portuguese property, sir. He turned again. Hang him! Halt! Sharpe bellowed, and again movement stopped. You're not going to hang him, so just go your way. Ayres swiveled back to Sharpe. He was caught red-handed and the bastard will hang. Your men are probably a pack of bloody thieves and they need an example, and by God they will get one. He raised himself in his stirrups and shouted at the company. You will see him hang, and if you steal, then you will hang too. A click interrupted him. He looked down, and the anger in his face was replaced by astonishment. Sharpe held his Baker rifle cocked so that the barrel was pointing at Ayres. Let him go, Lieutenant. Have you gone mad? Ayres had gone white, had sagged back into his saddle. Sergeant Harper instinctively came and stood beside Sharpe and ignored the hand that waved him away. Ayres stared at the two men, both tall, both with hard fighters' faces, and a memory tickled at him. He looked at Sharpe, at the face that appeared to have a perpetually mocking expression, caused by the scar that ran down the right cheek, and he suddenly remembered. Wild chickens, bird-catchers, the South Essex Light Company. Were these the two men who had captured the Eagle, who had hacked their way into a French regiment and come up with a standard? He could believe it. Sharpe watched the lieutenant's eyes waver and knew that he had won. But it was a victory that would cost him dearly. The army did not look kindly on men who held rifles on provosts, even empty rifles. Ayres pushed Batten forward. Have your thief, Captain. We shall meet again. Sharpe lowered the rifle. Ayres waited until Batten was clear of the horses, then wrenched the reins and led his men towards Catolico. You'll hear from me! His words were flung back. Sharpe could sense the trouble like a boiling black cloud on the horizon. He turned to Batten. Did you steal that bloody hen? Yes, sir. Batten flapped a hand after the provost. He took it, sir. He made it sound unfair. I wish he'd bloody taken you. I wish he'd bloody spread your guts across a bloody landscape. Batten backed away from Sharpe's anger. What are the bloody rules, Batten? The eyes blinked at Sharpe. Rules, sir? You know the bloody rules, tell me. The army issued regulations that were inches thick, but Sharpe gave his men 3 rules. They were simple, they worked, and if broken, the men knew they could expect punishment. Batten cleared his throat. To fight well, sir. Not to get drunk without permission, sir. And, go on. Not to steal, sir. Except from the enemy or when starving, sir. Were you starving? Batten clearly wanted to say he was, but there were still 2 days' rations in every man's haversack. No, sir. Sharpe hit him, all his frustration pouring into one fist that slammed Batten's chest, winded him and knocked him gasping into the wet road. You're a bloody fool, Batten, a cringing, miserable, whoreson, slimy fool. He turned away from the man, whose musket had fallen into the mud. Company! March! They marched behind the tall rifleman as Batten picked himself up, brushed ineffectively at the water that had flowed into the lock of his gun, and then shambled after the company. He pushed himself into his file and muttered at his silent companions. Oh, he's not supposed to hit me. Shut your mouth, Batten. Harper's voice was as harsh as his captain's. You know the rules.
Would you rather be kicking your useless heels now?" The sergeant shouted to the company to pick up their feet, bellowed the steps at them, and all the time he wondered what faced Sharpe now. A complaint from that bloody provost would mean an inquiry, and probably a court-martial, and all for the miserable baton, a failed horse-coper, whom Harper would gladly have killed himself. Lieutenant Knowles seemed to share Harper's thoughts, for he fell in step beside the Irishman and looked at him with a troubled face. "All for one chicken, Sergeant?" Harper looked down at the young lieutenant. "I doubt it, sir." He turned to the ranks. "Daniel!" Hagman, one of the riflemen, broke ranks and fell in beside the sergeant. He was the oldest man in the company, in his 40s, but the best marksman. A Cheshireman, raised as a poacher, Hagman could shoot the buttons of a French general's coat at 300 yards. "Sarge?" "How many chickens were there?" Hagman flashed his toothless grin, glanced at the company, then up at Harper. The sergeant was a fair man, never demanding more than a fair share. "Dozen, Sarge." Harper looked at Knowles. "There you are, sir. At least 16 wild chickens there. Probably 20. God knows what they were doing there, why the owners didn't take them." "Difficult to catch your chickens." Hagman chuckled. "That all, Sarge?" Harper grinned down at the rifleman. "A leg each for the officers, Daniel, and not the stringy ones." Hagman glanced at Knowles. "Very good, sir. Leg each." He went back to the ranks. Knowles chuckled to himself. A leg each for the officers, and a good breast for the sergeant. Chicken broth for everyone, and nothing for Private Batten. And for Sharpe? Knowles felt his spirits drop. The war was lost. It was still raining, and tomorrow Captain Richard Sharpe would be in provost trouble. Real trouble. Right up to his sabre-scarred neck. Chapter 2. If anyone needed a symbol of impending defeat, then the Church of San Paolo in Celorico, the temporary headquarters of the South Essex, offered it in full. Sharpe stood in the choir watching the priest whitewash a gorgeous rood screen. The screen was made of solid silver, ancient and intricate, a gift from some long-forgotten parishioner whose family's faces were those of the grieving women and disciples who stared up at the crucifix. The priest, standing on a trestle, dripping thick lime paint down his cassock, looked from Sharpe to the screen and shrugged. "It took 3 months to clean off last time." "Last time?" "When the French left." The priest sounded bitter, and he dabbed angrily with the bristles at the delicate traceries. "If they knew it was silver, they would carve it into pieces and take it away." He splashed the nailed, hanging figure with a slap of paint, and then, as if in apology, moved the brush to his left hand so that his right could sketch a perfunctory sign of the cross on his spattered gown. "Perhaps they won't get this far." It sounded unconvincing, even to Sharpe, and the priest didn't bother to reply. He just gave a humorless laugh and dipped the brush into his bucket. They know, thought Sharpe. They all know that the French are coming, and the British falling back. The priest made him feel guilty, as if he were personally betraying the town and its inhabitants, and he moved down the church into the darkness by the main door, where the battalion's commissariat officer was supervising the piling of fresh-baked bread for the evening rations. The door banged open, letting in the late afternoon sunlight, and Lawford, dressed in his glittering best uniform, beckoned at Sharpe. "Ready?" "Yes, sir." Major Forrest was waiting outside, and he smiled nervously at Sharpe. "Don't worry, Richard." "Worry?" Lieutenant Colonel the Honourable William Lawford was angry. "He should damn well worry." He looked Sharpe up and down. "Is that the best you can do?" Sharpe fingered the tear in his sleeve. "It's all I've got, sir." "All? What about that new uniform? Good Lord, Richard, you look like a tramp." "Uniforms in Lisbon, sir, in store. Like companies should travel light." Lawford snorted. "And they shouldn't threaten provosts with rifles either. Come on, we don't want to be late." He crammed the tricorn hat onto his head and returned the salute of the 2 sentries who had listened, amused to his outburst. Sharpe held up his hand. "One moment, sir." He brushed an imaginary speck of dust from the gold regimental badge that the colonel wore in his white diagonal sash. It was a new badge, commissioned by Lawford after Talavera, and showed an eagle in chains, a message to the world that the South Essex was the only regiment in the peninsula that had captured a French standard. Sharpe stood back, satisfied. "That's better, sir." Lawford took the hint and smiled. "You're a bastard, Sharpe. Just because you captured an eagle doesn't mean you can do what you like. Well, just because some idiot's dressed up as a provost, I suppose, means that he can." "Yes," Lawford said, "it does. Come on." It was strange, Sharpe thought, how Lawford was the sum of all he disliked about privilege and wealth. Yet he liked Lawford and was content to serve him. They were the same age, 33, but Lawford had always been an officer, had never worried about promotion, because he could afford the next step, and never concerned himself where the next year's money would come from. 7 years ago, Lawford had been a lieutenant and Richard Sharpe his sergeant, both fighting the Marathas in India, and the sergeant had kept the officer alive in the dungeons of the Tipu Sultan. In return, Lawford taught the sergeant to read and write, and thus qualified him for a commission if ever he were foolish enough to perform some act of bravery on a battlefield that could hoist a man from the ranks into the officer's exalted company. Sharpe followed Lawford through the crowded streets towards Wellington's headquarters, and seeing the colonel's exquisite uniform and expensive accoutrements, he wondered where they would be in another 7 years. Lawford was ambitious, as was Sharpe, but the colonel had the birth and the money for great things. "He'll be a general," Sharpe thought, and he grinned because he knew that Lawford would still need him, or someone like him. Sharpe was Lawford's eyes and his ears, his professional soldier, the man who could read the faces of the failed criminals, drunks, and desperate men who had somehow become the best infantry in the world. And more than that, Sharpe could read the ground, could read the enemy, and Lawford, for whom the army was a means to a glorious and exalted end, relied on his ex-sergeant's instinct and talent. Lawford, Sharpe decided, had done well in the last year. He had taken over an embittered, brutalized and frightened regiment and turned them into a unit as good as any battalion in the line. Sharpe's eagle had helped. It had wiped out the stain of Val de la Casa, where the South Essex, under Sir Henry Simmerson, had lost their colour and their pride. But it was not just the eagle. Lawford, with his politician's instincts, had trusted the men while he worked them hard, had given them back their confidence, and the badge, which every man wore on his shako, shared the glory of Talavera with every soldier in the regiment. Lawford led them through the press of officers and townspeople. Major Forrest kept glancing at Sharpe with an avuncular smile that made him look more than ever like a kindly country vicar dressed as a soldier for the village pageant. He tried to reassure Sharpe. "It won't come to a court-martial, Richard, it can't. You'll probably have to apologise or something, and we'll all blow over." Sharpe shook his head. "I won't bloody apologise, sir." Lawford stopped and turned round. His finger pushed into Sharpe's chest. "If you're ordered to apologise, Richard Sharpe, you will damn well apologise. You will grovel, squirm, cringe and toady to order. Do you understand?" Sharpe clicked the heels of his tall French boots. "Sir!" Lawford exploded in rare anger. "Christ almighty, Richard, don't you bloody understand? This is a general court-martial offence. Ayres had screamed his head off to the Provost-Marshal, and the Provost-Marshal has screamed to the General that the authority of the Provost must not be undermined. And the General, Mr. Sharpe, is rather sympathetic to that point of view." Lawford's passion had attracted a small crowd of interested spectators. His anger faded as suddenly as it had erupted, but he still jabbed his finger into Sharpe's chest. "The General wants more provosts, not fewer, and he is understandably not happy with the thought that Captain Richard Sharpe is declaring open season on them." "Yes, sir." Lawford was not placated by Sharpe's crestfallen expression, which the Colonel suspected was not motivated by true regret. "And do not think, Captain Sharpe, that just because a general ordered us here he will look kindly on your action. He saved your miserable skin often enough in the past, and he may not be of a mind to do it again. Understand?" There was a burst of applause from a group of cavalry officers standing by a wine shop. Lawford shot them a withering look and strode on, followed by someone's ironic mimicry of the bugle call for the full charge. Sharpe followed. Lawford could be right. The General had summoned the South Essex, no one knew why, and Sharpe had hoped that it was for some special task, something to wipe out the memory of the winter's boredom. But the scene with Lieutenant Ayres could change that for Sharpe. condemn him to a court-martial, to a future far more dreary even than patrol work on an empty border. 4 ox carts stood outside Wellington's headquarters, another reminder that the army would move soon, but otherwise everything was peaceful. The only unusual object was a tall mast that jutted from the roof of the house, topped by a crosspiece from which hung 4 tarred sheep bladders. Sharpe looked at them curiously. This was the first time he had seen the new telegraph, and he wished that it was working, so that he could watch the black, inflated bladders running up and down on their ropes and sending messages, via other similar stations, to the far-off fortress of Almeida, and to the troops guarding the River Coa. The system had been copied from the Royal Navy, and sailors had been sent to man the telegraph. Each letter of the alphabet had its own arrangement of the 4 black bags, and common words, like regiment, enemy, and general, were abbreviated to a single display that could be seen miles away through a huge naval telescope. Sharpe had heard that a message could travel 20 miles in less than 10 minutes, and he wondered, as they came close to the 2 board sentries guarding the general's headquarters, what other modern devices would be thrown up by the necessity of the long war against Napoleon. He forgot the telegraph as they stepped into the cool hallway of the house, and he felt a twinge of fear at the coming interview. In a curious fashion, his career had been linked to Wellington. They had shared battlefields in Flanders, India, and now in the Peninsula. And in his pack Sharpe carried a telescope that had been a present from the general. There was a small, curved brass plate let into the walnut tube, and on it was inscribed, "In Gratitude, A.W., September 23rd, 1803. Sir Arthur Wellesley believed that Sergeant Sharpe had saved his life, though Sharpe, if he was honest, could remember little of the event, except that the general's horse had been piked, and the Indian bayonets and curved tulwas were coming forward, and what else did a sergeant do except get in the way and fight back? That had been the Battle of Assaye, a bastard of a fight, and Sharpe had watched his officers die in the shot from the ornate guns, and, his blood up, he had taken the survivors on, and the enemy had been beaten. Only just, by God, but victory was victory. After that he was made into an officer, dressed up like a prize bull, and the same man who had rewarded him then must decide his fate now. "His lordship will see you now." A suave young major smiled at them through the door, as though they'd been invited for tea. It had been a year since Sharpe had seen Wellington, but nothing had changed. Still the table covered with papers, the same blue eyes that gave nothing away above the beak of a nose, and the handsome mouth that was grudging with a smile. Sharpe was glad there were no provosts in the room, so at least he would not have to grovel in front of the general, but even so he felt apprehensive of this quiet man's anger, and he watched cautiously as the quill pen was laid down and the expressionless eyes looked up at him. There was no recognition in them. "Did you threaten Lieutenant Ayres with a rifle, Captain Sharpe?" There was the faintest stress on the captain. "Yes, sir." Wellington nodded. He looked tired. He stood up and moved to the window, peering through as though expecting something. There was silence in the room, broken only by the jingle of chains and rumbling of wheels as a battery of artillery drove by in the street. It struck Sharpe that the general was on edge. Wellington turned back to him. "Do you know, Captain Sharpe, the damage it does our cause if our soldiers thieve or rape?" His voice was scathingly quiet. "Yes, sir." "I hope you do, Captain Sharpe, I hope you do." He sat down again. "Our enemies are encouraged to steal because that is the only way they can be fed. The result is that they are hated wherever they march. I spend money, my God, how much money, on providing rations and transport and buying food from the populace so that our soldiers have no need to steal. We do this so that they will be welcomed by the local people and helped by them. Do you understand?" Sharpe wished the lecture would end. "Yes, sir." There was suddenly a strange noise overhead, a shuffling and rattling, and Wellington's eyes shot to the ceiling as if he could read what the noise might mean. It occurred to Sharpe that the telegraph was working, the inflated bladders running up and down the ropes, bringing a coded message from the troops facing the French. The general listened for a few seconds, then dropped his face to Sharpe again. "Your Gazette has not yet been ratified." There were few things the general could have said more calculated to worry Sharpe. Officially, he was still a lieutenant, only a lieutenant, and his captaincy had been awarded by a gazette from Wellington a year ago. If the Horse Guards in Whitehall did not approve, and he knew they usually rejected such irregular promotions, then he was soon to be a lieutenant again. He said nothing as Wellington watched him. If this were a warning shot, then he would take it in silence. The general sighed, picked up a piece of paper, put it down again. "The soldier has been punished?" "Yes, sir." He thought of Batten, winded on the ground. "Then do not pray let it happen again, not even Captain Sharpe to wild chickens." My God, thought Sharpe, he knows everything that happens in this army. There was silence. Was that the end of it? No court-martial, no apology? He coughed, and Wellington looked up. "Yes?" "I was expecting more, sir. Court-martials and drumheads." Sharpe heard Lawford stir in embarrassment, but the general did not seem worried. He stood up and used one of his few, thin smiles. "I would quite happily, Captain Sharpe, string up you and that damned sergeant, but I suspect we need you. What do you think of our chances this summer?" Again there was silence. The change of tack had taken them all by surprise. Lawford cleared his throat. "There's clearly some concern, my lord, about the intentions of the enemy and our response." Another wintry smile. "The enemy intend to push us into the sea, and soon. How do we respond?" Wellington, it occurred to Sharpe, was using up time. He was waiting for something, or someone. Lawford was feeling uncomfortable. The question was one he would rather hear answered by the general. "Bring them to battle, sir?" 30,000 troops plus 25,000 untried Portuguese against 350,000 men. Wellington let the figures hang in the air like the dust that shifted silently in the slanting sunlight over his desk. Overhead, the feet of the men operating the telegraph still shuffled. The figures, Sharpe knew, were unfair. Massena needed thousands of those men to contain the guerrilleros, the partisans, but even so the disparity in numbers was appalling. Wellington sniffed. There was a knock on the door. "Come in." "Sir?" The major who had shown them into the room handed a slip of paper to the general, who read it, closed his eyes momentarily, and sighed. "The rest of the message is still coming?" "Yes, sir, but the gist is there." The major left, and Wellington leant back in his chair. The news had been bad. Sharpe could tell, but not perhaps unexpected. He remembered that Wellington had once said that running a campaign was like driving a team of horses with a rope harness. The ropes kept breaking, and all a general could do was tie a knot and keep going. A rope was unravelling here and now, an important one, and Sharpe watched the fingers drum on the edge of the table. The eyes came up to Sharpe again, flicked to Lawford. "Colonel?" "Sir?" "I'm borrowing Captain Sharpe from you and his company. I doubt whether I need them for more than 1 month." "Yes, my lord." Lawford looked at Sharpe and shrugged. Wellington stood again. He seemed to be relieved, as if a decision had been made. "The war is not lost, gentlemen, though I know my confidence is not universally shared." He sounded bitter, angry with the defeatists whose letters home were quoted in the newspapers. "We may bring the French to battle, and if we do, we will win." Sharpe never doubted it. Of all Britain's generals, this was the only one who knew how to beat the French. "If we win, we will only delay their advance." He opened a map, stared at it blankly, and let it snap shut again into a roll. "No, gentlemen, our survival depends on something else. Something that you, Captain Sharpe, must bring me. Must. Do you hear? Must." Sharpe had never heard the general so insistent. "Yes, sir." Lawford coughed. "If he fails, my lord?" The wintry smile again. "He had better not." He looked at Sharpe. "You are not the only card in my hand, Mr. Sharpe, but you are important. There are things happening, gentlemen, that this army does not know about. If it did, it would be generally more optimistic." He sat down again, leaving them mystified. Sharpe suspected the mystification was on purpose. He was spreading some counter-rumours to the defeatists, and that too was part of a general's job. He looked up again. "You are now under my orders, Captain Sharpe. Your men must be ready to march this night. They must not be encumbered with wives or unnecessary baggage, and they must have full ammunition." "Yes, sir. And you will be back here in 1 hour. You have 2 tasks to perform." Sharpe wondered if he was to be told what they were. "Sir?" "First, Mr. Sharpe, you will receive your orders, not from me, but from an old companion of yours." Wellington saw Sharpe's quizzical look. "Major Hogan." Sharpe's face betrayed his pleasure. Hogan, the engineer, the quiet Irishman who was a friend, whose scent Sharpe had leant on in the difficult days leading to Talavera. Wellington saw the pleasure and tried to puncture it. "But before that, Mr. Sharpe, you will apologize to Lieutenant Ayres." He watched for Sharpe's reaction. "But of course, sir. I'd always planned to." Sharpe looked shocked at the thought that he might ever have contemplated any other course of action, and, through his innocently wide eyes, wondered if he saw a flicker of amusement behind the General's cold blue gaze. Wellington looked away to Lawford, and with his usual disarming speed suddenly became affable. "You're well, Colonel?" "Thank you, sir. Yes." Lawford beamed with pleasure. He had served on Wellington's staff, knew the General well. "Join me for dinner tonight. Usual time." The General looked at Forrest. "And you, Major?" "Oh, my pleasure, sir." "Good." The eyes flicked at Sharpe. "Captain Sharpe will be too busy, I fear." He nodded a dismissal. "Good day, gentlemen." Outside the headquarters the bugles sounded the evening, and the sun sank in magnificent crimson. Inside the quiet room the General paused a moment before plunging back into the paperwork that must be done before the dinner of roast mutton. Hogan, he thought, was right. If a miracle were needed to save the campaign, and it was, then the rogue he had just seen was the best man for the job. More than a rogue, a fighter, and a man who looked on failure as unthinkable. But a rogue, thought Wellington, a damned rogue all the same. Chapter 3. Sharpe had spent the hour between leaving and returning to Wellington's headquarters conjuring all kinds of quixotic answers to the mystery of what he was supposed to bring back to the General. Perhaps, he had thought as he stirred the company into activity, it would be a new French secret weapon, something like the British Colonel Congreve's rocket system, of which there were so many tales but so little evidence. Or, more fanciful still, perhaps the British had secretly offered refuge to Napoleon's divorced Josephine, who might have smuggled herself to Spain to become a pawn in the high politics of the war. He was still wondering as he was shown into a large room of the headquarters, to find a reception committee, formal and strained, flanking a wretchedly embarrassed Lieutenant Ayres. The unctuous young Major smiled at Sharpe, as though he were a valued and expected guest. "Ah, Captain Sharpe, you know the Provost Marshal, you've met Lieutenant Ayres, and this is Colonel Williams. Gentlemen?" The Major made a delicate gesture as if inviting them all to sit down and take a glass of sherry. It seemed that Colonel Williams, plump and red-veined, was deputed to do the talking. "Disgraceful, Sharpe, disgraceful!" Sharpe stared a fraction of an inch over Williams's head and stopped himself from blinking. It was a useful way of discomforting people, and, sure enough, Williams wavered from the apparent gaze and made a helpless gesture towards Lieutenant Ayres. You imperilled his authority, overstepped your own. A disgrace." "Yes, sir, I apologize." "What?" Williams seemed surprised at Sharpe's sudden apology. Lieutenant Ayres was squirming with uneasiness, while the Provost Marshal seemed impatient to get the charade done. Williams cleared his throat, seemed to want his pound of flesh. "You apologize?" "Yes, sir, unreservedly, sir. Terrible disgrace, sir. I utterly apologize, sir. Regret my part very much, sir, as I'm sure Lieutenant Ayres does his." Ayres, startled by a sudden smile from Sharpe, nodded hastily and agreed. "I do, sir, I do." Williams whirled on his unfortunate lieutenant. "What do you have to regret, Ayres? You mean there's more to this than I thought?" The Provost Marshal sighed and scraped a boot on the floor. "I think the purpose of this meeting is over, gentlemen, and I have work to do." He looked at Sharpe. "Thank you, Captain, for your apology. We'll leave you." As they left, Sharpe could hear Colonel Williams interrogating Ayres as to why he should have any regrets, and Sharpe let a grin show on his face, which widened into a broad smile as the door opened once more and Michael Hogan came into the room. The small Irishman shut the door carefully and smiled at Sharpe. "As graceful an apology as I expected from you. How are you?" They shook hands, pleasure on both their faces. The war, it turned out, was treating Hogan well. An engineer, he'd been transferred to Wellington's staff and promoted. He spoke Portuguese and Spanish, and added to those skills was a common sense that was rare. Sharpe raised his eyebrows at Hogan's elegant new uniform. "So, what do you do here?" "A bit of this and the other." Hogan beamed at him, paused, then sneezed violently. "Christ and St. Patrick, bloody Irish blackguard!" Sharpe looked puzzled, and Hogan held out his snuff-box. "Can't get Scotch Rapee here. Only Irish blackguard. It's like sniffing grape shot straight up the nostrils." "Give it up." Hogan laughed. "I've tried, I can't." His eyes watered as another sneeze gathered force. "God in heaven! So, what do you do?" Hogan wiped a tear from his cheek. "Not so very much, Richard. I sort of find things out about the enemy, you understand, and draw maps, things like that. We call it intelligence, but it's a fancy word for knowing a bit about the other fella. And I have some duties in Lisbon." He waved a deprecating hand. "I get by." Lisbon, where Josephina was. The thought struck Hogan as it came to Sharpe, and the small Irishman smiled and answered the unspoken question. "Aye, she's well." Josephina, whom Sharpe had loved so briefly, for whom he had killed, and who had left him for a cavalry officer. He still thought of her, remembered the few nights, but this was no time or place for that kind of memory. He pushed the thought of her away, the jealousy he had for Captain Claude Hardy, and changed the subject. "So, what is this thing that I must bring back for the General?" Hogan leant back. "Nervos belli pecuniam infinitum." "You know I don't speak Spanish." Hogan gave a gentle smile. "Latin, Richard, Latin. Your education was sadly overlooked. Cicero said it. The sinews of war are unlimited money." "Money?" "Gold, to be precise. Bucketfuls of gold. A king's bloody ransom, my dear Richard, and we want it. No, more than we want it, we need it. Without it—" He didn't finish the sentence, but just shrugged instead. "You're joking, surely." Hogan carefully lit another candle. The light beyond the windows was fading fast, and spoke quietly. "I wish I was. We've run out of money. You wouldn't believe it, but there it is. £85 million is the war budget this year. Can you imagine it? And we've run out." "Run out?" Hogan gave another shrug. "A new government in London, bloody English, demanding accounts. We're paying all Portugal's expenses, arming half the Spanish nation, and now we need it." He stressed the we. "It's what I think you would call a local embarrassment. We need some money fast, in a matter of days. We could force it out of London in a couple of months, but that'll be too long. We need it now." "And if not?" "If not, Richard, the French will be in Lisbon, and not all the money in the world will make any difference." He smiled. "So, you go and get the money." "I go and get the money." Sharpe grinned at the Irishman. "How? Steal it?" "Shall we say borrow?" Hogan's voice was serious. Sharpe said nothing, and the Irishman sighed, leant back. "There is a problem, Richard, which is that the gold belongs to the Spanish government, in a manner of speaking." "What manner?" Hogan shrugged. "Who knows where the government is? Is it in Madrid, with the French, or in Cadiz? And where's the gold? Paris?" Hogan gave a tired smile. "Not quite that far. 2 days' march." His voice became formal, reciting instructions. "You leave tonight, march to Almeida. The crossing of the Corps is guarded by the 60th. They're expecting you. In Almeida you'll meet Major Kiersey. From then on, you're under his orders. We expect you to take no longer than 1 week, and should you need help, which pray God you do not, here is all you're going to get." He pushed a piece of paper over the table. Sharpe unfolded it. Captain Sharpe is directed by my orders, and all officers of the Allied armies are requested and instructed to offer Captain Sharpe any assistance he may require. The signature was a simple Wellington. There's no mention of gold. Sharpe had expected elucidation at this meeting. He seemed to find only more mysteries. We didn't think it was wise to tell too many people about a great pile of gold that's looking for an owner. It sort of encourages greed, if you follow me. A moth flew crazy circles round the candle flames. Sharpe heard dogs barking in the town, the tramping of horses in the stables behind the headquarters. So how much gold? Kiersey will tell you. It can be carried. Christ almighty, can't you tell me anything? Hogan smiled. Not much. I'll tell you this much, though. He leant back, locked his fingers behind his head. The war's going bad, Richard. It's not our fault. We need men, guns, horses, powder, everything. The enemy gets stronger. But there's only one thing can save us now, and that's this money. Why? I can't tell you. Hogan sighed, pained by hiding something from a trusted friend. We have something that's secret, Richard, and it must stay that way. He waved down an interruption. It's the biggest damned secret I've ever seen, and we don't want anyone to know, anyone. You'll know in the end, I promise you. Everyone will. But for the moment, get the gold. Pay for the secret. They had marched at midnight. Hogan had waved them farewell, and now with the dawn bleaching the sky, the light company was climbing the gorge of the River Coa towards the fortress town of Almeida. A shadowy picket had waved them across the narrow, high bridge that spanned the river, and it had seemed to Sharpe in that moment that he was marching into the unknown. The road from the river zigzagged up the side of the gorge. Jagged rocks loomed over the path. The creeping dawn showed a savage landscape half hidden by mist from the water. The men were silent, saving their breath for the steep road. Almeida, a mile or so ahead, was like an island in French territory. It was a Portuguese fortress town, manned by the Portuguese army under British leaders. But the countryside around was in French hands. Soon, Sharpe knew, the French would have to take Almeida by siege, batter their way through its famous walls, storm the breach, drown the island in blood, so they could march safely towards Lisbon. The sentries on the bridge had stamped their feet and waved at the dark hills. No patrols yesterday. It should be all right. The light company were not worried by the French. If Richard Sharpe wanted to lead them to Paris, they would go, blindly confident that he would see them through. And they had grinned when he had told them they were to march behind the enemy patrols, across the Coa, across the river Agueda, for Hogan had known that much, and then back again. But something in Sharpe's voice had been wrong. No one had said anything, but the knowledge was there that the captain was worried. Harper had picked it up. He had marched alongside Sharpe as the road dropped towards the Coa, its surface still sticky from the rain. "What's the problem, sir?" "There isn't one." Sharpe's tone had shut off the conversation, but he was remembering Hogan's final words. Sharpe had been pushing and probing, trying for information that Hogan was not giving. "Why us? It sounds like a job for cavalry." Hogan nodded. "The cavalry tried and failed. Kiersey says the country's not good for horses. Will the French cavalry use it?" Another tired nod. "Kiersey says you'll be all right." There was something constrained about Hogan's voice. "You're worried about it?" Hogan spread his hands. "We should have fetched the gold out days ago. The longer it's there, the riskier it gets." There had been a fraction of silence in the room. The moth had burnt its wings, was flapping on the table, and Sharpe crushed it. "You don't think we'll succeed, do you?" It was a statement, not a question. Hogan looked up from the dead moth. "No." "So the war's lost?" Hogan nodded. Sharpe flicked the moth onto the floor. "But the General says there are other tricks up his sleeve, that this isn't the only hope." Hogan's eyes were tired. "He has to say that." Sharpe had stood up. "So why the hell don't you send 3 bloody regiments in? 4? Send the bloody army. Make sure you get the gold." "It's too far, Richard. There are no roads beyond Almeida. If we attract attention, then the French will be there before us. The regiments could never get across both rivers without a fight, and they'd be outnumbered. No, we're sending you." And now he was climbing the tight bends of the border road, watching the dull horizon for the telltale gleam of a drawn enemy sabre, and marching in the knowledge that he was expected to fail. He hoped Major Kiersey, who waited for the company in Almeida, had more faith. But Hogan had been diffident about the Major. Sharpe had probed again. "Is he unreliable?" Hogan shook his head. "He's one of the best, Richard, one of the very best. But he's not exactly the man we'd have chosen for this job." He had refused to elaborate. Kiersey, he had told Sharpe, was an exploring officer, one of the men who rode fast horses behind enemy lines in full uniform, and sent back a stream of information, dispatches captured from the French by the partisans, and maps of the countryside. It was Kiersey who had discovered the gold, informed Wellington, and only Kiersey knew its exact location. Kiersey, suitable or not, was the key to success. The road flattened on the high crest of the Coa's east bank, and ahead, silhouetted in the dawn light, was Portugal's northern fortress, Almeida. It dominated the countryside for miles around, a town built on a hill that rose to the huge bulk of a cathedral and a castle side by side. Below those buildings, massive and challenging, the thick-tiled houses fell away down the steep streets until they met Almeida's real defences. In this early light, at this distance, it was the castle that impressed, with its 4 huge turrets and crenellated walls. But Sharpe knew that the high battlements had long been out of date, replaced by the low grey ramparts that spread a vast grim pattern round the town. He did not envy the French. They would have to attack across open ground, through a scientifically designed maze of ditches and hidden walls, and all the time they would be enfiladed by dozens of masked batteries that could pour canister and grape into the killing ground between the long, sleek arms of the star-like fortifications. Almeida had been fortified, its defences rebuilt only 7 years before, and the old redundant castle looked down on the modern unglamorous granite monster that was designed only to lure, to trap and to destroy.
End of Disc 1. Disc 2.
Closer, the defences seemed less threatening. It was an illusion. The old days of sheer high walls were past, and the best modern fortresses were surrounded by smooth hummocks, like the ones the light company approached, that were so gently sloping that even a cripple could walk up without losing breath. The hummocks were there to deflect the besiegers' cannon shots, to send the balls and shells ricocheting into the air over the defences, so that when the infantry attacked, up the gentle, innocent grass slopes, they would find the murderous traps intact. At the top of that slope was hidden a vast ditch, at the far side of which was a granite-faced wall topped by belching guns. And even if that were taken, there was another behind, and another. And Sharpe was glad he was not summoning the strength to attack a fortress like this. It would come, he knew, because before the French were spat out of Spain, the British would have to take towns like this. And he pushed away the thought. Sufficient unto the day was that evil. The Portuguese defenders were as impressive as their walls. The company marched through the first gate, a tunnel that took 2 right turns beneath the first massive wall, and Sharpe was pleased with the look of the Portuguese. They were nothing like the shambles that had called itself the Army of Spain. The Portuguese looked confident, with the arrogance of soldiers secure in their own strength and unafraid of the French storm that would soon lap round the walls of their huge granite star. The town's steep streets were virtually empty of civilians, most of the houses barred shut, and to Sharpe it was as if Almeida were waiting, empty, for some great event. It was certainly prepared. From the guns on the inner walls to the bales of food stacked in courtyards, the fortress was supplied and ready. It was Portugal's front door, and Massena would need all his fox-like cunning and strength to open it. Brigadier Cox, the English commander of the garrison, had his headquarters at the top of the hill, but Sharpe found him outside in the main plaza, watching his men roll barrels of gunpowder into the door of the cathedral. Cox, tall and distinguished, returned Sharpe's salute. "Honoured, Sharpe, honoured. Heard about Talavera?" "Thank you, sir." He glanced at the barrels going into the dark interior of the cathedral. "You seem well prepared?" Cox nodded happily. "We are, Sharpe, we are. Filled to the gunwales and ready to go." He nodded at the cathedral. "That's our magazine." Sharpe showed his surprise and Cox laughed. "The best defences in Portugal and nowhere to store the ammunition. Can you imagine that? Luckily they built that cathedral to last. Walls like Windsor Castle and crypts like dungeons. Hey presto, a magazine. No, I can't complain, Sharpe. Plenty of guns, plenty of ammunition. We should hold the froggies up for a couple of months." He looked speculatively at Sharpe's faded green jacket. "I could do with some prime riflemen, though." Sharpe could see his company being ordered onto the main ramparts, and he swiftly changed the subject. "I understand I'm to report to Major Kearsey, sir." "Ah, our exploring officer. You'll find him in the place nearest to God." Cox laughed. Sharpe was puzzled. "I'm sorry, sir?" "Top of the castle, Sharpe. Can't miss it. Right by the telegraph. Your lads can get breakfast in the castle." "Thank you, sir." Sharpe climbed the winding stairs of the mast-top turret, and as he came out into the early sunlight, understood Cox's reference to nearness to God. Beyond the wooden telegraph, with its 4 motionless bladders, identical to the arrangement in Catolico, Sharpe saw a small man on his knees, an open Bible lying next to a telescope at his side. Sharpe coughed, and the small man opened a fierce, battling eye. "Yes?" "Sharpe, sir. South Essex." Kearsey nodded, shut the eye, and went back to his prayers, his lips moving at double speed until he had finished. Then he took a deep breath, smiled at the sky as if his duty were done, and turned an abruptly fierce expression on Sharpe. "Kearsey!" He stood up, his spurs clicking on the stones. The cavalryman was a foot shorter than Sharpe, but he seemed to compensate for his lack of height with a look of Cromwellian fervour and rectitude. "Pleased to meet you, Sharpe." His voice was gruff and did not sound in the least pleased. "Heard about Talavera, of course. Well done." "Thank you, sir." Kearsey had succeeded in making the compliment sound as if it had come from a man who had personally captured 2 or 3 dozen eagles and was encouraging an apprentice. The Major closed his Bible. "Do you pray, Sharpe?" "No, sir." "A Christian?" It seemed a strange conversation to be having on the verge of losing the whole war, but Sharpe knew of other officers like this who carried their faith to war like an extraordinary weapon. "I suppose so, sir." Kearsey snorted. "Well, don't suppose either you're washed in the blood of the Lamb or not. Well, I'll talk to you later about it." "Yes, sir. Something to look forward to." Kearsey glared at Sharpe, but decided to believe him. "Glad you're here, Sharpe. We can get going. You know what we're doing?" He didn't wait for an answer. "1 day's march to Casa Tejada, pick up the gold, escort it back to British lines, and send it on its way. Clear?" "No, sir." Kearsey had already started walking towards the staircase, and, hearing Sharpe's words, he stopped abruptly, swivelled, and looked up at the rifleman. The Major was wearing a long black cloak, and in the first light he looked like a malevolent small bat. "What don't you understand?" "Where the gold is, who it belongs to, how we get it out, where it's going, do the enemy know, why us and not cavalry, and most of all, sir, what it's going to be used for." "Used for?" Kearsey looked puzzled. "Used for? None of your business, Sharpe." "So I understand, sir." Kearsey was walking back to the battlement. "Used for? It's Spanish gold. They can do what they like with it. They can buy more gaudy statues for their Romish churches if they want to, but they won't." He started barking, and Sharpe realised, after a moment's panic, that the Major was laughing. "They'll buy guns, Sharpe, to kill the French." "I thought the goal was for us, sir, the British." Kearsey sounded like a dog coughing, Sharpe decided, and he watched as Kearsey almost doubled over with his strange laugh. "Forgive me, Sharpe. For us? What a strange idea. It's Spanish gold, belongs to them. Not for us at all. Oh, no. We're just delivering it safely to Lisbon, and the Royal Navy will ship it down to Cadiz." Kearsey started his strange barking again, repeating to himself, "For us? For us?" Sharpe decided it was not the time or place to enlighten the Major. It didn't matter much what Kearsey thought, as long as the gold was taken safely back over the River Coa. "Where is it now, sir?" "I told you, Casa Tejada." Kearsey bristled at Sharpe, as though he resented giving away precious information. But then he seemed to relent and sat on the edge of the telegraph platform and riffled the pages of his Bible as he talked. "It's Spanish gold, sent by the government to Salamanca to pay the army. The army gets defeated, remember? So the Spaniards have a problem. Lot of money in the middle of nowhere, no army, and the countryside crawling with the French. Luckily a good man got hold of the gold, told me, and I came up with a solution. The Royal Navy. Precisely. We send the gold back to the government in Cadiz. Who's the good man, sir? Ah, Cesar Moreno. A fine man, Sharpe. He leads a guerrilla band. He bought the gold from Salamanca. How much, sir? 16,000 coins. The amount meant nothing to Sharpe. It depended how much each coin weighed. Why doesn't Moreno bring it over the border, sir? Kiersey stroked his grey moustache, twitched at his cloak, and seemed unsettled by the question. He looked fiercely at Sharpe, as if weighing up whether to say more, and then sighed. Oh, problems, Sharpe, problems. Moreno's band is small, and he's joined up with another group, a bigger group, and the new man doesn't want us to help. This man's marrying Moreno's daughter, has a lot of influence, and he's our problem. He thinks we just want to steal the gold. Can you imagine that? Sharpe could, very well, and he suspected that Wellington had more than imagined it. Kiersey slapped at a fly. Wasn't helped by our failure 2 weeks ago. Failure? Kiersey looked unhappy. Cavalry, Sharpe. My own regiment, too. We sent 50 men and they got caught. He chopped his hand up and down as if it were a sabre. 50. So we lost face to the Spanish. They don't trust us and they think we're losing the war and planning to take their gold. El Catolico wants to move the gold by land, but I persuaded them to give us one more chance. After a dearth of information, Sharpe was suddenly being deluged with new facts. El Catolico, sir? I told you, the new man marrying Moreno's daughter. But why El Catolico? A stork flapped its way up into the sky, legs back, long wings edged with black, and Kiersey watched it for a second or two. Ah, I see what you mean. The Catholic. He prays over his victims before he kills them. The Latin prayer for the dead. Just as a joke, of course. The Major sounded gloomy. His fingers riffled the pages as if he were drawing strength from the psalms and stories that were beneath his fingertips. He's a dangerous man, Sharpe. Ex-officer, knows how to fight, and he doesn't want us to be involved. Sharpe took a deep breath, walked to the battlement and stared at the rocky northern landscape. So, sir, the gold is a day's march from here, guarded by Moreno and El Catolico, and our job is to fetch it, persuade them to let us take it, and escort it safely over the border. Quite right. What's to stop Moreno already taking it, sir? I mean, while you're here? Kiersey gave a single snorting bark. Bah! Thought of that, Sharpe. Left a man there, one of the regiment. Good man. He's keeping an eye on things, keeping the partisans sweet. Kiersey stood up and, in the growing heat of the sun, shrugged off his cloak. His uniform was blue, with a pelisse of silver lace and grey fur. At his side was the polished steel scabbard of the curved sabre. It was the uniform of the Prince of Wales Dragoons, of Claude Hardy, of Josephina's lover, Sharpe's usurper. Kiersey pushed the Bible into his slung sabotage. Moreno trusts us. It's only El Catolico we have to worry about, and he likes Hardy. I think it'll be all right. Hardy? Sharpe had somehow sensed it, the feeling of an incomplete story. That's right. Kiersey glanced sharply at the rifleman. Captain Claude Hardy. You know him? No, sir. Which was true. He'd never met him, just watched Josephina walking away to Hardy's side. He had thought that the rich young cavalry officer was in Lisbon, dancing away the nights, and instead he was here, waiting a day's march away. He stared westward, away from Kiersey at the deep, dark-shadowed gorge of the Coa that slashed across the landscape. Kiersey stamped his feet. Anything else, Sharpe? No, sir. Good. We march tonight, 9 o'clock. Sharpe turned back. Yes, sir. One rule, Sharpe. I know the country, you don't, so no questions, just instant obedience. Yes, sir. Company prayers at sunset, unless the froggies interfere. Yes, sir. Good Lord. Kiersey returned Sharpe's salute. 9 o'clock, then, at the north gate. He turned and clattered down the winding stairs, and Sharpe went back to the battlement, leant on the granite and stared unseeing at the huge sprawl of defences beneath him. Josephina. Hardy. He squeezed the silver ring engraved with an eagle which she had bought for him before the battle, but which had been her parting gift when the killing had finished along the banks of the Portina stream north of Talavera. He had tried to forget her, to tell himself she wasn't worth it, and as he looked up at the rough countryside to the north, he tried to force his mind away from her, to think of the gold, of El Catolico, the praying killer, and Cesar Moreno. But to do the job with Josefina's lover? God damn it! A midshipman far from the sea came onto the turret to man the telegraph, and he looked curiously at the tall, dark-haired rifleman with the scarred face. He looked, the midshipman decided, a dangerous beast, and he watched as a big, tanned hand fidgeted with the hilt of an enormous straight-bladed sword. "She's a bitch," Sharpe said. "Pardon, sir?" The midshipman, 15 years old, was frightened. Sharpe turned, unaware he'd been joined. Nothing, son, nothing." He grinned at the bemused boy. "Gold for greed, women for jealousy, and death for the French, right?" "Yes, sir. Of course, sir." The boy watched the tall man go down the stairs. Once he had wanted to join the army, years before, but his father had simply looked up and said that anyone who joined the army was stark mad. He started untying the ropes that secured the bladders. His father, as ever, had been undoubtedly right. Chapter 4. On foot, Kiersey was busy, and, to Sharpe's eyes, ludicrous. He strutted with tiny steps, legs scissoring quickly, while his eyes, above the big grey moustache, peered acutely at the mass of taller humanity. On horseback, though, astride his huge roan, he was at home, as if he'd been restored to his true height. Sharpe was impressed by the night's march. The moon was thin and cloud-ridden, yet the Major led the company unerringly across difficult country. They crossed the frontier somewhere in the darkness, a grunt from Kiersey announcing the news, and then the route led downhill to the river Agueda, where they waited for the first sign of dawn. If Kiersey was impressive, he was also annoying. The march had been punctuated with advice, condescending advice, as if Kiersey were the only man who understood the problems. He certainly knew the countryside, from the farmlands along the road from Almeida to Ciudad Rodrigo, to the high country that was to the north, the chaos of the valleys and hills that dropped finally to the river Duero, into which the Coa and the Agueda flowed. He knew the villages, the paths, the rivers, and where they could be crossed. He knew the high hills and the sheltered passes, and within the lonely countryside he knew the guerrilla bands and where they could be found. Sitting in the mist that ghosted up from the Agueda, he talked in his gruff voice about the partisans. Sharpe and Knowles listened, the unseen river a sound in the background, as the Major talked of ambushes and murders, the secret places where arms were stored, and the signal codes that flashed from hilltop to hilltop. "Nothing can move here, Sharpe, nothing, without the partisans knowing. The French have to escort every messenger with 400 men. Imagine that, 400 sabres to protect one dispatch, and sometimes even that's not enough." Sharpe could imagine it, and even pity the French for it. Wellington paid hard cash for every captured dispatch. Sometimes they came to his headquarters with the crusted blood of the dead messenger still crisp on the paper. The messenger who died clean in such a fight was lucky. The wounded were taken not for the information, but for revenge, and the war in the hills between French and Spanish was a terrible tale of ghastly pain. Kiersey was riffling the pages of his unseen Bible as he talked. "By day the men are shepherds, farmers, millers, but by night they're killers. For every Frenchman we kill, they kill 2. That's what it's like for the French, Sharpe. Every man, every woman, every child is an enemy in the countryside. Even the catechism has changed. Are the French true believers? No, they're the devil's spawn doing his work and must be eradicated." He gave his barking laugh. Knowles stretched his legs. "Do the women fight, sir?" "They fight, Lieutenant, like the men. Moreno's daughter, Teresa, is as good as any man. She knows how to ambush, to pursue. I've seen her kill." Sharpe looked up and saw the mist silvering overhead as the dawn leaked across the hills. "Is she the one who's to marry El Catolico?" Kiersey laughed. "Yes." He was silent for a second. "They're not all good, of course. Some are just brigands, looting their own people." He was silent again. Knowles picked up his uncertainty. "Do you mean El Catolico, sir?" No. Kiersey still seemed uncertain. But he's a hard man. I've seen him skin a Frenchman alive, inch by inch, and praying over him at the same time. Knowles made a sound of disgust, but Kiersey, visible now, shook his head. You must understand, Lieutenant, how much they hate. Therese's mother was killed by the French, and she did not die well. He peered down at the Bible, trying to read the print, then looked up at the lightning mist. We must move. Casa Tejada is a 2-hour march. He stood up. You'll find it best to tie your boots round your neck as we cross the river. Yes, sir. Sharpe said it patiently. He had probably crossed 1,000 rivers in his years as a soldier, but Kiersey insisted on treating them all as pure amateurs. Once over the Agueda, waist-high and cold, they were beyond the farthest British patrols. From now on there was no hope of any friendly cavalry, no Captain Lossow with his German sabres to help out in trouble. This was French territory, and Kiersey rode ahead, searching the landscape for signs of the enemy. The hills were the French hunting ground, the scene of countless small and bloody encounters between cavalrymen and partisans, and Kiersey led the light company on paths high up the slopes, so that, should an enemy patrol appear, they could scramble quickly into the high rocks where horsemen could not follow. The company seemed excited, glad to be near the enemy, and they grinned at Sharpe as he watched them file past on the goat track. He had only 20 riflemen now, including himself and Harper, out of the 31 survivors he had led from the horror of the retreat to Corunna. They were good men, the Green Jackets, the best in the army, and he was proud of them. Daniel Hagman, the old poacher, who was the best marksman. Parry Jenkins, 5 feet and 4 inches of Welsh loquaciousness, who could tease fish out of the most reluctant water. Jenkins, in battle, partnered Isaiah Tongue, educated in books and alcohol, who believed Napoleon was an enlightened genius, England a foul tyranny, but nevertheless fought with the cool deliberation of a good rifleman. Tongue wrote letters for the other men in the company, read their infrequent mail when it arrived, and dearly wanted to argue his levelling ideas with Sharpe, but dared not. They were good men. The other 33 were all redcoats, armed with the smooth-bore Brown Bess musket, but they had proved themselves at Talavera and in the tedious winter patrols. Lieutenant Knowles, still awed by Sharpe, but a good officer, decisive and fair. Sharpe nodded at James Kelly, an Irish corporal, who had stunned the battalion by marrying Prue Baxter, a widow who was a foot taller and 2 stones heavier than the skinny Kelly. But the Irishman had hardly stopped smiling in the 3 months since the marriage. Sergeant Reed, the Methodist, who worried about the souls of the company, and so he should. Most were criminals, avoiding justice by enlisting, and nearly all were drunks. But they were in Sharpe's company, and he would defend them, even the useless ones like Private Batten or Private Roach, who pimped his wife for a shilling a time. Sergeant Harper, the best of them all, moved alongside Sharpe. Next to the 7-barrel gun he had slung 2 packs belonging to men who were falling with tiredness after the night's march. He nodded ahead. "What's next, sir?" "We pick up the gold and come back. Simple." Harper grinned. In battle he was savage, crooning the old stories of the Gaelic heroes, the warriors of Ireland. But away from the fighting, he covered his intelligence with a charm that would have fooled the devil. "You'll believe that, sir." Sharpe had no time to reply. Kiersey had stopped, 200 yards ahead, and dismounted. He pointed left, up the slope, and Sharpe repeated the gesture. The company moved quickly into the stones and crouched while Sharpe, still puzzled, ran towards the Major. "Sir?" Kiersey did not reply. The Major was alert, like a dog pointing at game. But Sharpe could see from his eyes that Kiersey was not sure what had alarmed him. Instinct, the soldier's best gift, was working, and Sharpe, who trusted his own instinct, could sense nothing. "Sir?" The Major nodded at a hilltop half a mile away. "See the stones?" Sharpe could see a heap of boulders on the peak of the hill. "Yes, sir." "There's a white stone showing, yes?" Sharpe nodded, and Kiersey seemed relieved that his eyes had not deceived him. "That means the enemy are abroad. Come on." The Major led his horse, Marlborough, into the tangle of rocks, and Sharpe followed patiently, wondering how many other secret signs they had passed in the night. The company were curious but silent, and Kiersey led them over the crest into a rock-strewn valley and then eastwards again, back on course for the village where the gold should be waiting. They won't be up here, Sharpe. The Major sounded certain. Where then? Kiersey nodded ahead, past the head of the valley. He looked worried. Casa de Jara. To the north, over the hilltops, a bank of cloud was ominous and still on the horizon, but otherwise the sky was arching an untouched blue over the pale grass and rocks. To Sharpe's eyes there was nothing strange in the landscape. A rock thrush, startled and noisy, flew from the company's path, and Sharpe saw Harper smile with enjoyment. The sergeant could have spent his life watching birds, but he gave the thrush only a few seconds' attention before searching the skyline again. Everything seemed innocent, a high valley in morning sunshine, yet the whole company was alert because of the Major's sudden knowledge. A mile up the valley, as the sides began to flatten out into a bleak hilltop, Kiersey tethered Marlborough to a rock. He talked to the horse, and Sharpe knew that on many lonely days, behind French lines, the small Major would have only the big intelligent roan for company. The Major turned back to Sharpe, the gruffness back in his voice. "Come on, keep low." The skyline proved to be a false crest. Beyond was a gully shaped like a bowl, and as Sharpe ran over the lip, he realized that Kiersey had brought them to a vantage point high in the hills that was overlooked only by the peak with its white warning stone. It was a steep scramble over the edge, impossible for a horse, and the company tumbled into the bowl and sat grateful for the rest, as Kiersey beckoned Sharpe to the far side. "Keep low." The two officers used hands and feet to climb the bowl's inner face, and then they were peering over the edge. "Casa de Jara." Kiersey spoke almost grudgingly, as if not wanting to share this high and secret village with another Englishman. Casa de Jara was beautiful, a small village in a high valley that was built where two streams met and irrigated enough land to keep 40 or so houses filled with food. Sharpe began to memorize the layout of the village, 2 miles away, from the old fortress tower at one end of the main street, a reminder that this was border country, past the church, to the one large house at the far end of the street. He dared not use his telescope, pointing it eastwards towards the rising sun that might flash on the lens, but even without it he could see that the house was built round a lavish courtyard, and that within its outer walls were stables and outbuildings. He asked Kiersey about the house. "Moreno's house, Sharpe." "He's rich?" Kiersey shrugged. "Used to be. The family owned the whole valley and a lot of other land. But who's rich with the French here?" Kiersey's eyes flicked left down the street. "The Castillo. Ruins now, but they used to take refuge there from the raids over the hills." There were no animals in sight, no humans, just the wind stirring the barley that should have been harvested. The single village street was empty, and Sharpe let his eyes travel beyond the church, across a flat pasture to some stunted fruit trees, and there, half hidden by the orchard, was another church and a bell tower. "What's the far church?" "Hermitage." "Hermitage?" Kiersey grunted. "Well, some holy man lived there long ago, and they built the shrine. It's not used now, except that the graveyard's there." Sharpe could see the walled cemetery through the trees. Kiersey nodded at the hermitage. "That's where the gold is." "Where's it hidden?" "In the Moreno vault, inside the hermitage." The village street ran left and right across Sharpe's vision. To the right, to the south, the street became a road that disappeared in the purple shadows at the far end of the valley, miles away. But to the left, the road came nearer to the hills before disappearing into the slopes. He pointed. "Where does it go?" "Ford at San Anton." Kiersey was chewing his grey moustache, glancing up at the white stone on the hilltop, back to the village. "They must be there." "Who?" "The French." Nothing moved except the wind on the heavy barley. Kiersey's eyes flicked up and down the valley. "An ambush." "What do you mean, sir?" Sharpe was beginning to understand that in this kind of warfare he knew nothing. Kiersey spoke quietly. "The weather vane on the church is moving. When the partisans are in the village, they jam it with a metal rod so you know they're there. There are no animals. The French have butchered them for food. They're waiting Sharpe in the village, and they want the partisans to think they've gone." "Will they?" Kiersey gave his asthmatic bark. "No, they're too clever. The French can wait all day." "And us, sir?" Kiersey flashed one of his fierce glances on Sharpe. "We wait too." The men had piled their arms on the floor of the bowl, and as the sun rose they used the weapons to support spread greatcoats to give themselves shade. The water in the canteens was brackish but drinkable, and the company grumbled because before leaving Almeida, Sharpe, Harper and Knowles had virtually stripped each man and taken away 12 bottles of wine and 2 of rum. Even so, Sharpe knew someone would have drink, but not enough to do any harm. The sun's heat increased, baking the rocks, while most of the company slept, heads pillowed on haversacks, and single sentries watched the empty landscape around the hidden gully. Sharpe was frustrated. He could climb the gully's rim, see where the gold was stored, see where the survival of the army was hidden in a seemingly uninhabited valley, yet he could do nothing. As midday approached, he slept. "Sir!" Harper was shaking him. "We've got action." He had slept no more than 15 minutes. "Action?" "In the valley, sir." The company was stirring, looking eagerly at Sharpe, but he waved them down. They must stifle their curiosity and watch instead, as Sharpe and Harper climbed up beside Kiersey and Knowles on the rock rim. Kiersey was grinning. "Watch this." From the north, from a track that led down from high pastures, 5 horsemen trotted slowly towards the village. Kiersey had his telescope extended, and Sharpe found his own. "Partisans, sir?" Kiersey nodded. "3 of them." Sharpe pulled out his glass, his fingers feeling the inset brass plate, and found the small group of horsemen. The Spaniards rode straight-backed and easy, looking relaxed and comfortable, but their 2 companions were quite different. Naked men tied to the saddles, and through the glass Sharpe could see their heads jerking with fear as they wondered what was to happen to them. "Prisoners!" Kiersey said the word fiercely. "What's going to happen?" Knowles was fidgeting. "Wait!" Kiersey was still grinning. Nothing stirred in the village. If the French were there, they were well hidden. Kiersey chuckled. "The ambushers ambushed." The horsemen had stopped. Sharpe swung the glass back. One Spaniard held the reins of the prisoners' horses, while the others dismounted. The naked men were pulled from their saddles, and the ropes that had tied their legs beneath the horses' bellies were used to lash their ankles tightly together. Then more rope was produced, thick loops hanging from the partisans' saddles, and the 2 Frenchmen were tied behind the horses. Knowles had borrowed Sharpe's telescope, and beneath his tan he paled, shocked by the sight. "They won't run far," the lieutenant said, half in hope. Kiersey shook his head. "They will." Sharpe took the glass back. The partisans were unfastening their saddlebags, going back to the horses with the roped men. "What are they doing, sir?" "Thistles." Sharpe understood. Along the paths and in the high rocks, huge purple thistles grew, often as high as a man, and the Spanish, a horse at a time, were thrusting the heads of the spiny plants beneath the empty saddles. The first horse began fighting, rearing up but was held firm, until with a final crack over its rump the beast was released, and it sprung off infuriated by the pain. The prisoner jerked by the legs and scraped in a cloud of dust behind the angry horse. The second horse followed, pulling left and right, zigzagging behind the first towards the village. The 3 Spaniards mounted and stood their horses quietly. One had a long cigar, and through the telescope Sharpe saw the smoke drift over the fields. "Good God!" Knowles stared unbelievingly. "No need for blasphemy." Kiersey's gruff reprimand did not hide the excitement in his voice. The 2 naked, tied men were invisible in the dust, but as the horses swerved at a rock, Sharpe caught a glimpse, a flash through the cloud of a body streaked red, and then the horse was running again. By now the Frenchman would be unconscious, the pain gone. But the partisans had guessed right, and Sharpe saw the first movement in the village as the gates of Cesar Moreno's big house were thrown open, and cavalry, hidden all morning, rode onto the street. Sharpe saw sky-blue trousers, brown jackets, and a tall fur helmet. "Hussars!" "Wait! This is the clever bit." Kiersey could not hide this admiration. The hussars, sabres drawn, cantered down the street to meet the 2 horses with their terrible attachments. It seemed that the Spanish plan was to end in anticlimax, for the hussars would rescue the 2 bloody and battered Frenchmen at the northern end of the village. But then the 2 horses became aware of the cavalry. They stopped. "Jesus!" Harper muttered. He was using Sharpe's glass. "One of those buggers is moving." Sharpe could see him. Far from unconscious, one of the two naked Frenchmen was trying to sit up, a writhing mass of blood. But suddenly he was whirled back to the roadway, wrenched terribly about, and the horses were moving, away from the hussars, splitting apart in a mad panic gallop. Kiersey nodded in satisfaction. "They won't go near French cavalry, not unless they're ridden. They're too used to running from it." There was chaos in the valley. The horses, with their thistle-driven panes, circled crazily in the fields. The hussars, all order gone, tried to ride them down, and the nearer the French came to them, the more the Spanish horses took the disorganized mass northwards. Sharpe guessed there were 100 Frenchmen, in undisciplined groups, crossing and recrossing the fields. He looked back to the village, saw more horsemen standing in the street, watching the chase, and he wondered how he would feel if those two bodies were his men. And he knew that he would do what the French were doing, try to rescue them. Good. Knowles seemed to have sided instinctively with the French. One of the horses had been caught and quieted, and dismounted French cavalrymen were unbuckling the girth and untying the prisoner. A trumpet sounded, calling order to the scattered hussars, who still raced after the other horse. And at that exact moment, as the trumpet notes reached the gully, El Catolico launched his own horsemen from the northern hills. They came down onto the scattered and outnumbered French in a long line, blacks and browns and greys, swords of all descriptions held over their heads, the dust spurting behind them, while from the rocks on the hillside Sharpe saw muskets firing over their heads at the surprised French. Kiersey almost jumped over the rim with joy. His fist slammed into the rock. Perfect! The ambushers had been ambushed. Chapter 5. El Catolico, the Catholic, led the horsemen from the cover of the hills, and Sharpe found him in the telescope. Kiersey barked out a description, but even without it Sharpe would have recognized the tall man as a leader. "Grey cloak, grey boots, long rapier, black horse." Kiersey was thumping his fist on the rock, willing the partisans on closer and closer to the wheeling French. Sharpe scanned the guerrilla line, looking for the blue and silver of a Prince of Wales dragoon, but he could see no sign of Captain Hardy. He remembered Kiersey saying that El Catolico's fiancée, Teresa, fought like a man, but he could see no woman in the charging line, just men screaming defiance as the first horses met, and the swords chopped down on the outnumbered French. In the village, the trumpets split the quiet. Men scrambled onto nervous mounts, sabres hissed from scabbards, but El Catolico was no fool. He was not going to fight a regiment and lose. Sharpe saw him waving at his men, turning them back, and the rifleman searched with the telescope in the obscuring dust for clues to what was happening. The French had been hard punished, outnumbered 2-1. They had fallen back, taking casualties, and the Spanish charge had given them no time to form a disciplined line. Sharpe saw prisoners dragged by the arms, going back with the horsemen, who had been disciplined, presumably by El Catolico, to make the one killing charge and then get out of danger's way. Sharpe admired the action. The French had been baited, had fallen for the lure, and then been savagely hurt in one quick charge. It was hardly 2 minutes since the Spanish had appeared, and already, hidden by dust, they were returning to the hills and taking with them more prisoners, whose fate would be worse than that of the two men who had drawn the hussars from the safety of the village walls. One man alone stayed in the valley. El Catolico stood his horse, and watched the hussars stretching out from the village. Closer to him were the survivors of the Spanish charge, and they now spurred their horses to attack the lone partisan. El Catolico seemed unconcerned. He urged his horse into a canter, away from the safety of the hills, circled in the uncut barley and looked over his shoulder as the French came close. A dozen men were chasing him, leaning over their horses' manes, sabres stretched out, and it was certain that the tall partisan leader must be taken, until at the last moment his horse sidestepped. The thin rapier flashed. One Frenchman was down, and the big black horse with its grey rider was in full gallop to the north, and the hussars were milling in uncertainty where their leader lay dead. Sharpe whistled softly. Kiersey smiled. "He's the finest swordsman on the border, probably in Spain. I've seen him take on 4 Frenchmen, and he never stopped saying the prayer for their death." Sharpe stared into the valley. 100 horsemen had ridden out to rescue the 2 prisoners, and now 24 of the hussars were dead or captured. The partisans had lost none. The speed of their charge and withdrawal had ensured that, and their leader, staying till the end, had slapped French pride in the face. The black horse was cantering to the hills, its strength obvious, and the French would never catch El Catolico. Kiersey slid down from the skyline. "Oh, that's how it's done." Sharpe nodded. "Impressive. Except for one thing." The fierce eyebrow shot up. "What?" "What are the French doing in the village?" Kiersey shrugged. "Clearing out a hornet's nest." He waved southwards. "Remember, their main road is down there. All the supplies for the siege of Almeida go through this area, and when they invade Portugal proper, then everything will come through here. They don't want partisans in their rear. They're clearing them out, or trying to." The answer made sense to Sharpe, but he was worried. "And the gold, sir? It's hidden." "And Hardy?" Kiersey was annoyed by the questions. "He'll be somewhere, Sharpe, I don't know. At least El Catolico's here, so we're not friendless." He gave his bark of a laugh, and then pulled at his moustache. "I think it would be sensible to let him know we've arrived." He slid down the inner side of the gully. "Keep your men here, Sharpe. I'll ride to El Catolico." Knowles looked worried. "Isn't that dangerous, sir?" Kiersey gave the lieutenant a pitying look. "I was not planning to go through the village, Lieutenant." He gestured towards the north. "I'll go round the back. I'll see you again tonight sometime, probably late. Don't light any fires." He strode away, small legs urgent, and Harper waited till he was out of earshot. "What did he think we were going to do, borrow a light from the French?" He looked at Sharpe and raised his eyebrows. "Bloody muddle, sir." "Yes." But it was not too bad, Sharpe decided. The French couldn't stay forever. The partisans would be back in the village, and then there was only the small problem of persuading El Catolico to let the British escort the gold towards Lisbon. He turned back towards the valley, watched as the hussars walked their horses disconsolately towards the village, one of them bearing the bloody horror that had been one of the naked prisoners, then raised his eyes and looked at the hermitage. It was a pity it was the far side of the valley, beyond the village, or else he would have been tempted to search the place that night, Kiersey or no Kiersey. The idea refused to go away, and he lay there, the sun hot on his back, and thought of a dozen reasons why he should not make the attempt, and one huge overriding reason why he should. The valley settled in peace. The sun burned down on the grass, turning it a paler brown, and still on the northern horizon the great cloud bank loomed. There'd be rain in a couple of days, Sharpe thought, and then he went back to the route he'd planned in his head, down the slope to the road that led to the ford at Saint Anton, proceed to the big rock that would be a natural marker, and then follow the edge of the barley field as far as the stunted fruit trees. Beyond the trees was another barley field that would give good cover, and from there it was just 50 yards of open ground to the cemetery and the hermitage. And if the hermitage were locked? He dismissed the idea. A dozen men in the company had once earned a living by opening up locks they had no right to be near. A lock was no problem. But then there was the task of finding the gold. Kiersey had said it was in the Moreno vault, which should be easy enough to find. And he let his imagination play with the idea of finding the gold in the middle of the night, just 200 yards from a French regiment, and bringing it safely back to the gully by daybreak. Harper lay beside him, thinking the same thoughts. "They won't move out the village, sir. Not at night." "No. Be a bit difficult finding our way." Sharpe pointed to the route he'd planned. "Hagman will lead." Harper nodded. Daniel Hagman had an uncanny ability to find his way in the darkness. Sharpe often wondered how the old poacher had ever been caught, but he supposed that one night the Cheshireman had drunk too much. It was the usual story. Harper had one more objection. "And the Major, sir?" Sharpe said nothing, and Harper nodded. "As you say, sir, a pox on a bloody Major." The Irish sergeant grinned. "We can do it." Sharpe lay in the westering sun, looking at the valley, following the course he had planned until he agreed. It could be done. A pox on Kiersey. He imagined the vault as having a vast stone lid. He saw it in his mind being heaved back to reveal a heap of gold coins that would save the army, defeat the French. and he wondered again why the money was needed. He would have to take all the company, post a string of guards to face the village, preferably riflemen, and the gold would have to go in their packs. What if there was more than they could carry? Then they must carry what they could. He wondered about a diversion, a small group of riflemen in the southern end of the valley to distract the French, but he rejected the idea. Keep it simple. Night attacks could go disastrously wrong, and the smallest complication could turn a well-thought plan into a horrid mess that cost lives. He felt the excitement grow. They could do it. At first the trumpet was so faint that it hardly penetrated Sharpe's consciousness. Rather it was Harper's sudden alertness that stirred him, dragged his mind from the gold beneath the Moreno vault, and made him curse as he looked at the road disappearing to the northeast. What was that? Harper stared at the empty valley. Cavalry. North? The sergeant nodded. Nearer to us than the partisans were, sir. Something's happening up there. They waited in silence and watched the valley. Knowles climbed up beside them. What's happening? Don't know. Sharpe's instinct, so dormant this morning, was suddenly screaming at him. He turned and called to the sentry on the far side of the gully. See anything? No, sir. There! Harper was pointing to the road. Kearsey was in sight, cantering the roan towards the village and looking over his shoulder. And then the Major turned off the road, began covering the rough ground towards the slopes where the partisans had disappeared in a hidden entry to one of the twisted valleys that spilled into the main valley. What the devil? Sharpe's question was answered as soon as he had spoken. Behind Kearsey was a regiment, rank upon rank, of horsemen in blue and yellow, each one wearing a strange, square yellow hat. But that was not their oddest feature. Instead of swords, the enemy were carrying lances, long, steel-tipped weapons, with their red and white pennants. And as the Major turned off the road, the lancers kicked in their heels, dropped their points, and the race was on. Knowles shook his head. What are they? Polish lancers. Sharpe's voice was grim. The Poles had a reputation in Europe. Nasty fighters, effective fighters. These were the first he'd encountered in his career. He remembered the mustachioed Indian face behind the long pole, the twisting, the way the man had played with him, and the final thrust that had pinned Sergeant Sharpe to a tree and held him there till the Tipu Sultan's men had come and pulled the needle-sharp blade from his side. He still carried the scar. Bloody lancers. They won't get him, sir. Knowles sounded very sure. Why not? The Major explained to me, sir. Marlborough's fed on corn and most cavalry horses are grass-fed. A grass-fed horse can't catch a corn-fed horse. Sharpe raised his eyebrows. Has anyone told the horses? The lancers were catching up, slowly and surely. But Sharpe suspected Kearsey was saving the big horse's strength. He watched the Poles and wondered how many regiments of cavalry the French had thrown up into the hills to wipe out the guerrilla bands. He wondered how long they would stay. Sharpe had snapped his glass open, found Kearsey, and saw the Major look over his shoulder and urge Marlborough to go faster. The big roan responded, widening the gap from the nearest lancers, and Knowles clapped his hands. Go on, sir! They must have caught him crossing the road, sir, Harper said. Marlborough was taking the Major out of trouble, stretching the lead, galloping easily. Kearsey had not even bothered to unsheath his sabre, and Sharpe was just relaxing when suddenly the big horse reared up, twisted sideways, and Kearsey fell. What the bloody nightjar! Harper had seen a bird fly up, startled, right beneath the horse's nose. Sharpe wondered, irrelevantly, how the Irishman could possibly have identified the bird at such a distance. He focused the glass again. Kearsey was on his feet, Marlborough was unhurt, and the little man was reaching up desperately to put his foot in the stirrup. The trumpet sounded again, the sound delayed by the distance, but Sharpe had already seen the lancers spurring their horses, reaching out with their 9-foot weapons, and he gritted his teeth as Kearsey seemed to take an age in swinging himself into the saddle. "Where's El Catolico?" Knowles asked. "Miles away." Harper sounded gloomy. The horse went forward again, Kearsey's heels raking back, but the lancers were desperately close. The Major turned the roan downslope towards the village, letting his speed build up before turning back, but his horse seemed winded or frightened. The roan's head tossed nervously. Kearsey urged it, and at the moment when Sharpe knew the lancers must catch him, the Major realized it as well. He circled back, sword drawn, and Knowles groaned. "He might do it yet." Harper spoke gently, as if to a nervous recruit on the battlefield. 4 lancers were closest to the Major. He spurred towards them, singled one out, and Sharpe saw the sabre point downwards high in Kiersey's hand. Marlborough had calmed, and as the lancers thundered in, Kiersey touched the spurs. The horse leapt forward, and the Major had turned the right-hand lance to one side, swivelling his wrist with the speed of a trained swordsman, and one Pole lay beheaded on the ground. "Beautiful!" Sharpe was grinning. Once a man got past the razor tip of a lance, he was safe. Kiersey was through, crouching on Marlborough's neck, urging the horse on towards the hills. But the first squadron of lancers were close behind their fellows, at full gallop, and the effort was useless. A dust cloud engulfed the Englishman. The silver points disappeared in the storm, and Kiersey was trapped with only his sword to save him. A man reeled out of the fight holding his stomach, and Sharpe knew the sabre had laid open the horseman's guts. The dust billowed like cannon smoke. The lance points were forced upwards in the press, and once, Sharpe was not sure, he thought he saw the slashing light of the lifted sabre. It was magnificent, quite hopeless, 1 man against a regiment, and Sharpe watched the commotion subside, the dust drift towards the nightjar's treacherous nest, and the lance points sink to rest. It was over. Poor bastard. Harper had not been looking forward to company prayers, but he had never wanted lancers to take away the unpleasant prospect. "He's alive!" Knowles was pointing. "Look!" It was true. Sharpe rested the glass on the rock rim of the gully and saw the Major riding between 2 of his captors. There was blood on his thigh, a lot, and Sharpe saw Kiersey trying to stem the flow with his 2 fists, where a lance point had gouged into his right leg. It was a good capture for the Poles, an exploring officer whom they could keep for a few months before exchanging for a Frenchman of equal rank. They could well have recognized him. The exploring officers often rode in sight of their enemy, their uniforms distinct, relying on their fast horses to carry them from trouble, and it was possible that the French would decide not to exchange Kiersey for months. Perhaps, Sharpe thought with a sinking feeling, till the British had been driven from Portugal. The depressing thought made him stare at the hermitage, half hidden by trees, the unlikely place where Wellington's hopes were pinned. Without Kiersey, it was even more important that the company should try to find the gold that night. But then those hopes too were dashed. Half the lancers rode with their prisoner to the village, but the other half, in a curving column, trotted towards the graveyard and its hermitage. Sharpe cursed beneath his breath. There was no hope now of finding the gold that night. The only chance left was to wait until the French had gone, till they'd stopped using the village and the hermitage as their base for the campaign against the partisans in the hills. And when the French did go, El Catolico would come, and Sharpe had no doubt that the tall, grey-cloaked Spaniard would use every effort to stop the British from taking the gold. Only 1 man stood a chance of persuading the partisan leader, and that man was a prisoner, wounded in the hands of the lancers. He slid back from the skyline, turned, and stared at the company. Harper slid down beside him. "What do we do, sir?" "Do? We fight." Sharpe gripped the hilt of the sword. "We've been spectators long enough. We get the Major out tonight." Knowles heard him, turned an astonished face on them. "Get him out, sir? There's 2 regiments there." "So? That's only 800 men. There are 53 of us." "And a dozen Irish." Harper grinned at the lieutenant. Knowles scrambled down the slope, looking at them with a disbelieving stare. "With respect, sir, you're mad." He began to laugh. "Are you serious?" Sharpe nodded. There was no other choice. 53 men must take on 800, or else the war was lost. He grinned at Knowles. "Stop worrying. It'll be simple." And how the hell, he thought, do we do it? Chapter 6. Sharpe mocked himself. So simple. Just release the Major when 2 of the finest regiments in the French army were expecting a night attack. The wise course, he thought, was to go home. The French probably had the gold by now. The war was lost, and a sensible man would shoulder his rifle and think about making a living at home. Instead, like a gambler who has lost all but a handful of coins, He was staking everything on one last throw, a throw against odds of 16 to 1. Which was not, he told himself, as the company filed down a goat track in the darkness, quite true. He had lain on the gully's rim as the sun wested and watched the French preparations. They were thorough, but in their defence was their weakness, and Sharpe had felt the excitement well up inside, the incipient knowledge of success. The French expected an attack by partisans, by small groups of silent men who would carry knives, or else who would fire muskets from the darkness, and they had prepared themselves for that ordeal. The village did not help them. The houses either side of the narrow street were jostled by low, ragged outbuildings, the whole making a maze of alleyways and dark corners where a silent assassin held the advantage. The French had no outlying sentries. To put a small group of men out in the fields was to write their death sentence, and the French, accustomed to this kind of fighting, had drawn themselves into makeshift fortresses. Most of the cavalry were in Cesar Moreno's house, with its ample stabling and high encircling wall. The other fortress, the only other building with a wall high and strong enough, was the hermitage with its cemetery. Both buildings would be crowded, but both safe from the silent knives, and to make them safer, the French had embarked on a crusade of systematic destruction. The cottages nearest the Moreno house had been flattened, the ringing of the big hammers on their stone walls carrying up into the gully, and every tree, every door, every stick of furniture had been cut and splintered and piled into heaps that could be lit, so an attacking partisan would be denied the gift of darkness. The French held the advantage, but only against partisans. In their wildest dreams, they wouldn't imagine the sudden appearance of British infantry, crossbelts vivid in the defensive firelight, muskets flaming disciplined death, or so Sharpe hoped. He had one other advantage, slight but important. Kiersey had obviously given his parole, his gentleman's promise, to his captors that he would not attempt to escape, and Sharpe had seen the small major limping round the village. Each time Kiersey had gone back to Moreno's house, and finally, as the light faded, Sharpe had seen the major sitting on a balcony, on one of the few pieces of furniture left, so at least the rescuers knew where their goal lay. All that remained was to break into the house, and for that speed was vital. The march in the darkness seemed to take forever, but Sharpe dared not hurry the men for fear of getting lost. They slipped and cursed on the stones. Their musket stocks banged hollowly on rock. They squinted in the tiny light that came from the sickle moon hazed by the northern clouds. To the east, the stars pricked at the outline of the hills, and as they neared the valley floor, and midnight approached, the French lit fires that beckoned the company like a beacon in the dark night. Harper was beside Sharpe. "They'll blind themselves, sir." The French, in the security of their firelight, would see nothing beyond a musket shot from their walls. The circling night would be a place of fantasy and strange shapes. Even for Sharpe, the landmarks, that had seemed so clear by day, now took on monstrous shapes, even disappeared, and he stopped often, crouched, and tried to filter the real from the imaginary. The men's guns were loaded, but not cocked, their white belts hidden beneath greatcoats, their breathing loud in the darkness. They neared the village, angling north away from the house, going past the heavy barley, and feeling naked and obvious in the wide valley. Sharpe strained his senses for a telltale sign that a sentry high on Moreno's house had been alerted. The click of a carbine lock, the scrape of an officer's sword, or worst of all, the sudden stab of flame as a picket saw the dark shapes in the field. The crunching of the dry soil beneath his feet seemed to be magnified into a terrible loudness, but he knew it was the same for the enemy guards. This was the worst time of night, when fears took over, and the hussars and lancers inside their walls would hear the wolves in the hills, the nightjars, and each sound would be a knelling for their death, until the senses were blunted, distrusted, and the night merely became a horror to survive. A flash of light. "Down!" Sharpe hissed. Christ! Flames whipped crazily into the night, spewed sparks that spiraled away in the breeze, and then he realized that the cavalrymen had lit another fire, one of the timber piles out in the cleared space, and Sharpe stayed on the ground, listening to the pounding of his heart, and searching the dark shapes of the deserted cottages to his front. Or were they deserted? Had the French been clever, and let any watcher in the hills think that they were all inside the protective, well-lit walls? Had the small cottages, the dark alleyways, been salted with men waiting with sabres? He took a breath. "Sergeant?" "Sir." "You and me." "Lieutenant?" "Sir?" "Wait here." Sharpe and Harper went forward, dark uniforms blending with the night, and Sharpe could hear every rustle of his jacket, creak of his belt, and the looming walls seemed to hold danger in every shadow. He felt himself tense with anticipation, his teeth gritted, waiting for the mocking shot. But instead his hand reached out and touched a dry stone wall, and Harper was beside him. And Sharpe went on into an alleyway that stank of manure, and his instinct began to come back. There was no one in the village. Harper, a vast shadow, crossed the alley and crouched by the main street. A fire flickered at its end, sending crazy shadows, but the cottages were deserted, and Sharpe felt the relaxation of relief. They went back to the outer wall, and Harper whistled softly. 3 small sounds, and the shadows in the barley humped and moved, the company coming forward to the shelter of the wall. Sharpe found Knowles. "We stay on this side of the house. Rifles first. Wait for the signals." Knowles nodded, and his teeth flashed white as he grinned. Sharpe could feel the excitement of the company, their confidence, and he marvelled at it. They were enjoying it, taking on 16 times their number, and he didn't understand that it was because of him. Harper knew, Knowles knew, that the tall rifle captain, who was not given to rousing speeches, could nevertheless make men feel that the impossible was just a little troublesome, and that victory was a commonplace where he led. They went in fits and starts beside the outer walls, the riflemen scouting the dark shadows, the company catching up, and the only breath-stopping moment was as they passed beneath the tall, dark tower of the church. A sound came from the belfry, a musical whisper, and the men froze, their eyes suddenly scared. And then came the sound of beating wings, receding in the blackness, and the company sighed together as the owl, which had brushed a wing against the hanging bell, disappeared on its own hunt. Harper glanced up, saw the white flash, and thought of the barn owls that ghosted down the valley at Tangavini, of the stream that leaked from the peat beds of Ireland. "Halt!" Sharpe's voice was scarcely above a whisper. He pointed. "In there!" The company crowded into an alley, the firelight uncomfortably close, and Sharpe peered cautiously into the street at the pile of new rubble, and for the first time he could properly see the front of Moreno's house. The wall was high, 8 or 9 feet, but the great double gate through which the farm animals could be driven was wide open. Inside he could see white faces staring at the fires that were the main defence, and behind those faces the dim shadows of mounted men. Knowles had not understood that the gate would be open, but it was obvious to Sharpe. He had seen through the telescope that the front wall of the courtyard had no fire step, no platform on which men could stand and keep watch, or fire down on attacking partisans, so the French had little choice. They would, he knew, keep the gate open and light the area in front, so that should any partisan be foolish enough to attack, the lancers could sweep out into the killing ground with their long searching blades. And no partisan would be foolish enough to attack the gate. The front of the house was brightly lit, the courtyard armed and ready, and the only danger from the front was an attack by trained troops, and that, the French knew, was an impossibility. Sharpe grinned.
End of Disc 2. Disc 3.
The fire in front of the gate crackled and roared, and its noise covered the scuffling and grunts in the alley. The redcoats of the South Essex were struggling from their greatcoats, rolling them up and strapping the bundles to their packs. He grinned at them. The riflemen, without white crossbelts to startle the enemy, crouched near him, some fidgeting with excitement, all wanting to start the action, to dispel the nervous thoughts of anticipation. Knowles pushed through the men. "Ready, sir?" Sharpe turned to the rifleman. "Remember, go for officers." The Baker rifle was a deadly weapon, slow to load, but more accurate than any gun on the battlefield. The muskets, under Lieutenant Knowles, could spread death in a wide arc, but the rifles were instruments of precision. Once in the building, the greenjackets should seek for enemy officers, kill them, and leave the cavalry leaderless. Sharpe turned again towards the house. He could hear the mutter of voices, the trampling of hooves in the yard, a man coughing. And then he touched Harper's shoulder, and the riflemen slithered into the street, crawling on their bellies, hiding in the shadows, till they had formed a line behind the rubble. The rifles would go first, to draw the enemy fire, to start the chaos, and the rest was up to Knowles, to lead the company into the cavalry's nightmare. Sharpe waited. He inched his sword out of its scabbard, laid it in front of him, and waited as his men put the long bayonets on their rifles. It had been so long since he had faced the enemy. "Come on!" He had ordered them to scream, to shout, to sound like the fiends of hell, and they scrambled over the rubble, the long rifles silent, and the guards at the gate whirled, jerked up carbines and fired too soon. Sharpe heard a bullet strike stone, saw Harper run forward to the fire and grab with both hands the unburnt end of a balk of timber. The sergeant whirled it around and hurled the flaming wood at the waiting horseman. It struck the ground, exploded in sparks, and the horses reared up. And Sharpe's sword was reaching for the first guard, who was trying to drop an empty carbine and snatch up his sabre. The sword took the hussar in the throat. The man grabbed at the blade, seemed to shake his head, and slumped. Sharpe turned to the rifleman. "Come on!" The gate was empty, the cavalry frightened by Harper's missile, and the riflemen knelt at its edges and aimed at the firelit space. Voices shouted in strange languages, bullets chipped at the cobbled entrance, and Sharpe, desperately searching the courtyard for signs of its organized defence, heard the first distinctive cracks of the Baker rifles. Where the hell was Knowles? He turned round and saw the redcoats running round the fire being formed, their muskets deliberately untipped by bayonets, so as not to slow the loading of fresh rounds, and then Harper's voice bellowed at him. He heard a couple of rifle shots, turned, and saw a lancer riding for him. The horse was tossing its head, eyes reflecting firelight. The rider crouched on its neck, the steel blade reaching for Sharpe. And Sharpe slammed himself to one side, hitting the gatepost, saw the spear go past, and the horse smelt in his nostrils. Another rifle spat, and the beast screamed. The pole's arms went up, a man and horse fell sideways, and Sharpe was running forward into the courtyard. Everything was too slow. Horses were tethered, and he hacked at the ropes. Hup, hup, hup! A man swung a sabre at him, missed, and Sharpe rammed his sword into the hussar's chest. It stuck. Riflemen ran past, screaming incoherently, long bayonets driving scattered Frenchmen into dark doorways, and Sharpe put his foot on the body and twisted his sword free. He saw Harper stamping forward, bayonet outstretched, driving back an officer who screamed for help against the giant Irishman. The man tripped, fell backwards, the screams becoming panic as he fell into a fire, and Harper turned, forgot him, and Sharpe yelled to him to get out of the way. "Rifles!" He blew his whistle, shouted at them, brought them over to the building where he stood. Stray horses skittered in the yard, galloped to the entrance, reared as the company, white belts gleaming, filled the entrance, and Lieutenant Robert Knowles began the terrible commands that would chill any Frenchman who knew the firepower of British infantry. "Present! Front rank only! Fire!" It was the last thing the hussars and lancers could have expected. Instead of brigands and silent knives, they were fighting a clockwork machine that could spit out 4 volleys a minute. The muskets flamed, smoke gouted into the courtyard, the 3/4-inch musket balls hammered between the walls. "Rear rank, look to the roof!" The front rank were already taking the next cartridge from their ammunition pouch, biting the bullet from the paper-wrapped cylinder, pouring the powder into the gun, but saving a pinch for the pan. The left hand held the top of the barrel, the right poured the powder. The left gripped the paper and tore off most of it, while the right kept the priming between finger and thumb. The paper was pushed loosely into the muzzle. The other 3 fingers of the right hand had the ramrod up in the air. A bullet spat into the gun and down with the steel rod. Once was enough, and the ramrod was taken out, the gun swung up, and all the time they had to ignore the shouts of the enemy, the carbine bullets, the screaming horses, the fires, and put the pinch of powder into the pan after the flint was dragged back, and the rear rank had fired, flash and explosion in their ears, and Lieutenant Knowles, his voice calm, was ordering the slaughter. "Present! Fire!" It was a mechanical job, and no infantry in the world did it better, because no infantry in the world, except the British, ever practiced with real ammunition. The clockwork killing. Fire, reload, present, fire. Until their faces were blackened, their eyes smarting with the grains of powder thrown up by the priming just inches from their cheeks, their shoulders bruised by the kick of the gun, and the courtyard ahead was littered with the bodies of their enemy, sifted with smoke. And all the time Knowles had taken them forward 2 steps at a time, and the maddened horses had escaped behind them, and Sharpe had watched as Hagman's group of 4 riflemen had shut the gates. Hardly a minute had passed. "Inside!" Sharpe kicked at a door. Harper hit it, and the rifles were inside the house. Someone fired at them, a pistol, but the bullet went wide, and Sharpe was hacking with the sword. "Bayonets!" The riflemen formed line, snarled forward, and Sharpe saw they were in a hall which was officer country, the table littered with used bottles, stairs leading to bedrooms where men were waking to the sounds of battle. Outside, in the courtyard, Lieutenant Knowles counted to himself, keeping the rhythm of the volleys, and at the same time looking desperately round to see where danger might threaten. He could see Hagman kneeling to one side, the other rifleman in his party loading for the small Cheshireman, and he knew that any officer who showed his face on balcony or rooftop would be cut down by a rifle bullet. His own men, sweating in the firelight, advanced step by step, scouring the walls and windows, and it occurred to the lieutenant that this was only his 3rd real fight. He was pushing down the panic, the impulse to run for shelter. But his voice was calm, and in the noise he hardly heard the carbine bullets that struck near him. He saw redcoats falling, struck by enemy fire, saw Sergeant Reed tending to them, and then, with a ghastly realization, suddenly identified the bubbling and screaming noise that had been nagging at his eardrums for the last minute. He had stepped to one side to avoid a fire, and saw, kicking in the flames, a French officer. The man seemed to be reaching for the lieutenant, blackened hands curled like claws, and from his throat came the terrible noise. Knowles suddenly remembered the sword in his hand, the blade bought by his father, and with a grimace he stepped close to the man and shut his eyes as he pushed the tip at the dying man's throat. He had stopped his orders, but the men neither noticed nor missed them. They fired their volleys into the shadows, and Knowles opened his eyes to see he had killed his first man with a sword. And then the voice of Sergeant Harper was dominating the courtyard. "In here, sir!" Sharpe guessed a minute and a half had gone by since the rifleman had first cleared the gate. He had counted unconsciously the volleys from the courtyard, reckoning that in this light the men would fire a shot every 15 seconds. Now, in the main hallway of Moreno's house, there was trouble. Officers at the top of the stairs had seen what was happening, found mattresses and the furniture they'd kept for their own use, and thrown up a barricade. Sharpe needed firepower, quick and overpowering, to clear the stairs' top. "Sergeant!" It would be suicide on the stairs. The huge Irishman took a pace towards the steps, but Sharpe stopped him. "Give me the gun." Harper looked at the 7-barrel gun, grinned and shook his head. Before Sharpe could stop him, the sergeant had leapt to the bottom step, pointed the fearful weapon upwards, and pulled the trigger. It was as if a small cannon had gone off in the room. It belched smoke and flame, stunned the eardrums, and to Sharpe's horror the sergeant fell backwards, thrown back, and he ran to him, fearing the worst. Harper grinned. "Bloody kick!" Sharpe took the stairs 2 at a time, the sword ahead, seeing where the blast had thrown back the barrier, smeared blood on a wall, and then an officer was aiming a pistol. There was nothing Sharpe could do. He saw the trigger pulled, the cock fall forward, and nothing happened. In his haste and panic, the Frenchman had forgotten to prime the pan. It was a death sentence. The sword slammed down, cutting skull and brain, and Sharpe had seized the mattresses, thrown them aside, and the sword was beating at the slim sabres of the 2 men who had survived the 7-barrel gun. "Rifles!" Harper had shouted, was pounding up the stairs. Sharpe lunged, wounded a man, stepped aside as the other swung wildly, and then Harper was beside him, saw bayonets stabbing upwards, and the landing was clear. "Kizzy!" Sharpe yelled, forgetting niceties of rank. For God's sake, where was the bastard? "Kizzy!" "Sharpe!" The Major was standing in a doorway, buckling his trousers. "Sharpe! Get out of here, Major! My parole!" You're rescued! Damn his parole. A door opened at the end of the passage. A rifle fired. The door shut. Kiersey suddenly seemed to wake up. "That way!" He pointed at closed doors across the passage. "You drop outside the house!" Sharpe nodded. The landing seemed safe. An officer had opened a door at the end of the passage, but a rifle bullet had dissuaded him from further risk. The green jackets were reloading, waiting for orders, and Sharpe went to the stairhead. Downstairs was chaos. The room was filled with musket smoke that was lanced, second by second, with flames, as the redcoats fired at windows, doors, and passageways. Knowles had long stopped controlling the volleys. Now each man fired as fast as he could, and the burning paper wads, spat after the musket balls, were setting fire to rush mats and hanging curtains. Sharpe cupped his hands. "Lieutenant! Up here!" Knowles nodded and turned back to his men. Sharpe found Kiersey at his side, hopping on one leg as he pulled on a boot. "The rifles will cover them, Major. Take over." Kiersey nodded, showed no surprise at Sharpe's peremptory commands, and the tall rifleman turned to the closed doors. The first was not locked. The room was empty, the window invitingly open, and Harper went through to knock out the remaining glass and frame. Sharpe tried the other door. It resisted, and he hit it with his shoulder, the wood round the lock splintering easily, and he stopped. On the bed, hands and feet tied to the 4 stubby posts, was a girl. Dark hair on a pillow, a white dress, a reminder of Josephina, and eyes that glared at him over a gag. She was jerking and writhing, struggling to free herself, and Sharpe was struck by the sudden beauty, the fierceness of the face. The shot still sounded downstairs. A sudden cry, the smell of flames catching wood, and he stepped to the bed and cut at the ropes with the unwieldy sword. She jerked her head sideways towards the room's shadowed corner, and Sharpe saw the movement, flung himself down, heard the explosion, and felt the wind of the pistol ball as a man reared up from beside the bed. A colonel, no less, in hussar uniform, whose pleasure had been interrupted before it could begin. There was fear on the man's face. Sharpe smiled, climbed onto the bed, watched as the colonel tried to wriggle from the corner, and then, with cold determination, pinned him prisoner against the wall. "Sergeant!" Harper came in, 7-barrel gun in hand, and saw the girl.
"God save Ireland!"
"Cut her free!" Sharpe heard Kiersey's voice on the landing. "Steady now!" He could hear Knowles downstairs, counting off the men, sending the wounded up first. The French colonel was babbling at Sharpe, pointing at the girl, but the sword held him, and Sharpe wished he'd killed the man straight away. This was no place to take prisoners, and he was trapped, not knowing what was happening outside. The girl was free, rubbing her wrists, and Sharpe dropped the sword. "Watch him, Sergeant!" He ran to the window, smashed panes with the sword, and saw the empty darkness outside. They could make it! The first redcoats were at the head of the stairs, and then the French colonel screamed. A terrible agony, and Sharpe whipped round to see that the slim, dark-haired girl had taken the Frenchman's own sabre and plunged it point first into his groin. She was smiling, and she was beautiful enough to catch the breath. Harper was staring aghast. Sharpe ignored the Frenchman. "Patrick!" "Sir?" "Get the men in here, through the window, and next door." The girl spat at the colonel, who had collapsed in his own blood, swore at him, and then looked at Sharpe with a glance that seemed to convey pure disdain because he hadn't killed the Frenchman himself. Sharpe was reeling from her, thrown off balance by her hawk-like beauty, hardly hearing the commands from the landing, the banging muskets. He snapped his attention back, despising himself, but the girl was faster. She had the colonel's sabre, her freedom, and she ran out the door, ignoring the fight, and turned right. Sharpe followed, caution gone. Just the instinct left that some things, just one thing perhaps, could turn a man's life inside out. Chapter 7. Knowles had done well. The hall was on fire, but empty of the enemy, and the redcoats backed up the stairs, still loading and firing their muskets, ignoring the fresh blood that made the steps slippery. And then the riflemen took over, the bakers spitting into the hallway below, and Major Kiersey, sabre in hand, was pushing the men into a bedroom, towards a window, and shouting, "Jump!"
Aim low! Aim low!
Harper's voice bellowed at the riflemen. Hussars were coming into the hall, choking on the smoke. Redcoats were pouring from the first-floor windows, forming up in the field beneath, and only Sharpe was absent. Knowles looked round. "Captain! He's missing!" Major Kearsey grabbed Knowles. "Get outside! There may be cavalry!" The girl had run through a door, and Sharpe followed, noticing, irrelevantly, a small statue of the Virgin Mary with a host of candles flickering at its base. He remembered the Catholics in the company deciding that yesterday was the 15th of August, the Assumption of the Blessed Virgin Mary, and he was grateful because the stairs beyond the door were pitch dark, and he grabbed a candle and followed the fading footsteps. He hurried, heels sliding over steps, banging down the stairs. He cursed himself. His place was with his men, not chasing some girl because she had Josephina's long black hair, a slim body, and a beauty that had overcome him. But this was not a night for sensible action. It was a mad darkness, a gambler's last throw, and he reasoned that she'd been kept a prisoner, and that made her important to the enemy, and so important to him. The rationalization lasted to the bottom of the stairs. The stairway was four-sided, and he knew it had plunged below ground level into the cellars, and he was still hurtling down, almost out of control, with the candle flame blown out, when a white arm shot out and her voice hushed him. They were by a door, light leaking through its gaping planks, but there was no point in pretending that anyone on the far side had not heard their feet on the stairway. Sharpe pushed it open, ignoring her caution, and in the cellar a lantern hung from a hook, and beneath it, fear across his face, was a lancer holding a musket and bayonet. He lunged at Sharpe, thinking perhaps that he could kill with a blade point more easily than by pulling a trigger. But Sharpe had cut his teeth on just such fighting. He let the bayonet come, stepped aside, and used his enemy's own motion to run the sword blade into his stomach. Then Sharpe nearly gagged. The cellar was spattered with blood, with bodies that showed death in a dozen horrid ways. Wine racks stood by the walls, looted empty, but the floor was black with Spanish blood, strewn with mutilations obscene as nightmare. Young, old, men and women, all killed horribly. It struck Sharpe that these people must have died the day before, as he watched from the hilltop, killed as the French pretended the village was empty. He had lain in the gully, the sun warm on his back, and in the cellar the Spanish had died, slowly and with exquisite pain. The bodies lay in the crumpled way of the dead, their number impossible to count, or to tell the ways in which they had died. Some were too young even to have known what had happened, killed no doubt before their mother's eyes. And Sharpe felt an impotent rage as the girl stepped past him, searching the shambles, and from far away, as if across a whole town, Sharpe heard a volley of shots. They must get out. He grabbed the girl's arm. "Come on! No!" She was searching for one person, pulling at the bodies, oblivious of the horror. Why would there be a guard on dead men? Sharpe pushed past her, took the lantern, and then heard the moaning from the far, dark end of the old wine cellar. The girl heard too. "Ramon!" Sharpe stepped on dead flesh, flinched from a spider's web, and then, dimly at first, he saw a man manacled to the far wall. He did not ask himself why a wine cellar should be equipped with manacles. There was no time. He took the lantern closer and saw that what he had thought were chains were blood trails. The man was not manacled, but nailed to the stone wall alive. "Ramon!" The girl was past Sharpe, pulling ineffectively at the nails, and Sharpe put down the lantern and hammered at the nail-heads with his sword's brass hilt. He knocked them left and right, hearing the thunder of hooves outside, shouts and a volley. And then the nail was loose, blood trickling afresh, and he pulled it out and started on the second hand. Another volley, more hooves, and he hammered desperately until the prisoner was free. He gave the girl his sword and heaved Ramon, if that were his name, onto his shoulder. "Go on!" The girl led him past the doorway they had come through, past the welter of blood and bodies, to the far corner of the cellar. A trapdoor was revealed by the lantern she was holding, and she gestured at it. Sharpe dropped his moaning burden, reached up, heaved, and a sudden breeze of welcome night air dispelled the foul stench of the blood and dead. He pulled himself up, surprised to find that the trapdoor emerged outside the house walls, and then realized it was so supplies could reach the house without being trampled through the courtyard and kitchens. He looked round, and there was the company, marching steadily in 3 ranks. "Sergeant!" Harper turned, relief visible on his face in the light from the burning house. Sharpe dropped back into the cellar, heaved the wounded man onto the ground, leapt up himself, and reached down for the girl. She ignored him, pulled herself up, rolled into the grass, and Sharpe had a glimpse of long legs. There were cheers from the men, and Sharpe realized they were for him. Harper was there, thumping his bag, saying something unintelligible about thinking Sharpe was lost. And then the sergeant had the wounded man, and they were running towards the company, and Sharpe for the first time saw horsemen in the darkness. Harper gave the wounded man into the ranks. Knowles was grinning at Sharpe, Kearsey gesturing to the girl. "Are they loaded?" Sharpe gestured at the muskets, screamed at Knowles over the sound of the burning house. "No, sir! Keep going!" Sharpe pushed Knowles on, driving the company towards the barley field in the comforting darkness, and turned to face the house and see what the cavalry were doing. Harper was already there, running backwards, the 7-barrel gun threatening any horseman. Sharpe wondered how long it had been since they had burst through the gate. No more than 7 or 8 minutes, he decided. Enough time for his men to have fired 700 or 800 shots into the astonished French, set fire to the house, rescued Kearsey, the girl, and the prisoner. He grinned in the darkness. "Watch right!" Harper called. A dozen lancers in line, with the wicked points held low so that they glittered by the ground, were coming at a trot to take the company in the flank. But there was still time. "Right wheel!" The company turned, 3 ranks swivelling. "Halt!" A ragged line, but it would do. "Rear rank about turn! Hold your fire!" That looked after the rear. "Present! Aim at their stomachs! Give 'em a bellyache! Fire!" It was inevitable. The enemy became a turmoil of falling horses and tumbling lancers. "Right turn! Forward! Double!" He had the small company in a column now, running for the barley, for the unharvested crop that would give them a little cover. There were more hoofbeats behind, but not enough loaded muskets to fight off another charge, time only to run. "Run!" The company ran, sprinting despite their burdens, and Sharpe heard a wounded man groan. Time later to count the wounded. Now he turned, saw lancers coming in desperate chase, one aiming at Harper, but the Irishman dashed the lance aside with a squat gun, and reached up a huge hand that plucked the pole clean out of the saddle. The sergeant was screaming insults in his native Gaelic. He held the lancer effortlessly, his huge strength making the man seem to be weightless, and then threw him at the feet of another horse. A rifle cracked behind Sharpe, another horse down, and Hagman's voice came through the din. "Got him! Back!" Harper was shouting, the other horses still yards away, and suddenly the barley was under Sharpe's feet, and he ran into the field. And for a moment the trumpets meant nothing to him. He was just running, remembering the Indian with the razor point, the desperate and futile attempt to run away from the lance. And then he heard Harper's triumphant voice. "The recall! Bastards have had enough!" Harper was grinning, laughing. "You did it, sir!" Sharpe slowed down, let the breath heave in his chest. It was strangely quiet in the field. The hooves muted, the gunfire stopped, and he guessed that the French refused to believe that just 50 men had attacked the village. The sight of red jackets and crossbelts would have convinced them that more British troops would be out in the darkness, and it would be madness to throw the lancers into the massed volley of a hidden regiment. He listened to the men panting, some moaning as they were carried, the excited mutterings of victorious troops. He wondered what the price would be, and turned to Harper. "Are you all right?" "Yes, sir. Yourself?" "Bruised. What's the bill?" "Don't know for certain, sir. Jim Kelly's bad." Harper's voice was sad, and Sharpe remembered the wedding, only weeks ago, when the massive Prue Baxter had woven daisies into her hair to marry the small Irish corporal. Harper went on. "Cressiker was bleeding, says he's all right. We lost a couple, though. Saw them in the courtyard." "Who?" He should have known. "Don't know, sir." They climbed up into the hills, up where horses could not go, back to the gully. which they reached as the far hills were lined with the faintest grey of dawn. It was a time for sleep, and the men crumpled like the bodies in the cellar. Some were posted as pickets at the gully's rim, their eyes red with exhaustion, smeared with powder, grinning at Sharpe, who had brought them through. The girl sat with Kearsey, binding up his leg, while Knowles looked after the other wounded. Sharpe stood over him. "How bad?" "Gully's going, sir." The corporal had a chest wound, and Knowles had picked away the shreds of jacket to show a mangled horror of glistening ribs and bubbling blood. It was a wonder he had lived this long. Cressica had been shot in the thigh, a clean wound, and he dressed it himself, swearing he'd be all right, and apologized to Sharpe as if he were making a nuisance of himself. 2 others were badly wounded, both cut with sabres, but they'd live, and there was hardly a man who did not have a scratch, a bruise, some memento of the night. Sharpe counted heads. 48 men, 3 sergeants, and 2 officers had left the gully. 4 men had not come back. Sharpe felt the tiredness wash through him, tinged with relief. It was a smaller bill than he'd dared hope for. Once Kelly died, his body kept from the vultures by a shallow grave, he would have lost 5 men. The Lancers must have lost 3 times that number. He went round the company to those who were awake and praised them. The men seemed embarrassed by the thanks, shaking as the sweat dried on their bodies in the cold air, their heads jerking as some tried to stay awake and look red-eyed into the dawn. "Captain Sharpe!" Kearsey was standing in a clear patch of the gully. "Captain!" Sharpe went down the side of the gully. "Sir?" Kearsey stared at him, his small eyes fierce. "Are you mad, Sharpe?" For a second the meaning did not percolate into Sharpe's head. "I beg your pardon, sir?" "What were you doing?" "Doing, sir? Rescuing you." Sharpe had expected thanks. Kearsey winced. Whether from the pain of his leg or from Sharpe's ingenuousness, it was difficult to tell. The dawn was revealing the details of the gully. The collapsed men, the blood, the anger on Kearsey's face. "You fool!" Sharpe bit back his anger. "Sir?" Kearsey waved at the wounded. "How do you get them back?" "We carry them, sir." "Carry them, sir?" Kearsey mimicked him. "Over 20 miles of country? You were only here to help carry the gold, Sharpe, not fight a battle in the back or beyond." Sharpe took a deep breath, suppressing the urge to shout back. "Without you, sir, we would have had no chance of persuading El Catolico to let us take the gold. That was my judgment." Kearsey looked at him, shook his head, and pointed at Jim Kelly. "You think it was worth that?" "The General told me the gold was important, sir." Sharpe spoke quietly. "Important, Sharpe, only because it is a gesture to the Spanish." "Yes, sir." It was no time for an argument. "At least you rescued them." The Major waved at the 2 Spaniards. Sharpe looked at the girl's dark beauty. "Them, sir?" "Moreno's children, Teresa and Ramon. The French were holding them as bait, hoping Moreno or El Catolico would try a rescue. At least we've earned their thanks, and that's probably more valuable than carrying the gold for them. Besides, I doubt if the gold's there." The sun split across the gully's rim. Sharpe blinked. "Pardon, sir?" "What do you expect? The French are there. They probably have the gold. Or hadn't that occurred to you?" It had, but Sharpe was not in a mood to give Kearsey his thoughts. If the French had found the gold, he suspected they would have ridden it straight to Ciudad Rodrigo. But doubtless Kearsey would not be convinced. Sharpe nodded. "Did they say anything about it to you, sir?" Kearsey shrugged, not liking the reminder that he had been captured. "I was unlucky, Sharpe, not to know Lancers were there." He shook his head, sounded suddenly tired. "No, they said nothing." "So there's hope, sir?" The Major looked bitter, waved at Kelly. "Tell him that." "Yes, sir." Kearsey sighed. "I'm sorry, Sharpe, undeserved." He seemed to think for a moment. "You do know, though, don't you, that they'll be after us today?" "The French, sir?" The Major nodded. "Who else?" "You'd better sleep, Sharpe. In a couple of hours you'll have to defend this place." "Yes, sir." He turned away, and as he did he caught Teresa's eyes. She looked at him without interest, without recognition, as if the rescue and the 2 shared killings meant nothing. El Catolico, he thought, is a lucky man. He slept. Chapter 8. Casa Tejada was like a shattered ant's nest. All morning the patrols left, searched the valley, then galloped in their dust clouds back to the houses and the thin spars of smoke that were the only signs left of the night's activity. Others rounded up stray horses, circling the valley floor, reminding Harper of the pony drives on his native Donegal moors. In the gully, the men moved slowly, quietly, as if their sound could carry to the village. But in truth, the elation of the attack had given way to weariness and sadness. Kelly's breath bubbled through the morning, a constant pink froth at the corner of his mouth, and the men avoided him as if death were contagious. Sharpe woke up, told Harper to sleep, replaced the pickets, and struggled to scrape the clotted blood from his sword with a handful of wiry grass. They dared not light a fire to heat the water that could scar out their muskets, so the men used the battlefield expedient, urinating into the barrels, and grinned self-consciously at the girl as they sloshed the liquid around to loosen the caked powder deposits of the night. The girl did not react. Her face seemed unmovable, and she sat holding her brother's hand, talking quietly to him, and giving him sips of tepid water from a wooden canteen. The heat bounced from the rocky sides of the gully, attacked from all sides, roasting the living and the dying alike. Kiersey climbed up to lie alongside Sharpe, and took the telescope so that he could spy down on the French. "They're packing up." "Sir?" Kiersey nodded at the village. "Mules, Sharpe. String of them." Sharpe took his telescope back and found the village street. Kiersey was right. A string of mules with men lashing ropes over their burdens. But it was impossible to tell whether there was gold or just forage in the packs. "Perhaps they won't look for us." The Major had calmed down since dawn. "Bound to. Look at the track we left." Running across the barley field, like a giant signpost, was the trampled spoor of the light company's retreat. "They'll want to look over the ridge just to make sure you've gone." Sharpe looked at the bare rocks and turf of the hillside. "Should we move?" Another shake of the head. "Best hiding place for miles, this gully. You can't see it from any side. Even from above it's difficult. Keep your heads down and you'll be all right." Sharpe thought it strange that Kiersey should talk of "you," as if the Major himself were not part of the British Army, or as if the survival of Sharpe in enemy territory were not his concern. He said nothing. The Major nibbled nervously at a strand of his moustache. He seemed to be deep in thought, and when he spoke, he sounded as if he'd come to the end of long deliberation. "You must understand why it's important." "Sir?" Sharpe was puzzled. "The gold, Sharpe." He stopped, and Sharpe waited. The small man flicked at his moustache. "The Spanish have been let down badly, Sharpe, very badly. Think what happened after Talavera, eh? And Ciudad Rodrigo. Shameful business, Sharpe, shameful." Sharpe still kept silent. After Talavera, the Spanish had forfeited Wellington's support by failing to provide the food and supplies they'd promised. A starving British army was of no use to Spain. Ciudad Rodrigo? 5 weeks ago the Spanish fortress town had surrendered, after an heroic defence, and Wellington had sent no help. The town had been an obstacle to Massena's advance. Almeida was the next, and Sharpe had heard savage criticism that the British had let their allies down. But Sharpe was no strategist. He let the Major go on. "We must prove something to them, Sharpe. That we can help, that we can be useful, or else we must forfeit their support. Do you understand?" He turned his fierce gaze on Sharpe. "Yes, sir." The jauntiness and confidence crept back into the Major's voice. "Of course, we lose the war if we don't have the Spanish. That's what Wellington has come to understand, eh, Sharpe? Better late than never, huh?" He gave his laugh. "That's why Wellington wants us to bring the gold, so that the British are seen to deliver it to Cadiz. It proves a point, Sharpe, shows that we've made an honest effort, helps to cover up the betrayal at Ciudad Rodrigo. Ah, politics, politics." He said the last two words much as an indulgent father might talk about the rowdy games of his children. "Do you understand?" "Yes, sir." It was no time to argue, even though Sharpe disbelieved every word Kiersey had uttered. Of course the Spanish were important, but so were the British to the Spanish. And delivering a few bags of gold would not restore the amity and trust that had been shattered by Spanish inefficiency the year before. Yet it was important that Kiersey believed Wellington's motives to be honest. The small major, Sharpe knew, was passionately engaged on the Spanish side, as if, after a lifetime of soldiering, he had found in the harsh hills and white houses of the Spaniards a warmth and trust he had found nowhere else. Sharpe turned and nodded at Teresa and Ramon. "Do they know anything about the gold? About Captain Hardy?" "They say not." Kiersey shrugged. "Perhaps El Catolico moved the gold and Hardy went with it. I ordered him to stay with it." "And surely the girl would know?" Kiersey turned and spoke in staccato Spanish to her. Sharpe listened to the reply. Her voice was deep and husky, and even if he could not understand the language, he was glad to look at her. She had long, dark hair, as black as Josefina's, but there the resemblance ended. The Portuguese girl had been a lover of comfort, of wine drunk by candlelight, of soft sheets, while this girl reminded Sharpe of a wild beast, with eyes that were deep, wary, and set either side of a hawk-like nose. She was young. Kiersey had told him 23, but at either side of her mouth were curved lines. Sharpe remembered that her mother had died at the hands of the French. God knows what she herself had suffered. And he remembered the smile after she had skewered the colonel with his own sabre. She had aimed low, he recalled, and he laughed at the remembrance. She looked at Sharpe as if she would have liked to claw out his eyes with her long fingers. "What's funny?" "Nothing. You speak English?" She shrugged, and Kiersey looked at Sharpe. "Her father's fluent. That's what makes him so useful to us. They've picked up a bit from him, from me. Good family, Sharpe." "But do they know anything about Hardy, the gold?" "She doesn't know a thing, Sharpe. She thinks the gold must still be in the Hermitage, and she hasn't seen Hardy." Kiersey was happy with the answer, confident that no Spaniard would lie to him. "So the next thing we must do, sir, is search the Hermitage." Kiersey sighed. "If you insist, Sharpe, if you insist." He winced again and slid down from the edge of the gully. "But for now, Sharpe, watch for that patrol. It won't be long." The Major was right, at least about that. 300 lancers rode from the village, trotting their horses along a track that paralleled the broken stalks of barley, and Sharpe watched them come. They carried carbines instead of lances, and he knew they intended to search the hillsides on foot. He turned to the gully and ordered silence, explained that a patrol was coming, and then turned back to see the Poles dismounting at the foot of the rock-strewn slope. A fly landed on his cheek. He wanted to crush it, but dared not. As the lancers had started their climb up the steep slope, their horses left with pickets below. They were stringing into a line, a crude skirmish order, and he could hear the distant voices grumbling at the heat and the exertion. There was a chance that they would miss the gully, that by climbing obliquely up the slope, they would emerge on the crest near the pile of rocks and never suspect that a whole company was in dead ground behind them. He breathed slowly, willed them to stay low on the slope, and watched the officers trying to force the line higher with the flat side of their drawn sabres. He could hear Kelly's breathing, someone else clearing his throat, and he flapped with his free hand for silence. A tall lancer, sun-tanned and with a black moustache, was climbing higher than the others. As he clawed his way up, carbine slung, Sharpe saw a tarnished gold band on the man's sleeve. A sergeant. He was a big man, almost as big as Harper, and his face was scarred from battlefields on the other side of Europe. "Go down," Sharpe urged silently, "go down." But the man kept coming on his lone, perverse climb. Sharpe moved his head slowly, saw the faces staring at him, and found Harper. He beckoned slowly, put a finger to his lips, pointed at the foot of the inner slope of the gully. The Polish sergeant stopped, looked up, wiped his face, and turned to look at his comrades. An officer shouted at him, waved his sabre to make the sergeant join the line, which had gone ahead. But the sergeant shook his head, shouted back and gestured at the skyline, which was just a few steep feet away. Sharpe cursed him, knew that if the light company were discovered, they would be harried eastwards, away from the gold, from victory, and this one veteran was putting it all at risk. He was climbing just below Sharpe, who craned forward as far as he dared to see the yellow square top of the headgear coming closer and closer. He could hear the man grunting, the sound of his fingernails scraping on rock, the scrabble of his boots searching for a foothold. And then, as if in a nightmare, a large brown hand with bitten nails appeared right by Sharpe's face, and he summoned all his strength for a desperate act. He waited, it could only have been for a half-second, but it seemed forever, until the man's face appeared. The eyes widened in surprise, and Sharpe put out his right hand and gripped the sergeant by the windpipe, his fingers closing like a man-trap on the throat. He thrust his left hand forward, found the belt, and, half-turning onto his back, he pulled the lancer up and over the rim, holding the huge man in the air with a strength he hardly knew he possessed. And he threw him, arms and carbine flailing, to the tender mercy of Sergeant Harper. The Irishman kicked the lancer as he landed, had his 7-barrel gun reversed, and brought it down sickeningly on the man's head. Sharpe whirled back to face the slope. The line was still advancing. No one had seen, no one had noticed, but it was still not over. The lancer was tough, and Harper's blows, that would have killed a fair-sized bullock, seemed to have done nothing more than knock off the yellow and blue hat. The enemy sergeant had Harper round the waist, was squeezing, and the Irishman was trying to twist the other man's head clean off his shoulders. The Pole's teeth were gritted. He should have shouted, but he must have been dazed, and all he could think of was trying to stand up, to face his opponent, and use his own massive fists to beat at Harper. The men in the gully were frozen, appalled by the enemy who had suddenly landed in their midst, and it was Teresa who reacted. She picked up a musket, turned it, took 4 steps, and swung its brass-tipped butt into the man's forehead. He slumped, tried to rise, but she swung again, and Sharpe saw the fierce joy on her face as the weapon felled the sergeant, his face bloodied. And suddenly it was quiet again in the gully. Harper shook his head. "God save Ireland." The girl gave Harper the kind of pitying look that Sharpe thought she had reserved only for him, and then, without so much as a glance at Sharpe, she scrambled up the slope to lie beside him and peer at the enemy. They had at last missed the sergeant. Men from the top of the line stopped and bunched uncertainly, called down to their officer, waiting as he cupped his hands and shouted up the slope. The voice echoed and faded. He called again, stopped the rest of the line, and Sharpe knew that in a few moments they would be discovered. Damn the sergeant! He looked round, wondering if there were cover to be had on the far slope beyond the gully, knowing it was hopeless, and then he saw the girl was moving, crossing the gully and climbing out the far side. His face must have betrayed his alarm, for Kearsey, sitting by Ramon, shook his head. "She'll manage." The whisper just reached Sharpe. The searchline had sat down, glad of the rest, but the officer still called to the missing sergeant. He was climbing the hill in short erratic bursts, uncertain what to do, and annoyed by those of his men who shouted with him. He had no choice, though. He would have to come and look for his sergeant, and Sharpe, the sweat pouring off his face, could not imagine what one girl could do that would deflect the lancers from the search. A scream startled him, piercing, and was cut off and repeated. He slid down the rocks a few inches, and turned his face up the ridge where the sound had come from. Harper looked at him, puzzled. It had to be the girl. Sharpe peered over the edge again, and saw the lancers pointing up the slope. Teresa screamed again, a terrifying sound, and Sharpe's men looked at each other, then up at Sharpe, as if to ask him what they could do to rescue her. Sharpe watched the lancers, saw their uncertainty, and then he heard them shout and point up the slope. He looked to see what had excited them, and his men watching him were reassured by a smile that seemed to Harper to be the biggest he had ever seen on Sharpe's face. None of them down in the gully could see what was happening, but Sharpe, up on the rim, picked up the telescope and gave up caring if anyone saw the flash of light or not. Not that anyone would be watching, not while a naked girl ran wildly along the ridge, stopping to turn and hurl stones at an imagined pursuer on the slope hidden from the lancers. Drink or women, Sharpe thought, the bait for soldiers, and Teresa was leading the lancers in a mad rush ever further from the gully. He had her in the glass, shamelessly, and he could hear the excited shouts of the lancers who would be lost to the control of the strung-out officers. They would assume that the sergeant had found the girl, stripped her, let her get away, and was now pursuing her. Sharpe acknowledged her cleverness and bravery, but for the moment he had time only for the slim, muscle body, for a beauty that he wanted. Kiersey had limped to the edge of the gully's floor and was looking up at Sharpe. "What's happening?" "She's leading them away, sir." He talked normally. The lancers were way beyond earshot. Kiersey nodded, as if he had expected the answer. Harper still looked curious.
"How, sir?"
The girl had disappeared behind the summit, and the lancers, all discipline shredded, were panting up the slope a good 50 yards behind. Sharpe grinned at his sergeant. "She took her clothes off." Kiersey whipped round aghast.
"You looked?"
"Only to see if I could help, sir."
"What kind of a man are you, Sharpe?"
Kiersey was furious, but Sharpe turned away. What kind of a man was it that would not have looked? Harper still stood over the unconscious lancer, and he sounded aggrieved.
"You might have told me, sir."
Sharpe turned back. Kiersey had limped away. "I promised your mother I'd keep you out of trouble. Sorry." He grinned at the sergeant again. "If I'd told you, then the whole damn company would have wanted to look, yes? And by now we'd be back in the war instead of being safe." Harper grinned.
"Privilege of rank, eh, sir?"
"Something like that." He thought of the beauty, the shadowed body with its hard stomach, long thighs, and the challenges of the disinterested, almost antagonistic glances that she had given him. It was 2 hours before she returned, as silently as she had left, and wearing her white dress. She had done her work well, for the lancers had been recalled, the sergeant given up, and Casa Tejada was thronged with Frenchmen. Sharpe guessed that the village had been the centre of a huge operation to clear the partisans from Massena's supply areas. Kiersey agreed, and the two men watched as other cavalry units came from the north to join the Polish lancers. Dragoons, chasseurs, the uniforms of empire, stirring a dust cloud that would have befitted a whole army. And all spent on chasing partisans through dry hills. The girl came up the rim and watched silently as the cavalry left her village. Their weapons flashed needles of light through the brown haze of the dust. The ranks seemed endless. The glorious might of France, that had ridden down the best cavalry in Europe, but could not defeat the guerrilleros. Sharpe looked at the girl, at Kiersey, who talked with her, and was glad once more that he didn't have to fight the partisans. The only way to win was to kill them all, every one, young and old, and even that, as the French were finding, did not work. He thought of the bodies and the blood of the basement. It was not the war of Talavera. They spent the night in the gully, cautious lest the French should still be watching, and some time in the small hours the bubbles stopped in Kelly's throat. Prue Kelly, though she did not know it, was a widow again, and Sharpe remembered the small corporal's smile, his willingness. They buried him at dawn in a grave scratched from the soil, and they heaped it with rocks that would be forced apart by a fox and perched on by the vultures who would tear his chest further apart. Kiersey said the words, from memory, and the men stood round the heaped stones awkwardly. Dust to dust, ashes to ashes, and in a few weeks, Sharpe thought, Prue Kelly would marry again, because that was the way with the women who marched with soldiers. The Polish sergeant, tied up with musket slings, watched the burial, and for a few moments stopped his struggles. The new day came, still hot, the rain still keeping away, and the light company marched into the empty valley to find their gold. Chapter 9. It was a sweet smell, sticky sweet, that left a foul deposit somewhere at the top of the nostrils. Yet it was impossible to describe why it was so unpleasant. Sharpe had smelt it often enough, so had most of the company, and they knew it 50 yards from the village. It was not so much a smell, Sharpe thought, as a state of the air, like an invisible mist. It seemed like a mist to thicken the air, making breathing difficult, yet all the time to have that sweet promise, as if the corpses the French had left behind were made of sugar and honey. Not even the dogs had been left alive. A few cats, too difficult to catch, had survived the French, but the dogs, like their owners, had been killed, splayed open with desperate savagery, as if the French thought that death by itself was not enough, and a body must be turned inside out if it was not to come magically alive to ambush them again. Only one man lived in the village, one of Sharpe's men left behind in the attack, and the French, true to the curious honour that prevailed between the armies, had left John Rawdon propped on a mattress, with bread and water to hand, and a bullet somewhere in his pelvis that would kill him before this new day was done. Ramon, in slow English, told Sharpe that 4 people had been left in the village, mostly the old or the very young, but they had all died. Sharpe stared at the wrecked houses, the blood splashed on low white walls. "Why were they caught?" Ramon shrugged, waved a bandaged hand. "They were good." "Good?" "Francese." He was lost for a word, and Sharpe helped. "Clever?" The young man nodded. He had his sister's nose, the same dark eyes, but there was a friendliness to him that Sharpe had not seen in Teresa. Ramon shook his head hopelessly. "They were not all guerrilleros, yes?" Each group of words was a question, as if he wanted assurance that his English was adequate. Sharpe kept nodding. "They want peace, but now—" He spoke 2 quick sentences in Spanish, his tone bitter, and Sharpe knew that those people of the uplands who had tried to stay aloof from the war would be drawn in whether they wanted it or not. Ramon blinked back tears. The dead had been of his village. "We went there?" He pointed north. "They were before us, yes? We were—" He described a circle with his 2 bandaged hands. "Surrounded? Si." He looked down at his right hand, at the fingers that poked from the grey bandage, and Sharpe saw the index finger moving as if it were pulling a trigger. Ramon would fight again. The bodies were not just in the cellar. Some, perhaps for the amusement of the lancers, had been taken to the hermitage to meet their bitter end, and on the steps of the building Sharpe found Isaiah Tongue, the admirer of Napoleon, throwing up the dry bread that had been his breakfast. The company waited by the hermitage. The prisoner, tall and proud, stood by Sergeant McGovern, and Sharpe stopped by the Scotsman. "Look after him, Sergeant." "Aye, sir. They'll not touch him." The sturdy face was twisted, as if in pain. McGovern, like Tongue, had looked inside the hermitage. "Savages, sir. That's what they are, savages." "I know." There was nothing to say that would reach McGovern's pain. The hurt of a father far from his children, who had just seen small dead bodies. The stench was thick by the hermitage, buzzing with flies, and Sharpe paused by the steps. There was almost a reluctance to go inside, not just because of the bodies, but because of what the hermitage might not contain. The gold. So close, so near to the war's survival, and instead of a feeling of triumph he felt stained, touched by a horror that brought an anger against his job. He climbed the steps, his face a mask, and wondered what his men would do if they found themselves, as they probably would, in a place where the rules no longer counted. He remembered the uncontrollable savagery that followed a siege, the sheer exploding rage that he had felt after death had touched him a score of times in one small breach, and he knew, as the cold air of the hermitage struck him, that this war in Spain, if it should go on, would not be won until British infantry had been fed into the narrow meat grinder of a small gap in a city wall. "Out! Get them out!" The men, pale-faced, looked shocked at Sharpe's anger, but he knew no other way to react to the small bodies. "Bury them!" Harper was crying, tears running down his cheeks. So much innocence, so much waste, as if a baby had earned this. Kiersey stood there with Teresa, and neither cried. The Major flicked at his moustache. "Terrible. Awful. So is what they do to the French." Sharpe surprised himself by saying it, but it was true. He remembered the naked prisoners, wondered how the other captured hussars had died. "Yes." Kiersey used the tone of a man trying to avoid an argument. The girl looked at Sharpe, and he saw she was holding back tears, her face rigid with an anger that was frightening. Sharpe swatted at a fly. "Where's the gold?" Kiersey followed him, spurs clicking on stone, and pointed at a stone slab that was flush with the hermitage floor. The building was not used for services. Even despite the ravages worked by the Poles, it had the air of disuse, of being little more than storage for the village cemetery. It was a place that was consecrated only to death. The Major poked the stone slab with his toe. "Under there." "Sergeant?"
Sir.
"Find a bloody pick, smartly." There was a comfort in orders, as if they could recall a war in which small babies did not die. He looked at the slab engraved with the name Moreno, and beneath the letters an ornate and eroded coat of arms. Sharpe tried to forget the sound of the bodies being dragged outside. He tapped his toe on the shield. "Noble family, sir?" "What? Oh." Kearsey was subdued. "I don't know, Sharpe. Perhaps once." The girl had her back to them, and Sharpe realized that this was her family's vault. It made Sharpe wonder, with an irritating gesture, where his own body would finally rest. Beneath the ashes of some battlefield? Or drowned like the poor reinforcements in their transport ships? "Sergeant?"
Sir.
"Where's that pick?" Harper kicked at the debris left by the Poles, then grunted and stooped. He had the pick, minus its handle, and he thrust it into the gap between the stones. He heaved, the veins on his face standing out, and with a shudder the slab moved, lifted, and there was a space large enough for Sharpe to slide a piece of broken stone beneath. "You men!" Faces looked round from the door of the hermitage. "Come here!" Teresa had gone to a second door, opening into the cemetery, and stood there as if she was not interested. Harper found another spot, levered again, and this time it was easier, and there was enough space for a dozen hands to take hold of the slab and pull it from the floor, swinging it like a trapdoor, while Kearsey fussed that they would let it fall and bequeath to the Moreno as a broken vault. Dark steps led down into the blackness. Sharpe stood at the top, claiming the right to be first down. "Candle? Come on, someone, there's got to be a candle." Hagman had one in his pack, a greasy but serviceable stump, and there was a pause while it was lit. Sharpe stared into the blackness. Here was where Wellington's hopes were pinned. It was ludicrous. He took the candle and began the slow descent into the tomb, and to a different kind of smell. This was not a sweet smell, not rank, but dusty, because the bodies had been here a long time, some long enough for the coffins to have collapsed and to show the gleam of dry bones. Others were newer, still intact, the stonework below their niches stained with seeping liquid. But Sharpe was not looking at coffins. He held the miserable light high, sweeping it round the small space, and saw, bright in the corruption, the flash of metal. It was not gold, just a discarded piece of brass that had once bound the corner of a casket. Sharpe turned to look at Kearsey. "There's no gold." "No." The Major looked round, as if he might have missed 16,000 gold coins on the empty floor. "It's gone." "Where was it stored?" Sharpe knew it was hopeless, but he would not give up. "There, where you are." "Then where's it gone, sir?" Kearsey sniffed, drew himself up to his full height. "How would I know, Sharpe? All I know is it's not here." He sounded almost vindicated. "And where's Captain Hardy?" Sharpe was angry to have come this far for nothing. "I don't know." Sharpe kicked the vault's wall, a petty reaction, and swore. The gold gone, Hardy missing, Kelly dead, and Rawdon dying. He put the candle on the ledge of a niche and bent down to look at the floor. The dust had been disturbed by long, streaking marks, and he congratulated himself ironically for guessing that the smears had been made when the gold was removed. The knowledge was not much use now. The gold was gone. He straightened up. Could El Catolico have taken it? The voice came from above them, from the top of the steps, and it was a rich voice, deep as Kearsey's, but younger, much younger. No, he could not.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4.
The owner of the voice wore long grey boots and a long grey cloak over a slim silver scabbard. As he descended the steps into the dim light, he proved to be a tall man with dark, thin good looks. "Major, How good to see you back. Kiersey preened himself, flicked at his moustache, gestured at Sharpe. Colonel Jovellanos, this is Captain Sharpe. Sharpe, this is El Catolico. Sharpe's voice was neutral. No pleasure in the meeting. The tall man, perhaps 3 years older than Sharpe, smiled. I am Joaquim Jovellanos, once colonel in the Spanish army, and now known as El Catolico. He bowed slightly. He seemed amused by the meeting. They use my name to frighten the French, but you can see that I'm really harmless. Sharpe remembered the man's extraordinary speed with the sword, his bravery in facing the French charge alone. The man was far from harmless. Sharpe noticed the hands, long-fingered, that moved with a kind of ritual grace when he gestured. One of them was offered to Sharpe. I hear you rescued my Teresa. Yes. Sharpe, as tall as El Catolico, felt lumpish beside the Spaniard's civilized languor. The other hand came from behind the cloak, briefly touched Sharpe's shoulder. Then I'm in your debt. The words were given the lie by eyes that remained watchful and wary. El Catolico moved back and smiled deprecatingly, as if in admission that Spanish manners could be a trifle flowery. A slim hand gestured at the tomb. Empty. So it seems. A lot of money. Which it would have been your pleasure to carry for us. The voice was like dark silk. To Cadiz? El Catolico's eyes had not left Sharpe. The Spaniard smiled, made the same gesture around the vault. Alas, it cannot be. It is gone. Do you know where? Sharpe felt like a grubby street sweeper in the presence of an exquisite aristocrat. The eyebrows went up. I do, Captain, I do. Sharpe knew he was being tantalized, but ploughed on. Where? Does it interest you? Sharpe did not reply, and El Catolico smiled again. It is our gold, Captain. Spanish gold. I'm curious. Ah, well, in that case, I can relieve your curiosity. The French have it. They captured it 2 days ago, along with your gallant Captain Hardy. We captured a straggler who told us so. Kiersey coughed, looked to El Catolico as if for permission to speak, and received it. That's it, Sharpe. Hunt's over. Back to Portugal. Sharpe ignored him, continued to stare at the watchful Spaniard. You're sure? El Catolico smiled, raised amused eyebrows, spread his hands. Unless our straggler lied, and I doubt that. You prayed with him? I did, Captain. He went to heaven with a prayer, and with all his ribs removed, one by one. El Catolico laughed. It was Sharpe's turn to smile. We have our own prisoner. I'm sure he can deny or confirm your straggler's story. El Catolico pointed a finger up the stairs. The Polish sergeant? Is that your prisoner? Sharpe nodded. The lies would be nailed. That's the one. How very sad. The hands came together with a graceful hint of prayerful regret. I cut his throat as I arrived, in a moment of anger. The eyes were not smiling, whatever the mouth did, and Sharpe knew that this was not the moment to accept or even acknowledge the delicate challenge. He shrugged, as if the death of the sergeant meant nothing to him, and followed the tall Spaniard up the steps and into the hermitage that was noisy with newcomers who quietened as their leader appeared. Sharpe stood in the thick, sweet smell, and watched the grey-cloaked man move easily among his followers, the figure of a leader who dispersed favour, reward, and consolation. A soldier, Sharpe knew, was judged not merely by his actions, but by the enemies he destroyed, and the rifleman's fingers reached unconsciously for his big sword. Nothing had been admitted, nothing openly said, but in the gloom of the vault, in the wreckage of British hopes, Sharpe had found the enemy, and now, in the scent of death, he groped for the way to victory in this sudden, unwanted, and very private little war. Chapter 10. The rapier moved invisibly, one moment on Sharpe's left, the next, as if by magic, past his guard and quivering at his chest. There was enough pressure to bend the blade, to feel the point draw a trace of blood. Then El Catolico stepped backwards, flicked the slim blade into a salute, and took up his guard again.
You are slow, Captain.
Sharpe hefted his blade. Try changing weapons. El Catolico shrugged, reversed his blade, and held it to Sharpe. Taking the heavy cavalry sword in return, he held it level, turned his wrist, and lunged into empty air.
A butcher's tool, Captain. En garde!
The rapier was as delicate as a fine needle, yet even with its balance, its responsiveness, he could do nothing to pierce El Catolico's casual defence. The partisan leader teased him, led him on, and with a final contemptuous flick, he beat Sharpe's lunge aside and stopped his hand half an inch before he would have laid open Sharpe's throat.
You are no swordsman, Captain.
I'm a soldier. El Catolico smiled, but the blade moved just enough to touch Sharpe's skin before the Spaniard dropped the sword on the ground and held out a hand for his own blade.
Go back to your army, soldier. You might miss the boat.
The boat? Sharpe bent down, pulled his heavy blade towards him.
Didn't you know, Captain? The British are going. Sailing home, Captain, leaving the war to us.
Then look after it. We'll be back. Sharpe turned away, ignoring El Catolico's laugh, and walked towards the gate leading into the street. He was in the ruins of Moreno's courtyard, where Knowles had smashed the volleys into the lancers, and all that was left were bullet marks on the scorched walls. Cesar Moreno came through the gate and stopped. He smiled at Sharpe, raised a hand to El Catolico, and looked round as if frightened that someone might be listening.
Your men, Captain.
Yes?
They're ready.
He seemed a decent enough man, Sharpe thought, but whatever power and prowess he had once had seemed to have drained away under the twin blows of his wife's death and his daughter's love for the overpowering young El Catolico. Cesar Moreno was as grey as his future son-in-law's cloak, grey hair, grey moustache, and a personality that was a shadow of what he had once been. He gestured towards the street.
I can come with you?
Please. It had taken a full day to clear up the village, to dig the graves, to wait while Private Rawdon died, the agony unbearable, and now they walked to where he and the other dead of the company would be buried, out in the fields. El Catolico walked with them, seemingly with inexhaustible politeness, but Sharpe sensed that Moreno was wary of his young colleague. The old man looked at the rifleman.
My children, Captain?
Sharpe had been thanked a dozen times, more, but Moreno explained again.
Ramon was ill, nothing serious, but he could not travel. That was why Teresa was here to look after him.
The French surprised you? El Catolico interrupted.
They did. They were better than we thought. We knew they would search the hills, but in such strength? Massena is worried.
Worried? The grey-cloaked man nodded.
His supplies, Captain, all travel on roads to the south. Can you imagine what we will do to them? We ride again tomorrow to ambush his ammunition, to try to save Almeida.
It was a shrewd thrust. El Catolico would risk his men and his life to save Almeida, when the British had done nothing to rescue the Spanish garrison of Ciudad Rodrigo. He turned his most charming smile on Sharpe.
Perhaps you will come. We could do with those rifles of yours.
Sharpe smiled back. We must rejoin our army, remember. We might miss the boat. El Catolico raised an eyebrow.
And empty-handed. How sad.
The guerrilla band watched them pass in silence. Sharpe had been impressed by them, by their weaponry, and by the discipline El Catolico imposed. Each man, and many of the women, had a musket and bayonet, and pistols were thrust into their belts alongside knives and the long Spanish swords. Sharpe admired the horses, the saddlery, and turned to El Catolico. It must be expensive. The Spaniard smiled. It was as easy as parrying one of Sharpe's clumsier lunges.
They ride for hatred, Captain, of the French. Our people support us.
And the British give you guns, Sharpe thought, but he said nothing. Moreno led them past the Castillo out into the field.
I'm sorry, Captain, that we cannot bury your man in our graveyard.
Sharpe shrugged. The British could fight for Spain, but their dead could not be put in a Spanish cemetery, in case the Protestant soul would drag all the others down to hell. He stood in front of the company, looked at Kiersey, who stood by the graves in his self-appointed role of chaplain, and nodded to Harper. "Hats off!" The words rang thin in the vastness of the valley. Kiersey was reading from his Bible, though he knew the words by heart, and El Catolico, his face full of compassion, nodded as he listened. "Man that is born of a woman is of few days, and full of trouble. He cometh forth like a flower and is cut down." And where's the gold? Sharpe wondered. Was it likely that the French, having killed the old and young, smashed the crucifix, smeared excreta on the walls of the hermitage, would carefully replace the stone lid of the family tomb? High over the valley an exultation of larks tumbled in their song flight, and Sharpe looked at Harper. The sergeant was looking up at his beloved birds, but as Sharpe watched him, the Irishman glanced at his captain and away. His face had been impassive, unreadable, and Sharpe wondered what he had found. He had asked him to look round the village, explaining nothing, but knowing that the sergeant would understand. "Amen!" The burial service was over, and Kiersey glared at the company. "The salute, Captain!" "Sergeant!" "Company!" The words rang out confidently, discipline and chaos, the muskets rising together, the faces of the men anonymous in the ritual. "Fire!" The volley startled the larks, drifted white smoke over the graves, and the decencies had been done. Sharpe would have buried the men without ceremony, but Kiersey had insisted, and Sharpe acknowledged that the Major had been right. The drill, the old pattern of command and obey, had reassured the men, and Sharpe had heard them talking, quietly and contentedly, about marching back to the British lines. The trip across the 2 rivers, out into enemy country, was being called a wild chicken chase, diverting and dangerous, but not part of the real war. They were missing the battalion, the regular rations, the security of a dozen other battalions on the march, and the thought of gold that had once excited them was now seen in perspective, as another soldier's dream, like finding an unlooted wine shop full of pliant women. Kiersey marched across to stand beside Sharpe. He faced the company, the Bible still clasped in his hand. "You've done well, very well. Difficult countryside and a long way from home. Well done." They stared back at him with the blank look soldiers keep for encouraging talks from unpopular officers. "I'm sorry that you must go back empty-handed, but your efforts have not been in vain. We have shown, together, that we do care about the Spanish people, about their future, and your enthusiasm, your struggle, will not be forgotten." El Catolico clapped, beamed at the company, smiled at Kiersey. Sharpe's company stared at the 2 men as if wondering what new indignity would be heaped on them, and Sharpe suppressed a smile at the thought of the Spanish people, remembering the enthusiasm and struggle of Private Batten. Kiersey flicked at his moustache. "You'll march tomorrow back to Portugal, and El Catolico here will provide an escort." Sharpe kept his face straight, hiding his fury. Kiersey had told him none of this. The Major went on. "I'm staying to continue the fight, and I hope we will meet again." If he had expected a cheer, he was disappointed. Then, as El Catolico had visited the burial of the British dead, it was the officers' turn to stand in the war graveyard as the dead villagers were put into a common grave. El Catolico had a tame priest, a moth-eaten little man, who rushed through the service as Sharpe, Knowles and Harper stood awkwardly by the high wall. The French had been here too, as disturbed graves and burst-open sepulchres showed. The dead had been reburied, the damage patched up, but Sharpe wondered yet again at the savagery of such a war. He looked at Teresa, dressed in black, and she gave him one of her unconcerned stares, as if she had never seen him before, and he told himself that there was already enough trouble looming on the horizon without planning to pursue El Catolico's woman. The Spanish officer, his sword still tucked under his arm, caught the glance Teresa gave Sharpe, and he smiled slightly, or at least twitched the corners of his mouth, as if he recognized Sharpe's desire and pitied him for wanting something as unattainable as Teresa. Sharpe remembered the golden body running up the rocks, the shadows on the skin, and he knew he would as soon give up his search for the gold as give up his desire for the girl. Harper crossed himself. The hats went on, and people stirred in the graveyard. Ramon limped over to Sharpe and smiled.
"You go tomorrow?"
"Yes."
"I am sad."
He was genuine, the one friendly face in Casa Tejada. He pointed to Sharpe's rifle.
"I like it."
Sharpe grinned, gave him the rifle to handle. "Come with us. You could become a rifleman." There was a laugh, and El Catolico stood there, Kierzy loyally shadowing the tall man, and he watched as Ramon felt with his little finger, poking from the bandage, the 7 rifle grooves that spun the ball and made the weapon so accurate. El Catolico cleared his throat.
"A sad day, Captain."
"Yes, sir." Surely he had not come to tell Sharpe it had been a sad day. El Catolico looked round the graveyard with an imperious eye.
"Too many dead, too many graves, too many new graves."
Sharpe followed his eyes round the small graveyard. There was something strange here, something out of place. But it could have been his reaction to the burials, to the French damage in the graveyard. One wall, beside the hermitage, was made of niches, each sized to receive a coffin, and the French had torn off the sealed doors and spilt the rotting contents to the ground. Had the French heard of the gold, Sharpe wondered, or did they treat all cemeteries this way? To defile the dead was a taunt almost as callous as man could devise, but Sharpe guessed it was commonplace in the war between partisans and French. Sergeant Harper unexpectedly took a pace forward.
"They didn't open all the graves, sir."
He stated it consolingly, with his surprising compassion. El Catolico smiled at him, saw that Harper was pointing at a fresh grave, neatly piled with earth, and waiting for its headstone. The tall man nodded.
"Not all. Perhaps there was not time. I buried him 6 days ago, a servant, a good man."
There was a snap, and they all looked at Ramon, who was still fumbling with the Baker rifle. He had the small trap open, in the butt, and seemed impressed by the cleaning tools hidden inside. He handed the rifle back to Sharpe.
"One day I have one, yes?"
"One day I'll give you one, when we're back." Ramon lifted his eyebrows.
"You come back?"
Sharpe laughed. "We'll all be back. We'll chase the French all the way to Paris." He slung the rifle and walked away from El Catolico, across the cemetery and through a wrought-iron side gate that opened onto the wide fields. If he had hoped for fresh air, untainted with death, he was unlucky. Beside the gate, half hidden by dark green bushes, was a vast manure heap, stinking and warm. And Sharpe turned back to see that El Catolico had followed him.
"You think the war is not lost, Captain?"
Sharpe wondered if he detected a trace of worry in the Spaniard. He shrugged. "It's not lost."
"You're wrong."
If the Spaniard had been worried, it was gone now. He spoke loudly, almost sneeringly.
"You've lost, Captain. Only a miracle can save the British now."
Sharpe copied the sneering tone. "We're all bloody Christians, aren't we? We believe in miracles." Kirsie's protest was stopped by a peal of laughter. It checked them all, swung them round to see Teresa, her arm through her father's, standing at the hermitage door. The laugh stopped. The face became stern again. But for the first time, Sharpe thought, he had seen that she was not completely bound to the tall, grey-cloaked Spaniard. She even nodded to the rifleman, in agreement, before turning away. Miracles, Sharpe decided, were beginning to happen. Chapter 11. The elation had worn thin. Failure, like a hangover, imposed its mocking price of depression and regret as Sharpe marched westward from Casa Tejada towards the 2 rivers that barred the light company from a doomed British army. Sharpe felt sour, disappointed, and cheated. There had been little friendliness in the farewells. Ramon had embraced him, Spanish fashion, with a garlic kiss on both cheeks, and the young man had seemed genuinely sad to be parting from the light company.
"Remember your promise, Captain. A rifle."
Sharpe had made the promise, but he wondered gloomily how it was to be kept. Almeida must soon be under siege. The French would dominate the land between the rivers, and the British would be retreating westward towards the sea, to final defeat. and all that stood between survival and a silent, bitter embarkation was his suspicion that the gold was still in Casa Teixeira, hidden as subtly as the partisans hid their food and their weapons. He remembered Wellington's words, "Must. Do you hear? Must." There had to be more gold, Sharpe thought. Gold in the cellars of London, in the merchant banks, the counting houses, in the bellies of merchant ships. So why this gold? The question could not be answered, and the threat of defeat, like the rain clouds that still built in the north, accompanied the light company on its empty march towards the river Agueda. The partisans were also going westward, and for the first hour Sharpe had watched the horsemen as they rode on the spine of a low chain of hills to the south. El Catolico had talked of ambushing the French convoys that would be lumbering with ammunition towards Almeida. But often as Sharpe saw Kearsey's blue coat among the horsemen, he could not see El Catolico's grey cloak. He had asked José, one of El Catolico's lieutenants, and the leader of the company's escort, where the partisan leader was, but José shrugged. "Went ahead." The Spaniard spurred his horse away. Patrick Harper caught up with Sharpe, glanced at his captain's face. "Permission to speak, sir." Sharpe looked at him sourly. "You don't usually ask. What is it?" Harper gestured at the escorting horsemen. "What do they remind you of, sir?" Sharpe looked at the long black cloaks, wide hats, and long stirruped saddlery. He shrugged. "So tell me." Harper looked up at the northern sky, at the heavy clouds. "I remember, sir, when I was a recruit. It was like this, so it was, marching from Derry." Sharpe was used to the sergeant's circumlocutions. If there were a way of imparting information by a story, then the Irishman preferred to use it, and Sharpe, who had learned that it was worth listening, did not interrupt. "And they gave us an escort, sir, just like this. Horsemen before, beside, behind, and all the way round, so that not one mother's son would get the hell off the road. It was like being a prisoner, sir, so it was, and all the way. Locked up at night we were, in a barn near Moira, and on their side we were." The sergeant's face had the fleeting look of sadness that sometimes came when he talked of home, of a place so poor that he had ended up in the army of its enemy. The look passed, and he grinned again. "Do you see what I'm telling you, sir? This is a bloody escort for prisoners. They're seeing us off their own land, so they are." "And what if they are?" The two men had quickened their pace, so they were ahead of the company, out of earshot. "The bastards are lying through their teeth." Harper said it with a quiet relish, as if confident that he could defeat their lies as easily as he saw through them. José paused on a ridge ahead and searched the ground before spurring his horse onwards. The company was isolated in a vastness of pale grass, rocks, and dried stream beds. The sun baked it all, hazed it with shimmering air, cracking the soil open with miniature chasms. Sharpe knew they must stop soon and rest, but his men were uncomplaining, even the wounded, and they trudged on in the heat and dust towards the far blue line that was the hills around Almeida. "All right. Why are they lying?" "What did your man say yesterday?" Harper meant El Catolico, but the question did not demand an answer from Sharpe. The sergeant went on with enthusiasm. "We were standing by that grave, you remember, and he said that he had buried the man 6 days before. Would you remember that?" Sharpe nodded. He had been thinking of that grave himself, but his sergeant's words were opening up new ideas. "Go on." "Yesterday was a Saturday. I asked the lieutenant. He can always remember the day and date. So that means he buried his servant on a Sunday." Sharpe looked at Harper, mystified by the meaning of his statement. "So?" "So he buried the man last Sunday." "What's wrong with that?" "God save Ireland, sir, they'd not do that. Not on a Sunday, not on a holy day. They're Catholics, sir, not you heathen Protestants. On a Sunday? Not at all." Sharpe grinned at his vehemence. "Are you sure?" "Am I sure? If my name's not Patrick Augustine Harper, and we were all good Catholics in Tangavini, despite the bastard English. Now, would you look at that, sir?" "What?" Sharpe was alarmed by the sergeant suddenly pointing to the north, as if a French patrol had appeared. "A red kite, sir. You don't see many of those." Sharpe saw a bird that looked like a hawk, but to him most birds, from cuckoos to eagles, looked like hawks. He walked on. Harper had reinforced his suspicions, added to them, and he let his mind wander over the vague feelings that were causing him disquiet. The stone over the crypt, that had not even prompted the faintest mistrust from Kierzy. Then there was the speed with which El Catolico had killed the Polish sergeant, foregoing the usual pleasure of torturing the man. And surely, Sharpe reasoned, that had been done so that the man did not have time in his dying to blurt out the awkward fact that the French knew nothing about the gold. It was not much of a reason for suspicion. In the short time that the Lancer had been their prisoner, Sharpe had not even found a common language. But El Catolico was not to know that. The stone, the sudden death of the Lancer, and added to those, Sharpe's first suspicions that the French, if they had found the treasure, would not have lingered in the high valley, but would have ridden fast with their booty to Ciudad Rodrigo. Now there was Harper's idea that if El Catolico had told the truth, the grave in the churchyard had been created on a Sunday, which by itself was reason for suspicion. Sharpe walked on, feeling the sweat trickling down his back, and tried to remember El Catolico's words. Had he said something like, "I buried him less than a week ago"? But if Harper was right, exact about the 6 days? Once again his suspicion was drifting free, and had nothing to pin it and justify the plan that was in his mind. Yet El Catolico was lying. He had no proof, just a certainty. He turned back to Harper. "You think the gold is in that grave?" "There's something there, sir, and it's as sure as eternal damnation that it's no Christian burial." "But he could have buried the man on the Saturday." "He could, sir, he could. But there's the point that the thing is not disturbed. Strange." Again Sharpe did not follow the Irishman's reasoning. Harper grinned at him. "Say you wanted to steal a few thousand gold coins, sir, and they were hidden in the vault. Now, would you want to share the good news with everyone that you were taking them away? Not if you have a grain of sense, sir, so you'd move it a short way, hidden by the walls of the burial yard, and you hide it again in a good, fresh grave." "And if I was a French officer," Sharpe was thinking out loud, "the first place I would look for anything hidden, guns, food, anything, is a good, fresh grave." Harper nodded. He was no longer smiling. "And if you found the corpse of a British officer, sir, what would you do then?" The sergeant had gone way ahead of Sharpe's thinking, and he let the idea thread itself into his suspicions. Where the hell was Hardy? If the French found a British officer in a grave, they would not disturb it. They would replace the earth, even say a prayer. He whistled softly. "But I know, sir," Harper interrupted him. This was the sergeant's theory, well thought over, and he raced ahead with it. "There's the funny thing. They won't bury a heathen English in holy ground in case you spoil it for us good Catholics. But would you think 16,000 gold coins might overcome their fear of eternal perdition, sir? I'd be tempted. And you can always move the body when you dig up the gold, and with 2 Hail Marys you're back on a golden ladder." Harper nodded in satisfaction with his theory. "Did you talk, sir, with the girl's father?" "Yes, but he knew nothing." Which was not true, Sharpe reflected. He had talked with Cesar Moreno in the burnt courtyard of the widower's house, and the grey head bowed when Sharpe had asked what had happened to Captain Hardy. "I don't know." Moreno had looked up, almost pleading with Sharpe not to go on. "And the gold, sir?" Teresa's father had jerked away from Sharpe. "The gold! Always the gold! I wanted it to go to Lisbon. El Catolico wants it to go by road. The French have it. If your cavalry had not blundered, Captain, it would be on its way to Cadiz. There is no gold any more." There had been a note of desperation in the man's voice that had made Sharpe want to go on prying, to let the gentle questions release Moreno's honesty. But El Catolico, Teresa with him, had appeared at the gate, and the chance had gone. Yet now Harper was offering a new thought, one that Sharpe would never have found for himself, that the grave in the walled cemetery held the treasure, and, like the mysterious old mounds in the British countryside, the body was surrounded by gold. There was another superstition attached to those mounds, one Sharpe remembered well, that each was guarded by a sleeping dragon, a dragon that would wake at the first scrape of a thieving pickaxe. The dragon would have to be risked. Sharpe let the idea take wings, spin itself into the air, a fragile sequence of possibilities on which to suspend the hope of victory. Could the gold be in Casa Teixeira? So easy? That the gold was in the graveyard, sitting there till the armies had moved on, and El Catolico could dig it up without fear of French patrols or zealous exploring officers. Then why had El Catolico encouraged Kierzy to stay on with the partisans? Or, he remembered, invited Sharpe to stay with his rifles. Yet if Harper were right, if his own suspicions were right, then the grave had been dug on a Sunday, which was against the law of the church, and in it were the gold and the body of Josefina's lover. And perhaps El Catolico had invited them to stay with the partisans, because that only lessened their suspicions, and because El Catolico had all the time in the world, and was in no particular hurry to dig up the coins. It was all too fantastic, a delicate web of frail surmise, but he knew that if he did not take a decision, then all would be irrevocably lost. He laughed out loud, at the absurdity of it all, at his worries that he might cause himself trouble if he were in the wrong, as if that mattered against the outcome of the summer's campaign. José looked round, startled by the sudden laugh. "Captain? We must take a rest. 10 minutes." The men sat down gratefully, stripped off their packs, and lay full length on the ground. Sharpe walked back along the line to talk to the wounded men who were being helped by their comrades. He heard Batten grumbling and stopped. "Don't worry, Batten. There's not much farther to go." The suspicious eyes looked up at Sharpe. "It's a hot day, sir." "You'd complain if it was any colder." The men nearby grinned. "Anyway, you'll be in Almeida tomorrow, and back with the battalion the day after." He spoke loudly for the escort's benefit, and as he spoke he knew that the decision had been taken. They would not be in Almeida tomorrow, or the day after, but back in Casa Tejada, where there was some grave digging to do. It was the only way to allay the suspicions, but by doing it Sharpe knew he was taking on enemies that were more dangerous than the French. If the goal were there, and for a second his mind sheered away from the terrifying prospect that it was not, then the company would have to carry it across 20 miles of hostile country, avoiding the French, but worse than that, fighting off the partisans, who knew the territory and how to fight it. For the moment all he could do was to convince the surly José that he had every intention of going straight back to the army. And Sharpe, to his men's surprise, suddenly waxed voluble and jolly. "Boiled beef tomorrow, lads. No more vegetable stew. Army rum, your wives, the regimental sergeant-major, all the things you've missed. Aren't you looking forward to it?" They grinned at him, happy that he was happy. "And for us unmarried men, the best women in Portugal." There were rude cheers for that, and the partisan, resting in his saddle, looked on disapprovingly. "Your men fight for women, Captain?" Sharpe nodded cheerfully. "And for drink, plus a shilling a day with deductions." Knowles walked up from the rear with his watch open. 10 minutes are up, sir." "On your feet!" Sharpe clapped his hands. "Come on, lads, let's go home. Parades, rations, and Mrs. Roach to do the washing." The men stood up in good moods, heaved on their packs, shouldered their weapons, and Sharpe saw José's disdainful look. He had created the impression, a fairly accurate impression, that the light company cared only for drink and women, and such allies were not to José's taste. Sharpe wanted to be despised, to be underrated, and if the Spaniard went back to Casa Tejada thinking that the men of the South Essex were clumsy, crude, and hell-bent on reaching the cat-houses of Lisbon, then that suited Sharpe. Patrick Harper, the 7-barrel gun hitched high on his shoulder, fell into step with Sharpe once more. "So, we're going back." Sharpe nodded. "Not that anyone else needs to know. How did you guess?" Harper laughed. He looked shrewdly at Sharpe, as if gauging the wisdom of his answer, but he seemed to think it safe. "Because you want the bastard's woman." Sharpe smiled. "And the gold, Patrick. Don't forget the gold." They reached the Agueda at dusk, where gnats gathered in clouds over the slow northward flow of the river. Sharpe was tempted to bivouac on the eastern bank, but knew that such an action would arouse the partisan suspicions. So the light company waded the river and went half a mile into the trees that fringed the western hills. The escort did not leave, but stood on the far bank watching them, and for a moment Sharpe wondered if the Spaniards suspected that the British soldiers would try to return to Casa Tejada in the night. He turned to a shivering Lieutenant Knowles. "Light a fire." "A fire?" Knowles looked astonished. "But the French, I know, light it. A big one." The men were enthusiastic. Those who had the wicked saw-back bayonets attacked cork-oak branches. Others gathered kindling, and within minutes the blue wood smoke rose like a wavering signal in the evening sky. Patrick Harper, standing in dripping shirt-tails, and holding his sodden trousers to the fire, cocked an inquisitive look towards his captain, as if suggesting that the blaze was dangerous. It was deliberately so, because seeing it would further convince the partisans of the ineptness of the British infantry. Any man who lit a fire in the countryside patrolled by the enemy could not expect to live long. Whether prompted by the sight of the fire or by the lateness of the hour, José decided to leave, and Sharpe, crouching in the shadows of the tree line, watched as the horsemen wheeled and spurred their horses back to the east. The company was alone. "Lieutenant?" Knowles came from the fire. "Sir?" "We're going back tonight." He watched Knowles to see if there was any reaction, but the North Countryman nodded as if the news was not unexpected. Sharpe was obscurely disappointed. "We won't take the wounded. Sergeant Reed can take them on to Almeida. Give him 3 men to help and tell him to find a convoy going back over the Coa. Understand?" "Yes, sir." "And we'll split up tonight. I'll go ahead with the riflemen. You follow. You'll find us in the graveyard at Casa de Jada." Knowles scratched his head. "You reckon the gold's in there, sir?" Sharpe nodded. "Maybe. I want a look anyway." He grinned at the lieutenant, infecting him with his enthusiasm. "Arrange that, Robert. Then let me know if there are any problems." Night dropped swiftly, and the darkness seemed to Sharpe to be doubly thick. The moon was hidden behind looming clouds that slowly, infinitely slowly, blotted out the stars, and a small, chill breeze that came from the north reminded Sharpe that the weather had to break. Let it not be tonight, he thought, for rain would slow them, make the difficult journey even more hazardous, and he needed to be in Casa de Jada while the darkness still reigned. To his surprise, his pleasure, the news that they were not going on to Almeida seemed to excite the men. They grinned at him, muttered that he was a bastard, but there was a restlessness about the company that spoke of a need to fulfill their job. Knowles came back, a shadow in the darkness. "Any problems?" "Only Reed, sir. Wants a paper." Sharpe laughed. Sergeant Reed was as fussy as a broody hen, and doubtless thought that his small band was in more danger from their own side than from the French. If the provosts found a small group wandering away from their battalion, they could assume they had found deserters and get out their long ropes. Sharpe scribbled with a pencil on a page from Knowles's notebook, not knowing in the darkness if the words were even legible. "Give him that." Knowles did not leave, and Sharpe could hear him moving restlessly. "What is it?" The lieutenant's voice was low, worried. "Do you know the gold is there, sir?" "You know I don't." There was a pause. Knowles shifted from foot to foot. "It's a risk, sir." "How?" Sharpe knew that his lieutenant was not lacking in courage. "I thought Major Kearsey ordered you back to the army, sir. If he comes back and finds us poking round Casa de Jada, he won't exactly be happy. And El Catolico won't welcome us with open arms, and—" His voice trailed away. "And what?" "Well, sir—" Knowles crouched down so he was closer to Sharpe, his voice even lower. "Everyone knows you were in trouble with the General after those provosts, sir. If Kearsey complains about you, sir, well—" He ran out of words again. "I could be in even more trouble, yes?" "Yes, sir. And it's not just that." His words suddenly tumbled out, as if he'd been storing the speech for days or even weeks. "We all know the Gazette hasn't come through, sir, and it's so unfair. Just because you were once a private, they seem to be doing nothing, and the Eagle counts for nothing. No, no, no." Sharpe stopped the flow. He was embarrassed, touched, even surprised. "The army isn't unfair. It's just slow." He did not believe that himself, but if he let himself express his real thoughts, then the bitterness would show. He remembered the elation of the moment a year before, when the General had gazetted him a captain, but since then there had been only silence from the Horse Guards. He wondered whether the Gazette had already been refused, and no one dared tell him. That had happened before, and battalion commanders had made up the pay themselves. Damn the army. Damn the promotion system. He looked at Knowles. "How long have you been a lieutenant?" 2 years and 9 months, sir." Sharpe was hardly surprised that the answer was given so fully and so quickly. Most lieutenants counted the days till they had 3 years' seniority. "So you'll be a captain by Christmas?" Knowles sounded embarrassed. "My father's paying, sir. He promised me the money after Talavera." "You deserve it. Sharpe felt the pang of jealousy. He could never afford £1,500 for a captaincy, and Knowles was lucky in his father. Sharpe laughed, disguising his mood. "If my Gazette fails, Robert, then by Christmas we'll have changed places." He stood up, looked across the dark valley. "Time to go. God knows how we find the way, but good luck." 1,000 miles away, north and east, a small man with an untidy hank of hair and an insatiable appetite for work looked at the pile of papers he had dealt with and grunted approvingly as he reread the last paragraphs of the latest dispatch from Marshal André Massena. He wondered if the Marshal, whom he himself had made into the Prince of Essling, was losing his touch. The British army was so small, the newspapers from London said a mere 23,000, with 22,000 Portuguese allies, while the French armies were so big, and Massena seemed to be taking the devil of a long time. But the dispatch said that he was going forward into Portugal, and soon the British would have their backs to the sea and would face nothing but terror, shame, and defeat. The small man yawned. He knew everything that happened in his huge empire, even that the Prince of Essling had taken a young woman to the war to keep his bed warm at night. But he would be forgiven. A man needed that, especially as the years went on, and victory forgave all. He laughed out loud, startling a servant and flickering the candles, as he remembered a secret agent's report that said Massena's mistress was disguised in hussar uniform. But what did that matter? The empire was safe, and the small man went to his bed, to his princess, in utter ignorance of the company that marched through his territory in the hope of giving him many sleepless nights in the months to come. Chapter 12. It was a nightmare journey, and only Hagman's instincts, honed by years of poaching dark countryside, took the riflemen safely back over the paths where they'd been escorted earlier in the day. Sharpe wondered how Knowles, with the larger number of men, was surviving. But there were poachers not unlike Hagman and the Redcoats, and there was no point in worrying. The riflemen made good time, cursing through the rocks, stumbling on the stream beds, going faster than the less well-trained men of the South Essex could travel. The rifles were the elite of the army, the best trained, the best equipped, the finest infantry of an army which boasted the best foot soldiers in the world. But none of their training, their vaunted self-reliance, had prepared them for the job of sneaking into Casa Tejada under the noses of suspicious partisans. Perversely, the moon made an appearance as the green-jacketed men reached the final crest before the village. It sailed clear of the ragged cloud edge, and showed the village, innocent and silent, in the centre of the valley. The men dropped to the ground, pushed their rifles forward, but nothing moved in the moonlight except the barley rippling in the breeze, and the maize clattering on its long stalks. Sharpe stared at the village, reliving the hopelessness of trying to get near it unseen. And tonight there would be no hope of persuading its defenders to light fires, dazzle themselves, and thus give the attackers an advantage. He stood up. "Come on." They made a wide circuit, round the southern end of the valley, moving fast in the moonlight, and hoping that if their shadowed bodies were dimly seen against the dark background of the hills, the sentries in the village would think that it was one of the wolf packs that ran in the uplands. Twice on the journey, the riflemen had heard the wolves near them, once seen a ragged profile on a crest, but they had not been troubled. The cemetery was on the eastern side of the street, and the riflemen had to circle the village so they could approach from the darkness. Sharpe kept looking towards the east, fearing the first sliver of dawn, fearing the approach to the village. "Down!" They dropped again, panting, in a field of half-cut barley that the French had trampled with their horses, criss-crossing the field so that in the darkness it was made of fantastic patterns and strangely shadowed curves. "Come on!" They wriggled forward, the hermitage a quarter-mile away with its bell tower staring at them, picking paths through the stalks where the crop had been flattened, and where standing clumps gave them cover. No one spoke. Each man knew his job, and each knew, too, that the Spaniards, who talked to one another with white stones on hilltops, could have watched them for the last 5 miles. Yet why should they be suspicious? Sharpe was haunted by the question, by the possible answers, by the knife edge on which he had balanced the company. 200 yards to go, and he stopped, raised a hand, and turned to Hagman. "All right?" The man nodded, grinned his toothless grin. "Perfect, sir." Sharpe looked at Harper. "Come on." Now it was just the two of them, creeping forward into the growing stench of the manure, listening for the tiny sounds that could betray an alert sentry. The barley, crushed and tortuous, grew almost to the wall of the graveyard. But as they twisted their way closer to the high white wall, Sharpe knew they could not hope to climb it unseen. He let Harper wriggle alongside and put his mouth close to the sergeant's ear. "You see the bell tower?" Harper nodded. "There has to be someone up there. We can't cross here. We'll be seen." The sergeant put out a hand and curved it to the left. Sharpe nodded. "Come on." The bell tower, with its arches facing the 4 points of the compass, was the most obvious sentry post in the village. Sharpe could see nothing in the shadowed space at the top of the tower, but he knew a man was there. And as they crawled, the stalks of the barley deafening, he felt like a small animal creeping towards a trap. They reached the corner of the cemetery, stood against the wall with a false sense of relief, and then, hidden from the tower, edged slowly down its left-hand side towards the gate, the bushes, and the rank heap of manure. Nothing stirred. It was as if Casa Tejada were deserted, and for a moment Sharpe let his mind dwell on the luxurious possibility that El Catolico had ridden with all his followers, and that the village truly was empty. Then he remembered Ramon, who could not yet ride, and his sister Teresa, who had stayed to look after him. And he knew that the village was lived in, was guarded. Yet somehow they had reached the gate into the cemetery, and no one had shouted, no one had clicked back the lock of a musket, and still the village had the blank look of a sleeping community. Sharpe peered through the wrought-iron gate. The graves were lit by the moon. It was quiet. The hairs on the back of his neck prickled, and suddenly the idea of 16,000 gold coins hidden in the grave was ridiculous. He twitched Harper's elbow, forcing the sergeant into the thick shadow of the bushes by the gate. "I don't like it," he whispered. There was no point in trying to dissect his fears. A soldier had to trust instinct, and the moment he tried to pin it down, it would vanish like smoke in a mist. "You stay here, I'll go in. If anyone interferes with me, use that damned gun." Patrick Harper nodded. He had unslung the 7-barrel gun, and he pulled back the flint, slowly and evenly, so that the heavily greased pawl slid silently into place. The sergeant shared his officer's apprehension, though whether it was the sight of the empty graveyard in the thin moonlight, or that their enemies mockingly watched them, he wasn't sure. He watched Sharpe jump for the top of the wall, not trusting the hinges of the gate, and then he looked into the hills and saw the faintest edge on the horizon, the harbinger of dawn, and felt a chill breeze disturb the thick stench of the manure. He heard Sharpe's scabbard scrape on the stones. There was a thump as he hit the ground. Then Harper was alone in the thick cover of the bush and gripping the stock of the killer gun. Sharpe crouched inside the graveyard, his ears ringing with the noise he had made as he dropped over the wall. He'd been a fool. He should have slipped his sword and rifle through the bars of the gate, but he hadn't thought of it, and he'd made a noise like a lover fleeing from a returning husband as he slithered and bumped his way over the high stone barrier. But nothing moved. Nothing sounded except a curious, deep background sighing, where the wind passed through the bell tower and caressed the huge metal instrument. Across the graveyard he could see the wall sepulchres, little boxes in the thin light, and he thought of the putrefaction dripping down the mortar, and the bodies that lay in this yard. And then he was on his belly and crawling between the graves towards the spot across the yard where the fresh grave waited for him. He could be seen, he knew, from the bell tower as he made his way across, but the die was cast. There was no going back. And he could only hope that the man in the tower was sleeping, his head on his chest, while the enemies sneaked in beneath. His belt-buckle, cross-belt and buttons all snagged on the dry earth as he crawled towards the heap of earth. The grave did look suspicious, he decided, higher than the others, and somehow more neatly sculptured into a squared ridge of pale soil. He had smeared his face with a mixture of dirt and spittle, but he dared not look up, much as he wanted to see if a face was leaning out of the archway. In the stillness he cursed his stupidity. Should he have marched straight in, bayonets fixed, and insisted on digging up the grave? If he had been certain, he could have done that, instead of coming like a thief in the night. But nothing was certain. A suspicion, that was all. A flimsy, damned suspicion that was buttressed by nothing more than Patrick Harper's insistence that a man would not be buried on a Sunday. He suddenly remembered that the sergeant's middle name was Augustine, and he grinned senselessly as at last he came up beside the object he had marched so far and hard to explore. Nothing moved. The bell moaned gently, but there were no other sounds. It would have been easy to think that he was utterly alone, completely unseen, but his instinct was still sending danger signals that he could do nothing about. He began to dig awkwardly, lying flat with a crooked arm and dragging back handfuls of earth from the grave. It was harder than he'd thought. Every handful of dry earth and flinty stone brought down a miniature landslide from the top of the ridge, and each time it seemed that the noise was deafening. But he dared do nothing except keep scrabbling at the grave, while the muscles of his arm, bent unnaturally, shrieked with agony. Once he thought he heard a noise, a foot on stone, but when he froze there was nothing. He looked up, saw the tinge of grey light that limited his time, and he dug deeper, forcing his hand into the soil and trying to make a tunnel down to whatever was buried in this hard, shallow land. The light was improving disastrously, and what before had been mere humped shadows in the moonlight could now be seen as distinct ornate gravestones. He could even read the writing on the nearest stone, Maria Urraca, and the carved angel that guarded her rest seemed to leer at him in the thin light. He risked a look upwards, throwing caution away, but there was nothing to be seen in the arched opening at the top of the tower, except for the grey, dim shape of the bell. He pushed his hand in harder, still meeting nothing but soil and stone, and enlarged the crater he had made, which looked as if a dog had been scrabbling for a bone. Then there was a voice, clear and distinct, somewhere in the village, and he knew there was no more time. The voice had not sounded alarmed, just someone getting up, but there was no point in trying to hide any more. He knelt up and used both hands, pulling back the soil, delving down to whatever was in the grave. And there it was. Sackcloth. He scraped more frantically, the soil caving in on the patch of sacking, and his mind whipped ahead to the thought of gold coins in thin sacks buried 6 inches below the surface. He cleared the patch again, could see the sacking clearly, and he thrust at it with stiff fingers, splitting it, forcing his hand into the coins. But there were no coins. Just the filthy, desperate, rotten smell of corpse, and a horrifying slime on his fingers, a gagging in his throat, and he knew instantly that this body, shrouded in plain brown cloth, was not Captain Hardy, but El Catolico's servant, who, for a reason he would never know, had been undisturbed by the marauding Frenchman. Failure. Utter, complete, total failure. The end of 1,000 hopes, and fingers covered in rotting tissue, and no gold. "Good morning." The voice was mocking, even and steady, and Sharpe spun round to see El Catolico standing in the door of the hermitage. The Spanish officer was in shadow, but there was no mistaking the long uniform cuffs beneath the grey cloak, the slim sword, or the silken voice. "Good morning, Captain Sharpe. Were you hungry?" Sharpe stood up, conscious of the filth on his uniform. He bent down to pick up his rifle, but checked as he saw a musket barrel pointed at him from behind El Catolico. And suddenly, on quiet feet, a dozen men were in a line either side of the Spaniard, who still looked at Sharpe with a mocking eye. "Do you often dig up corpses, Captain Sharpe?" There was nothing to say. He let the rifle stay on the ground and straightened up. "I asked you if you often dug up corpses, Captain." The tall man walked a few more feet into the cemetery. Sharpe wiped the filth from his right hand on his overall trousers. Why the devil had Harper not appeared? Had they found him too? Sharpe had heard nothing. No footsteps, no creaking door. But he had been scraping at the soil, and the noise had been enough to cover El Catolico's quiet approach to the back door of the hermitage. The Spaniard chuckled, waved a hand in one of his elegant gestures. "You're not going to answer my question. I suppose you are searching for the gold? Am I right?" Sharpe said nothing, and El Catolico's voice became insistent. "Am I right?" "Yes." "Ah, you have a voice." El Catolico turned and spoke to one of his men, waited and turned back holding a spade. "Then dig, Captain. Dig. We never had time to bury Carlos properly. We did it in a hurry last Saturday night, so you can do us a service." He threw the spade at Sharpe, the blade catching the light, and it thumped into the soil next to the rifleman's feet. Sharpe did not move. Part of him damned Harper, unfairly, for the suspicions about a Sunday burial, but he knew that he would have come back anyway. And where was the big Irishman? He could not have been captured, not without a struggle that would have been audible a mile away. And Sharpe felt the faintest stirring of hope. El Catolico took a step forward. "You want dig?" The tall Spaniard chopped down with his left hand, and Sharpe saw the musket barrel come up, heard the bang, saw the stab of flame in the gout of smoke, and the ball flattened itself on the wall behind him. Had the bastards cut Harper's throat? There was no hope of a rescue from Hagman. Sharpe had drummed it into the group that they were not to come into the village unless summoned. Damn everything! And Knowles would lumber into the same trap, and everything, every last bloody thing, had collapsed around him because he had been too clever. He picked up the spade. There was no choice, and he thrust its blade into the earth beside the body. And his mind, refusing to take the finality of utter defeat, still hoped that beneath the rotting corpse he might find bags of gold. Beneath the body was flinty soil, full of sharp rocks, hard-packed and jarring as he thrust down with the spade. El Catolico laughed. "Have you found your gold, Captain?" He turned to his men, spoke in quick Spanish, and they laughed at the Englishman, mocked the rifle captain with the dirty face who was being forced to dig a grave like a peasant. "Joachim!" Therese's voice, and suddenly she was there, dressed in a long white dress, and she stood beside her man, put her arm through his, and asked what was happening. Sharpe heard her laughter as El Catolico explained. "Dig, Captain, dig! The gold! You must have the gold!" El Catolico was enjoying himself. Sharpe threw down the spade. "There is no gold." "Ah!" El Catolico's face showed mock horror. His hands flew up, releasing the girl, and he translated to his men. He turned back, ignoring their laughter. "Where are your men, Captain?" "Watching you." It was a feeble answer, and El Catolico treated it with the contempt it deserved. He laughed. "You were seen crawling to the grave, Captain, all alone and in the darkness. But you're not alone, are you?" "No, and I didn't expect to find you here." El Catolico bowed. "An unexpected pleasure, then. Therese's father is leading the ambush. I decided to come back." "To protect your gold?" It was a futile attempt, but everything was futile now. El Catolico put an arm round Therese's shoulders. "To protect my treasure, Captain." He translated again, and the men laughed. The girl's face stayed enigmatic as ever. El Catolico waved a hand at the gate. "Go, Captain. I know your men on here. Go home, little gravedigger, and remember one thing." "Yes?" "Watch your back, very carefully. It's a long road." El Catolico laughed, watched Sharpe bend down to retrieve his rifle. "Leave the rifle, little gravedigger. It will save us picking it up from the road." Sharpe picked it up, slung it defiantly on his shoulder, and swore uselessly at the Spaniard. El Catolico laughed, shrugged, and gestured again at the gate. "Go, Captain. The French have the gold, as I told you. The French." The gate was not locked. It could have been opened easily, but Patrick Harper, with the blood of Irish heroes in his veins, chose to stand back and kick it with one enormous foot. It exploded inwards, the hinges tearing from the dry mortar, and there he stood, 6 feet 4 inches of grinning Irishman, filthy as a slaughterer, and with 7 barrels held in one hand that pointed casually at El Catolico and his men. "Top of the morning! And how's our lordship this morning?" Sharpe was rarely given a glimpse of Harper's imitation of what the rest of the world thought of as Irish mannerisms, but this was obviously a rich performance. The dreadful shroud of failure vanished, because Sharpe knew with an absolute certainty that Patrick Harper was boiling with good news. There was the grin, the jigging walk, and the inane words that bubbled from the huge soldier. "And a fine morning it is, to be sure, your honour." He was looking at El Catolico. "I wouldn't move you, Grace, not while I've got the gun on you. It could go off with a desperate bang, so it could, and take the whole of your precious head off." He glanced at Sharpe. "Morning, sir. Excuse my appearance." Sharpe smiled, began to laugh with the relief of it. Harper was disgusting, covered with glistening and decaying muck, and the sergeant grinned through the mask of manure.
I fell in the shit, sir.
Only one thing about the sergeant was not smothered in manure: the gun, and that, despite his excitement, was held very steadily on El Catolico. The Irishman glanced quickly again at Sharpe.
Would you mind calling the lad, sir?
Sharpe drew the whistle from its holster on his leather crossbelt and blew the signal that would bring the rifleman running to the village. Harper still looked steadily at El Catolico.
Thank you, sir.
This was his moment, his victory, and Sharpe was not going to spoil it for him. The sergeant smiled at El Catolico.
You were saying, Your Holiness, that the French have the gold.
El Catolico nodded, said nothing. Teresa looked defiantly at Harper, then at Sharpe, who now pointed his rifle at the small group of partisans.
The French have the gold.
Her voice was firm, her tone almost contemptuous of the two men with the guns. The Spaniards had guns, but none of them dared move while the vast muzzle of the 7-barrel gun stared at them from the flank. Teresa repeated herself.
The French have the gold. That's good, miss, so it is.
Harper's voice was suddenly gentle.
Because what you don't know about, as me old mother used to say, you won't miss. And look what I found in the dung heap.
He grinned at them all, raised his free hand, and from it, trickling in a glittering cascade, fell thick gold coins. The grin became wider.
The good Lord, said Patrick Augustine Harper, has been kind to me this morning.
End of Disc 4. Disc 5.
Chapter 13. Sharpe pointed at a stunted olive tree, apparently a marker between two fields, and shouted up at Hagman. "See the tree, Daniel?" The voice came down from the bell tower. "Sir?" "Olive tree. 400 yards away, beyond the big house." "Got it, sir." "Shoot that hanging branch off." Hagman muttered something about bloody miracles. El Catolico sneered at the impossibility of the marksmanship, and Sharpe smiled at him. "If any of your men try to leave the village, they get shot, understand?" The Spaniard did not reply. Sharpe had put 4 riflemen in the bell tower with orders to shoot any horseman spurring away from Casa Tejada. For the moment, he needed all the time he could gain before El Catolico's whole band of hardened partisans began the pursuit of the light company through the hills. The Baker rifle banged. The hanging branch leapt into the air, hinged on a strip of bark, and then fell back. Hagman had not fully severed the pale bark, but the demonstration was more than enough, and El Catolico watched the ragged branch swaying like a pendulum. He said nothing. His men, disarmed and perplexed, sat by the cemetery wall and watched 5 other riflemen, led by Harper, raking at the huge pile of manure with their bayonets. They were pulling out leather bags, filled with coins, dumping them at Sharpe's feet. Bag after bag, thick with gold. More money than Sharpe had ever seen in one place, a fortune beyond his imaginings. The riflemen were awed by the gold, elated at its discovery, and disbelieving in their excitement as the warm, reeking bags thumped down at Sharpe's feet. El Catolico's face was as rigid as a child's mask sold at a country fairground, but Sharpe knew the controlled muscles hid a raging anger. The Spaniard crossed to Sharpe, gestured at the bags. "Our gold, Sharpe." "Ours?" "Spanish." The dark eyes searched the rifleman's face. "So we take a ticket is for you. Do you want to come?" "Cadiz!" For a moment the mask slipped, and the voice was a snarl of anger. "You won't take it to Cadiz. You will go back to England with your army to buy comforts for your generals." Sharpe hoped his own face mirrored the scorn on El Catolico's. "And what were you going to do with it?" The Spaniard shrugged. "Take it to Cadiz? By land?" Sharpe did not believe him. Every instinct told him that El Catolico had planned to steal the gold, keep it. But he had no proof, except that the gold had been hidden. He shrugged back at the guerrilla leader. "Then we'll save you a journey. It will be our pleasure." He smiled at El Catolico, who turned away and spoke rapidly to his men, gesturing at Sharpe, and the seated fighters by the wall muttered angrily, so that Sharpe's men had to heft their rifles and step 1 pace forward. Patrick Harper stopped beside Sharpe and stretched his back muscles.
Oh, they're not happy, sir.
Sharpe grinned. They think we're stealing their gold. I don't think they want to help us take it to Cadiz. Teresa was staring at Sharpe as a cat might look at a bird. Harper saw her expression.
Do you think they'll try to stop us, sir?
Sharpe raised innocent eyebrows. We're allies. He raised his voice and spoke slowly so that any of the Spaniards with a smattering of English would understand. We take the gold to Cadiz. To the junta. Teresa spat on the ground and raised her eyes again to Sharpe. He wondered if they'd all known that the gold was hidden in the manure, but doubted it. If too many of the partisans had known, there was always a danger that someone would talk and the secret would be gone. But there was no doubting the fact that now the gold had been revealed, they were determined to stop him taking it away. It was an undeclared war, nasty and private, and Sharpe wondered how the Light Company was to carry the coins through a countryside that was familiar hunting territory to El Catolico's men.
Sir?
Hagman was calling from the bell tower.
Mr. Knowles in sight, sir?
Knowles had evidently lost his way, strayed hopelessly in the dark, and the young lieutenant's face was exasperated and tired as the red-jacketed men straggled into the village. He stopped when he saw the gold, and then turned to Sharpe again. His expression went to one of joy. "I don't believe it!" Sharpe picked up one of the coins and casually tossed it to him. "Spanish gold." "Good God!" The newcomers pressed round the lieutenant, leant over and fingered the coin. Knowles looked up. "You found it!" Sharpe nodded at Harper. "Harps did." "Harps?" Knowles used the sergeant's nickname quite unconsciously. "How the devil did you do it?" "Easy, sir, easy." Harper launched himself on the retelling of his exploit. Sharpe had heard it 4 or 5 times already, but this was a sergeant's achievement, and he must hear it again. Harper had been in the bushes, as Sharpe had told him, and listening to the sound of his captain scrabbling at the grave.
"Noisy. I thought I'd woken the dead, so I did. Scratching all the time the light coming up."
Then there had been noises, footsteps from the village. Harper nodded at Sharpe.
"I knew he hadn't heard a thing, still scratching away like the graveyard had fleas, so I was, and I thought, I'm not going to move. The bastards might know about the captain, but I was heading away, and better off there."
He pointed at El Catolico, who stared back expressionless.
"Then your man there comes round here, all on his own, buttoning up his trousers he was, and he peeks through the gate. So I thought, going to jump on the captain, are you? I was about to do a wee bit of jumping myself, but then he turns round, draws out his fancy sword, and pokes the bloody manure. So I knew then, sure enough. And when the bastard had gone off, I poked in there myself."
He grinned broadly, seemed to wait for applause, and Knowles laughed. "But how did you know?" Sharpe interrupted. "This is the clever bit. Honest Sergeant Harper at work." Harper grinned, happy to bask in the approbation.
"Would you ever have seen a pickpocket at work, sir?"
Knowles shook his head, muttered something about moving in different circles, and Harper's grin grew even wider.
"It's like this, sir, so it is. There are 2 of you, right? One brushes against a wealthy man in the street, jostles him. You know how it is? You don't hurt the man, but you wobble him off balance. So what does he do? He thinks you may have lifted his money, so he immediately puts a hand on his pocket to see if it's there. So your other man's watching, sees which pocket he pats, and it's as good as picked."
He jerked a thumb at the partisan leader.
"Silly bastard falls right into it. Here's how the captain's disturbing the worms, so he can't resist sneaking round to make sure that the stuff's still safe. And here it is."
Knowles laughed. "How does a simple Irish lad from Donegal know about pickpockets?" Harper raised a sage eyebrow.
"We learn a lot of things in Tangavini, sir. It's surprising, sir, so it is, what you learn at your mammy's knee."
Sharpe walked over to the strewn manure. "How many more bags?" Harper brushed his hands together.
"That's it, sir. 63 bags. Can't see any more."
Sharpe looked at his ebullient sergeant. He was covered in dung, animal and human, his clothes slimy with liquid. He grinned. "Go and wash, Patrick, and well done." Harper clapped his hands.
"Right, lads, clean up time."
Sharpe walked back to the gold and picked up another coin from the bag he had opened. It was a thick coin, he guessed weighing near to an ounce, and on one side was the arms of Spain surmounted by a crown, and with a legend chased round its perimeter. He read it aloud, working his way slowly through the syllables. Initium sapientiae timor domini. Do you know what that means, Lieutenant? Knowles looked at his coin and shook his head. Rifleman Tongue, the educated one, chimed in with the translation. The beginning of wisdom, sir, is the fear of the Lord. Sharpe grinned. He turned the coin over. On the other side was a profile of a man, his head covered in a wig of profuse curls, and the legend was easily understood. Philip V, by the grace of God King of Spain and the Indies. At the foot of the profile was a date, 1729. Sharpe looked at Knowles. Know what it is? Doubloon, sir, 8 escudo piece. What's it worth? Knowles thought about it, hefted the coin in his hand, tossed it into the air. About £3, 10 shillings, sir? Sharpe looked disbelieving. Each? Knowles nodded. Each? Sweet Jesus! 16,000 coins, each worth £3 and 10 shillings, and Sharpe tried to work it out in his head. Isaiah Tongue beat them all, his voice full of wonder as he gave the figure. £56,000, sir! Sharpe started to laugh, feeling almost hysterical in his reaction. He could buy well over 30 captaincies with this money. It would pay a day's wages to more than 1 million men. If Sharpe should live for 100 years, he would never earn the amount that was sagging in the leather bags at his feet. Fat, great, thick, yellow gold coins with their pictures of a fancy-haired, hook-nosed, soft-looking king. Money. Gold more than he could comprehend on his salary of 10 shillings and 6pence a day, less 2 shillings and 8pence for the mess charge, and then more deductions for washing and the hospital levy. And he stared disbelieving at the pile. As for the men, they were lucky if in a year they earned as much as just 2 of these coins. A shilling a day, less all the deductions, brought them down to the 3 sevens, £7, 7 shillings, and 7pence a year. But there were few men who made even that much. They were charged for lost equipment, broken equipment, replacement equipment, and men had deserted for less than the value of a handful of this gold. £1,000, sir. Knowles was looking serious. What? I guess that's what it weighs, sir. 1,000, probably more. Nearly half a ton of gold to be carried through the enemy hills, and probably in weather that was about to break disastrously. The clouds were overhead now, heavy with rain, moving south, so that soon there would be no blue sky. Sharpe pointed at the bags. Split them up, Lieutenant, 30 piles, fill 30 packs, throw away everything except ammunition, and we'll just have to take it in turns to carry them. El Catolico stood up, walked slowly towards Sharpe, keeping an eye on the riflemen who still covered the Spaniards with their guns. Captain? Yes? It's Spanish gold. He spoke with pride, making one last effort. I know. It belongs to Spain. It must stay here. Sharpe shook his head. It belongs to the Supreme Junta in Cadiz. I am merely delivering it. It does not need to go. El Catolico had summoned up all his dignity. He spoke quietly, persuasively. It will be used to fight the French, Captain, to kill Frenchmen. If you take it, then Britain will steal it. It will go home in your ships. It should stay here. No. Sharpe smiled at the Spaniard, trying to annoy him. It goes with us. The Royal Navy is sending it to Cadiz. If you don't believe me, why don't you come too? We could do with more backs to pile it on. El Catolico returned the smile. I will be coming with you, Captain. Sharpe knew what he meant. The journey home would be a nightmare of fear. Fear of ambush. But Wellington's must was the imperative in Sharpe's head. He turned away, and as he did, felt one solitary raindrop splash on his cheek. He waited. But there were no more, though he knew that soon, within the hour, the clouds would burst, and the streams and rivers would rise with unimaginable speed. Harper came back, scrubbed clean, his clothes soaking wet. He nodded at the partisans. What do we do with them, sir? Lock them up when we go. It would gain a little time, not much, but every minute was valuable. He turned to Knowles. Are we ready? Nearly, sir. Knowles was splitting open the bags, while two men, Sergeant McGovern and Rifleman Tongue, poured the coins into packs. Sharpe was grateful that so many of his men had looted French cowhide packs at Talavera. The British canvas and wood packs would have split open under the weight. The men hated the British packs, made by the firm of trotters with their terrible chest straps, which at the end of a long march made the lungs feel as if they were filled with acid. Trotters' pains, it was called, and all but a couple of the men had captured French equipment on their backs. Rifleman Tongue looked up at Sharpe. "Shouldn't there be 64 bags, sir?" "64?" Tongue pushed back a hank of hair that continually fell over his eyes. "Supposed to be 16,000 coins, sir. We've got 63 bags, 250 in that one." He pointed to the open bag. "That makes 15,750. 250 short." "That's not all that's missing." Harper's voice was soft, and it took a moment for Sharpe to understand. Hardy. He had forgotten Captain Hardy in the excitement of finding the gold. He looked at El Catolico. "Well?" The Spaniard shrugged. "We used one bag, yes. We must buy weapons, powder, shot, even food." "I wasn't talking about gold." "What then?" El Catolico was very still. Another drop of rain, and another, and Sharpe glanced up at the clouds. It would be a hard march. "Captain Hardy is missing." "I know." "What else do you know?" El Catolico's tongue flicked out, licked his lips. "We think he was captured by the French." He dropped into his sneering tone. "No doubt they will exchange him politely. You do not understand the real war, Captain." Harper growled, stepped forward. "Let me ask the question, sir. I'll break him apart." "No." It was the girl who spoke. "Hardy tried to escape the French. We don't know where he is." "They're lying." The Irishman's hands clenched. The rain was beating on the dry ground, big warm drops. Sharpe turned to the company. "Wrap your locks! Stop muzzles!" Rain was the enemy of gunpowder, and the most they could do was try to keep the rifles and muskets dry. Sharpe saw the ground soaking up the water. They had to leave soon before the dust turned to mud. "Sir!" Hagman again, calling from the tower. "Daniel?" "Horsemen, sir! Couple of miles south." "French?" "No, they go, sir." Now time was everything. Sharpe turned to Harper. "Lock them up. Find somewhere, anywhere." They must forget Captain Hardy and march fast, try to build a lead over the partisans' pursuit. But Sharpe knew it was impossible. The goal was heavy. El Catolico understood. As the Spaniards were herded unceremoniously towards the village, he pushed his way past the rifleman. "You won't get far, Captain." Sharpe walked up to him. "Why not?" El Catolico smiled, gestured at the rain, the gold. "We'll chase you, kill you." It was true. Sharpe knew that even by using the horses that were still in the village, he could not travel fast enough. The rain was falling harder, bouncing up from the ground, so that the earth seemed to have a sparkling mist an inch or two above its surface. Sharpe smiled, pushed past the Spaniard. "You won't." He put out his hand, took hold of Teresa's collar, and pulled her out of the group. "She dies if even one of us gets hurt." El Catolico lunged for him. The girl twisted away, but Harper brought his fist into the Spaniard's stomach, and Sharpe grabbed Teresa with a choking hold on her neck. "Do you understand? She dies. If that gold does not reach the British Army, she dies." El Catolico straightened up, his eyes furious. "You will die, Sharpe, I promise you, and not an easy death." Sharpe ignored him. "Sergeant?" "Sir?" "Rope." The Spaniard watched, silent, as Harper found a scrap of rope, and at Sharpe's directions looped and tightened it round Teresa's neck. Sharpe nodded. "Hold her, Sergeant." He turned to El Catolico. "Remember her like that. If you come near me, she's dead. If I get back safely, then I'll release her to marry you." He gestured, and the company pushed the Spaniards away. Sharpe watched them go, knowing that soon they would be on his tracks. But he had bought more than time now. He had his hostage. He looked at her, seeing the hatred in her proud face, and knew he could not kill her. He hoped El Catolico did not know that, or else in the seething rain the light company were all dead men. They started out, silent and wet, on the long journey home. Chapter 14. 6 horses had been in the village, and for the first 2 miles, back along the same track they had come, the going was easy enough. The horses carried the packs of gold, the men climbed the slope, the rain hissed in their ears, and there was the elation of success, of being at least on the road home. But it couldn't last. The direct route westwards, the path they were using, was not the most sensible route. It was the obvious track, the one that El Catolico would search first, and it led straight towards Almeida and the burgeoning French army that was concentrating on the town. Sharpe felt the temptation to stay on the easy route, to make the march easier, but once the village was out of sight, he turned the men north up into the hills and abandoned the horses. Lieutenant Knowles with 3 men took them on, further westward, and Sharpe hoped the continuing hoof marks would delay the pursuit, while the company, astonished at the weight of the coins, struggled into the northern wasteland, up rocks and slopes that no horse could have climbed. The rain kept on steadily, soaking their uniforms, driving their tired, aching, sleepless bodies to new layers of discomfort. Teresa seemed unafraid, as if she knew Sharpe would not kill her, and she refused the offer of a greatcoat with a disdainful shake of her head. She was cold, soaked through, humiliated by the rope round her neck, but Sharpe left it on because it would have been simple for her to run away, unencumbered, into the slippery rocks where the heavily laden men of the light company would never have caught her. Harper held the other end, looped round his wrist.
"Where are you heading, sir?"
He had to shout over the rain.
"The ford at San Anton, you remember? The Major told us about it."
Sharpe wondered where Kesey was, what his reaction would be. It took Knowles an hour and a half to catch up, his men worn out by the effort, but glad to be back in the safety of the full company. Knowles shook his head. "Didn't see a thing, sir, nothing." Sharpe was not reassured. These hills could have been full of hidden watchers, and the ploy of laying the false trail might not delay El Catolico for 1 minute. But as the day went on, and their tiredness became a numbness beyond pain, Sharpe let his hopes rise. They were walking a nightmare landscape on a plateau that was crisscrossed with ravines, streambeds, and rock. No horse would make fast time up here, and Sharpe forced the men on pitilessly, cracking his anger like a whip, driving them north and west through the relentless weather, kicking the men who fell, and carrying 2 of the packs of gold to prove to them it could be done. Teresa watched it all, her mouth curved in an ironic smile as her captors slipped, crashed painfully into the rocks, and blundered onwards in the storm. Sharpe prayed that the wind stayed in the north. He had lost all bearings, and his only guide was the rain on his face. He stopped occasionally, let the men rest, and searched the wind-scarred plateau for the sign of a horseman. There was nothing. Just the rain sweeping in slow curtains towards him, the bounce of drops from the rocks, and the grey horizon where air and stone became indistinguishable. Perhaps the ploy had worked, he thought, and El Catolico was searching miles away on the wrong road. And the longer they stayed undetected, the more Sharpe dared to hope that the crude ploy of the false tracks had worked. Every half hour or so the company stopped, and the men who had not been carrying the gold-filled packs took over from those who had. It was a painfully slow march. The packs chafed their shoulders, rubbing them raw, and the gold, far from being something from their wildest dreams, became a loathed burden that the men would happily have thrown away, if Sharpe had not taken his position at the rear, driving them on, forcing the company across the bleak plateau. He had no idea how far they'd come, even what time of day it was, only that they must keep marching, putting distance between themselves and El Catolico. And his anger snapped when the company suddenly stopped, dropped, and yelled at them, "Get up!" "But, sir," Knowles, leading the company, waved ahead. "Look!" Even in the rain, in the crushing weather, it was a beautiful sight. The plateau suddenly ended, dropped to a wide valley through which meandered a stream and a track. The Agueda. It had to be the river Agueda, off to the left, and the stream at the bottom of the valley flowed east to west to join the river where the track led to the ford. Sharpe's heart leapt. They'd made it. He could see the road start again at the far side of the river. It was the ford at San Anton, and beside the track, on this side of the river, was an ancient fort on a rock bluff that once must have guarded the crossing. At this distance, he guessed 1.5 miles, The walls looked broken, stubbled in the grey light, but the fortress had to mark the site of the ford. They'd done it. 5 minutes rest! The company sat down, relieved, cheered up. Sharpe perched on a rock and searched the valley. Second by second his hopes revived. It was empty. No horsemen, no partisans. Nothing but the stream and the track going to the river. He took out his telescope, praying that the driving rain would not seep through the junctions of its cylinders, and searched the valley again. A second road running north and south ran this side of the river, but it too was empty. By God, they had done it. "Come on!" He clapped his hands, pulled men up and pushed them on. "To the river! We cross tonight! Well done!" The rain still fell, blinding the men as they stumbled down the slope, but they'd made it. They could see their goal, feel pride in an achievement, and tomorrow they would wake up on the west bank of the Agueda and march to the Coa. There were British patrols on the far bank, to be sure not as many as there were French, but the River Agueda marked some kind of limit, and after a day's effort like this, they needed that limit. They almost ran the last part of the slope, splashed through the stream, boots crunching on its gravel bed, and then stamped on to the wet track as if it were a paved highway in the centre of London. The ford was a mile ahead, trees on both banks, and the company knew that once they crossed they could rest, let the tiredness flow and shut their eyes against the grey horror of the day and its journey. "Sir," Harper spoke quietly with a desperate resignation. "Sir, behind." Horsemen. Bloody horsemen. Partisans who had ridden not over the plateau but up the direct road from Casa Tishada, and who now appeared on the track behind them. Teresa smiled, gave Sharpe a look of victory, and he ignored it. He called wearily to the company to halt. "How many, Sergeant?" There was a pause. "Reckon it's just a small party." Sharpe could see no more than 20 or 30 horsemen, standing in the rain just 300 yards behind the company. He took a deep breath. "They can't hurt us, lads. Bayonets. They won't charge bayonets." There was something strangely comforting about the sound of the blades scraping from the scabbards, the sight of the men crouching with bent knees as they fixed on the long blades, to be doing something that was aimed at their enemy instead of the muscle-racking tramp through the rain. The band of horsemen came forward, spurred into a trot, and Sharpe stood with his men in the front rank. "We'll teach them to respect the bayonet! Wait for it! Wait for it!" The partisans had no intention of charging the small company. The horsemen split into two groups and galloped either side of the bedraggled soldiers, almost ignoring them. El Catolico was there, a smile of triumph on his face, and he swept off his hat in an ironic gesture as he went past, 30 yards away and untouchable. Teresa jerked towards him, but Harper held her firm, and she watched as the horsemen went on towards the fortress and the river. Sharpe knew what they were doing. The company would be blocked in, trapped in the valley, and El Catolico would wait until the rest of the partisans, summoned from the south, came to his support. He wiped rain from his face. "Come on!" There was nowhere to go, so the best thing was to go on. Perhaps El Catolico could be threatened, a bayonet at Teresa's throat, but in Sharpe's mind he could envisage only failure, defeat. El Catolico had never been fooled. They must have known Sharpe had gone north, and while the company struggled over the foul uplands, the Spaniard had brought his followers along the easy road. Sharpe cursed himself for a fool, for an optimistic fool, but there was nothing to be done. He listened to the boots scuffing on the wet surface, the hiss of the rain, the splashing of the ever-rising stream, and he let his eyes look at the far, shrouded hills across the river, then at the stone of the small fort that had been built centuries before to protect the upland valleys from marauders crossing from Portugal. And then he looked right, further north, at the spur of the hills that almost reached the river, and saw on the blurred horizon the shape of a horseman who had a strange, square hat. "Down! Down! Down!" Something, an instinct, a half-perceived blur, told him the French patrol had only just arrived on the skyline. He forced the men down into the stream bed, burying the light company into cover. They scrambled behind the shallow turf bank, wet faces looking to him for explanation, receiving none as he pushed them down. El Catolico was much, much slower. Sharpe, lying next to Harper and the girl, watched the partisans ride towards the ford, and it was not until the French lancers were moving, trotting almost sedately down the slope, that the grey figure wheeled.